Had me dancing there just now, man. Had me dancing. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Welcome to a special edition of the living room. For those who know us, this is Andre and Mark. We're missing Philip tonight, but this is a special night. We've been off here for quite some time, Mark. Well, you got me here. I can't remember. Probably like 18 months,
It,
19
it,
months
it
or
feel
so.
like it feel like about 3 years to be honest.
But
It feel
was it
it,
three
it feel like
years?
a long time. It feel like a long time. For true.
it
It feel
feel
like a long time.
it feel forever, but
It
people were excited when we said we were coming back for
listen.
election night.
It feels so long that my son will probably tell me, "Daddy, you're fumbling. You're fumbling. You're fumbling."
Well, I started my setup early. I can share a picture later.
Oh
I
Lord,
started
have
my setup
mercy, man.
early because I was like, whoa, we didn't do this for a while. But anyway, everybody, hello and welcome. This is a special Barbados election night edition of the living room. I'm Andre and this is Mark, and we are here just just looking at the night, analyzing the night. We did this about for the last election
Yeah.
actually.
2022. 2022.
And
Yep.
to our surprise, at one point, I think we had like 1,500 people or so worldwide watching us, and many saying that actually we were one of the best broadcasts for the night, actually. But we can do things even more different this time around. But anyway, while people gather, how you doing, man?
Yeah, man. I still feel like when I start. I still feel like something don't
I,
something don't feel right. You know what I mean?
I see you fumbling, man.
Yeah. That's when you're doing
You
it long,
lost your
right?
bearings, man.
Long.
You.
The streaming game is so different now, but at least we still here, right? We can still get the thing set up. We can still hopefully look decent on camera to the audience that come in tonight,
Indeed,
and and relax and chill, because this is how we just do it, people. Okay,
indeed.
if you come here tonight, well, you tell them what I expect, because
Well,
it's probably
my thing is, we are not Barbados today. We are not TTT. We are not JTV. We are not the Nation News, and we're not CBC. So we ain't presenting like that. That's not
I
the way how we're gonna do it.
what I was gonna say is what we aim to do tonight is to give you we on a DLP budget, but we giving you a BLP production. I think I was as I was setting up today, I was thinking, gosh, the man, all these words all over the
This
place.
FOD aspirations.
I hear fumbling, but I'm like, but I want the thing to look good, right? And the only thing I can conclude is, look, we on a
We
Democratic Labour Party budget, man, but
yeah,
we
yeah.
can look like the BLP.
We can
We
look at
can
the
look good.
BLP,
We can
but
look
we
good.
got aspirations of the FOD. So
Yes, there's so much digital plumbing around here, man. Look, but it hold it together. So
no, but that's how it is. Nobody don't need to know what happening behind the camera or
exactly,
to the side of the camera.
exactly.
Man. But look, guys, welcome here, and thank you guys for joining us. I know you could be many other places, and we encourage you to watch all the different broadcasts as well. We're gonna bring in some of those as well
Mhm.
as we go through the night. To my right here, I have Barbados today on, and we're gonna look at that at some point during the night as well.
Mhm.
But we can also have a bit of a unfiltered look at the campaigns
It have to be.
over the last few weeks and at Barbados as a whole. Mark and I are based in England, but we always home. And many people tell me you know more of what's going on about here than people that
People
live
who
out
live
here.
here. Yeah.
Everybody's telling me so all the time. But that's just the way how we do it. And for the non-Bajans in the crowd, no apologies. Our Bajan accent thick. So I know you when we say we
Yeah.
live in England, you
I
can
know.
think
Yeah,
with
I know
them
we
living
might
in England.
talk a little fast, but
We can
he's
talk fast. Sometimes we can
yes.
try to slow it down. At times, I will make sure I'm speaking the King's English as well. But let me tell you, for the most part, we
It can
going
be
in
Bajan.
strictly Bajan.
It can be Bajan. And listen,
That's all it is.
let me just I even have chance yet to share the show up on my phone, and that's how long we in. That's how long we in do this thing, right? So, guys in the chat, once you introduce yourself,
Hello, Nicole.
let's know who's here, and let's make sure we invite some other folks around and share the show. Invite
Yep.
people, because listen, as Andre said, we're in the UK, and it's already past 11. We aim to be here until we get a result.
Until we get a
So
result.
so you know it's gonna be a long night for us, right? So I got my popcorn here already. You see it there? And
Popcorn.
a few other things here that I'll be snacking on. And there might be a little toilet break in between and so forth and so forth.
Yeah. Listen,
We
we doing it.
relaxing.
We relax. We just, and let me, for those who haven't been with us before, the concept of the living room that we have is one that Mark, Philip, who's one of the other hosts, and myself, we during lockdown we came up with, and it's really because we spend a lot of time just chatting with each other in our living rooms when we get together, or just chatting on the phone. And we just thought it would be a good idea to bring people into those conversations as well. So that is exactly how it's going to be,
Yep.
right?
We had 3 fantastic years of doing the living room. Started in COVID, and we went across the Caribbean, to be honest, and
Mm,
it remains one of the most valuable things I think I've done in life,
you know,
because
you got that
it,
right.
it really gave us so much to understand. And it's funny because it's through doing the living room that you get to realize that a lot of what people in Barbados think of Barbados is a little bit not quite right. Because when you get a Caribbean
Mm,
perspective, man,
very
sometimes
much so.
you just gotta look at Barbados and think, what are they really doing though? Huh? What are they really doing? But anyhow,
You got
we can get to that.
we can get to that. And speaking of Caribbean, we got some people perhaps dropping by the living room for a little drink as well. And
Yes,
giving their perspective, because as you know, Barbados elections is one that is watched right across the region and outside the region as well. So we might got a few people stopping by, dropping by, having a drink, having a cup of tea, and having a conversation, looking back and looking forward as well
of
at all
course.
things to do with the Barbados election. So
At,
welcome. As
at this
Mark
time
said
of the night.
earlier, hit share, bring in a friend, get in the comments as well. Let us know when you can hear us. Let us know if you can't as well, because that's going to help us as well. And then even we can have some fun with this as well. We got a few things planned as well that you're gonna enjoy. You're gonna enjoy.
Absolutely. I say Julius Gittins and your boy, what's his name now from Cadras?
Yeah, yeah,
Peter
yeah, yeah,
Wicker
yeah.
here up on
Peter
the
Wickham.
TV, sitting down around the table. They're very formal,
Yeah.
and good luck to them.
Good.
I'm sure they'll have a fantastic time talking to each other. And
Eh,
they got Farmers Choice advertising there. They got our corner too.
we
Not
ain't got no
bad,
we
not
ain't got no
bad.
adverts. We ain't got no adverts.
Oh, we
Uh,
damn.
yeah. Hearing loud and clear. Thanks, Nicole. Thanks for letting us know that you're hearing this loud and clear.
Thank you,
But look,
Nicole.
but along with all the jokes and the fun and all what's not, and be examining the campaign, we can also come with our unfiltered view of how we saw things. And we want y'all to tell us the same thing. Already, Cappy Rose, they're telling me about a 30 love already.
Don't pay Cappy
Uh,
Rose the money. I see that there, but Cappy Rose, I don't know if you are in Barbados. And first of all, Cappy, good evening, and thank you for coming and joining us in the living room this evening.
mm-hmm.
And I hope that I understand that that's your position. I don't necessarily agree. I don't. I watch a lot of the campaign, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
I'm not on the ground. I may Andre discuss this point here throughout the whole of the campaign. I
Yes.
don't think this gave me the 30 love, I really don't think so. I got a feeling, but anyhow.
You got a feeling. Okay, so you got a feeling. Um, and my feeling is this. I would not be surprised if it is.
You serious?
I wouldn't be surprised if it is.
Nah, I
Again,
don't think so.
no.
Listen, the only thing
Hmm.
that will make this a 30 love is you see all
Yes.
that debacle that was playing up today with the ECB list and all them people that get turned back and say woman book their crow now that said they're going for lawyers, and you know by tomorrow evening they've been going for the lawyer.
We
Right?
going for the
They've
lawyer.
been going
We
for the lawyer,
always we like a lawyer in
man.
Barbados. Every time we going for a lawyer, I can write a letter. Very
Oh my
British.
lord.
Mm.
Every single time. I we will see how the night play out. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to get through, but I genuinely don't think it will be that. Well, look at Miss G there. Look, Miss G on the opposite end of the spectrum.
And she's saying, well, I not opposite. 'Cause I don't think she's saying a 30 nil for Ralphie. They ain't opposite.
Well, you don't know that. You assuming.
I no, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised by it. And there's a lot of factors and variables in there as well. No? I think, irrespective of the outcome of this election, and,
Mhm.
and and I can hold my I can think I don't think anybody is gonna think I'm wrong here. I believe the Barbados Labour Party will be swept back to power again.
In fact, before you say that,
Uh,
before you go any
mhm.
further, stop. Before you say that, because
Huh?
I did promise you that I would say this.
Okay, go ahead.
You are the resident political
Ah,
analyst
don't
in
say
this show tonight.
so I pick Peter Wickham in this show.
You are the resident political analyst in this show.
No, no,
Okay?
no, 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 no. I wouldn't. I do I do love politics. I studied politics and political science and
I
international
did not.
relations. And yeah, but everybody's a political science a
Yeah,
political
yeah, yeah,
scientist, to
yeah,
be
yeah,
honest with
yeah.
you, because politics impacts everybody. Everybody looks at it to various of degrees. Some people go a lot heavier into the detail. I can't say that I'm one of those, but I just like to analyze and see what's going on, as well. Um, and I think, but I think no matter what happens here, and by no matter I
Hmm.
mean
Tread
if
carefully.
the Democratic Labour Party did get some seats, I think they will still look back at this as a opportunity loss, an opportunity loss. And we got listen. When we say we going on filter, we going on filter. So I fully expect some people can probably cuss me sometimes
Yeah,
in the
I
chat.
gone from bone. Then they know
As
them they
let me
know
know,
what I'm talking about.
we get a lot of that the last time, and we always get that. But that's all right. That's all
Um,
right. This ain't one of them spaces that we can tell you that you can't say what you want to say. So say what you want to say. That's fine. No problem with that at all. Um, I think they're going to look back at this as the opportunity loss. And the opportunity loss because, as usual, the Democratic Party always manages to shoot themselves in the foot. And I think they did with that issue with Ralph Thorne crossing the floor, going into the Democratic Labour Party, and the issues with Ronnie and how that all played out. Despite the first couple of weeks, it was all hugs and smiles and very cordial. We know how it ended, and it didn't have to end that way, and for various reasons. And we're going to get to a lot of that throughout the night as well. Um,
gen- Genuinely,
mhm,
I, I can agree with that point. I
mhm.
feel as though this should have been the election where the Dems were looking to at
Competitive.
least, yeah, to at least compete, and I would say get 5 to 8 seats and start reclaiming the ground. Now, Barbados electorate is very funny though, because whilst I might say that some people might, we don't think in those incremental terms in politics. We either in power or we're not, right?
Well, we
So
don't think about it externally. I think if you're being honest internally, you have a view. So as much as I see the Democratic Labour Party saying we can sweep the power, and I don't
yeah,
believe nobody in the party actually thinks that. But you can't go into elections saying otherwise.
no, you can't go into elections saying, and this is, I guess this is a little bit like this step that Friends of Democracy took in this election, and I guess that you're going to have to reflect on that at some point in regards to how strong a strategy that was to
Mm.
only say you are going after the opposition position and you're only fielding 12 candidates. Because in a way, now don't get me wrong, if anybody on Friends of Democracy is watching or listening, I
Mm.
felt they ran a fantastic campaign. I really felt for a small party that was emerging, I felt they were tight and they got it right. But at the same time, we don't think about our politics in those incremental ways. Well, you only running 12 candidates. I just feel that they just don't think that way, because we are very serious when it comes to parliamentary stuff, right?
Yes,
So
agree.
if you ain't coming and feeding 30 candidates to me and you ain't looking for power,
Mm.
now realistically, they can get to power, but you gotta say that.
Mm.
But at the same time, I think this should have been the election where the Dems were coming back on their way back. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. That might very well turn out to be the case tonight. Now, I know you don't believe that, but time will tell.
We will see. Um,
That's another major term to We can see. We can see. We can see.
we can see. We can see. And time will tell. Um, but I don't get it. The party just has a way of bringing all of its laundry out in the open, and nobody seemed to have the ability to climb down and handle things internally.
No.
It is unbelievable and stunning to watch every single time how they manage to do it. And I don't get it. And at some point they gotta really sit down and ask themselves, are we a serious party? And by party, I don't mean a pressure group. I don't mean a group of people that just run in elections
Mhm.
every now and then. A political party exists, and maybe we should ask the people in the chat actually, guys. Y'all could tell me. Just put it in there. Why do y'all think a political party exists?
For what purpose?
For
Why are
what
you here?
purpose?
Yeah.
Why does a political party exist? Because I think this is the question that the guys in the Democratic Labour Party, eventually the Friends of Democracy as well, who I agree with you, ran a fantastic campaign, at least one that caught the attention. And I can't remember a new party um, actually grabbing the attention of people in that way as the Friends of Democracy did. And and it's interesting, and it's kudos to them as well. Of course, they went to the strategy to only field at least 12 or so candidates, but that was a strategy that they took, no
Mhm.
problem. Um, Barbados usually and most Caribbean countries vote for the leader
Wait,
as opposed to vote for an individual.
before they come in on that, you see the producers just told us we actually got a producer in the background tonight, you know.
We do.
That the nation are currently discussing how polls close late, over an hour late in St. Philip North and St. James South and more. Now that is interesting.
Okay, that is very interesting.
That is very interesting.
Very
So,
interesting.
so
But
yeah, if anybody
before,
wants to come in on that point,
yeah, I mean, it's, and we can get to a lot of it. We can get to a lot of this stuff over the night. So don't let me talk about everything. No, let me do I have give people to look how we up the thing a little bit this year and give people a view
so
of how we can go through things.
yeah, well, we as I said earlier, we have come with a Democratic Labour Party budget to deliver a BLP production. Okay, and it will be successful. That's
It
all I'm
will be.
saying. It
It
will be
will definitely be
successful.
successful.
So if this is where we starting, because this is the starting point for the map tonight, right?
Mhm.
Now I know that who's that Shady, the lady there from Trinidad, who's saying that
Sadiq.
Sadiq, she loves
Sadiq
Mia.
O'Brien.
Listen, this is how we started. All right. I know the map is white and people can complain down the map. Look, these are the constituencies. Okay.
Well, those are the constituencies and the breakdown of the constituencies
And the
as well,
polling divisions.
and the polling divisions, because that's very
Absolutely.
important
So
as well. And
this
this will be
is
starting. If you're on your TV, cast your TV, bring me up on your TV, get it big, because we're gonna.
Mhm.
This is how we going through the
Yeah.
night.
So
I
what we
tell y'all,
intend to do is to
we up the thing, you know. We
we,
up the
we,
thing.
we will take you across Barbados tonight. So if I give you an example here, St. Lucie, we have all of our candidates. We know who they are. And we can do a little bit of a feature on some of them as well, because there's a lot to say about the candidates in this election. So we will be there. We will be there with the results. We have an observatory where we've gone back and we've looked at, well, tell me about all the elections that happened in Barbados, you know, over time. So we've gone back, we've delved into that data and started to build out what exactly it looks like. We looked at the last 3 elections. Now you can see clearly the 2022 Parliament looked that way, and some people might be rejoicing and saying, "But you could just keep that there and scream for the rest of the night, because that's
Exactly.
like we finish." But that might not necessarily be the case, because Barbados once used to have a very thriving opposition and good debate and discourse.
Mhm.
So we've got the observatory in case anybody wants to query anything, and we've gone all the way back. Those of you who've been following us across social media would know, you might have seen this graphic, because we've been talking a lot about male participation in voting of any run up to the election. So this might be something that we might discuss as well. And then, of course, we go all the way back through to 1966 in terms of how the election. So whatever you want to talk about in the election, it might be somewhere there in the observatory. Importantly, when we start to think about the results as they come in, we will get there, and there'll be lots to talk about around that. And this was interesting as we were preparing to think about the show and what we might want to talk about, because housing and economic data and how people vote and the opportunities that people have are really important. So there's a lot of this data in Barbados. We've gone through the various reports looking to see what might be interesting to discuss, and what might also be something that we might want to look a little more deeper at. So there's plenty to go through, but as we are starting on the map here, this is where we are in the grand scheme of things, starting off for the evening.
So you mentioned that you think it will not be a 30-0. That's your words, not mine. You don't think it will be a 30-0. This is fun. So let me go through some of these constituencies and see where we think there'll be battlegrounds. where do we think there'll be some battles that will be happening?
So
Because
give
there are a
me.
few seats that are locked, so don't even bother to look at them.
You
But
don't think so? Are you saying that you don't think that Prime Minister Morley could be toppled tonight?
don't make me laugh. No. Wait, you mean in her seat? No.
All right, give me
No.
1 second. Give me 1 second.
Don't let me go there. That ain't happening.
I know, man. I know. I only teasing. I wouldn't expect that to be the case.
Yeah. And guys, get in the chat, huh? If you're on your phone and you can get in the chat, please do. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know how you're feeling. Let us know how today was. At some point during the night as well, we might ask a couple of people if they want to come and join us and have a conversation with us and just tell us how things were in Barbados. And if you're not in Barbados, just tell us what you think of Barbados elections and Barbados as a whole and why you're so invested in watching the Barbados elections as well. Because that's always a good barometer of how people are feeling outside of Barbados about us as well. So that's good. And we're going to spend the night going through some stuff. As you can see, we up the thing a little bit. So we got some graphs, we got some data, some points that we think is good for discussion. And then we also got some videos and stuff for the campaign trail that we're going to go through over the night. We're in it for the long haul. So there's a lot to go through. There's a lot to talk about. I don't know when we're going to start to see any results or any data actually start to come through. And I don't think we do exit polls. Interesting that those two, what was it? Is it St. Philip North and was it St. James?
St. Philip North, St. James South, I think you said.
St. James South.
Yeah.
Interesting. It will be interesting to hear why. Curious to hear why that happened. Because by all accounts, from what I've been hearing on the ground, my mom told me when she went to vote, she walked straight in at 1 o'clock. She walked straight in and walked straight back out.
Oh, wow.
And that was the first time that she's ever just walk in and walk out. Never had to stay in a line or anything like that.
Okay. All right. Well, look, give me.
Hey,
let's have a look. Let's talk first about the battlegrounds.
Let's talk about battlegrounds.
Okay. And I'm gonna hold this off the map for a moment because I think it's important for people to have this discussion. So the first battleground that I think will be potentially in play, I would say, is St. Philip North, and people might not necessarily agree, but
St. Philip North.
Yeah.
So this is.
Let me show you, man.
You bring that? Okay.
I can bring that here shortly. I think St. Philip North is definitely a battleground.
A potential. Okay, interesting.
Potential battleground. And there's some people that might not necessarily agree with that, but that's okay. But ultimately, the reason why I think St. Philip North is a battleground is because Sonia Brown won the seat by 235 votes in the last election, right? Now, you might say, okay, but that was against Michael Ashley, who was quite, Michael Ashley is a formidable political machine.
Exactly.
So, having won the seat in St. Philip North by 235, I'm not sure that her presence in the constituency, because I keep my ear on the ground and I hear about things, but listening to Sonia and listening to what she has done, she actually defends her record quite well, I think. When you hear all about the breakfast clubs and the work that she's doing in the community and so forth, I think it's quite good. But I think there's a visibility problem with Sonia Brown. I also think that she seems to be one of the people in the Morley cabinet who don't necessarily have the if you put them in tiers of level of support, I would you had them in high, medium, and low, I would say she probably is a lowly supported candidate, I think, from observation. And again, people may criticize that. And I think
your observation.
Yeah, but I think to win a clean sweep of elections in this round, in this 2026 election, the weaker candidates are going to need a lot of significant support throughout the campaign trail.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of the BLP on this campaign trail. I did not see a lot of Sonia Brown. If I only heard her the other night in 6 rows. And I just don't feel that perhaps enough was given to really support her as a candidate. So given that, given the record, and given that she got the slimmest margin in the whole of the election candidates, I think St. Philip North is a seat. Now, where she may very well bring this home is dependent on how the campaigns of the DLP, Friends of Democracy, and the PCP and the independent candidate, all of whom are up against Sonia Brown, how well they played out on the ground. So Sonia may very well bring this home because of her record with her supporters, and also because people don't necessarily think that those who have been running against her have done a good enough job. So, but I still think it's a battleground.
I am not too sure it's a battleground. Okay. And I am not sure it's a battleground because you've got to put the Michael Ashley effect. There has not been any backlash in St. Michael North to Michael Ashley being part of the Barbados Labour Party. And one has to say, remember, the votes that she got, even though it was a slim margin in the last election, was against Michael Ashley. And one can argue that Michael Ashley was one of the better candidates as far as results were concerned in the last election. And you would have to say, and that was despite how people felt about the Democratic Labour Party at that election. So you got to wonder how many of the votes that Michael got were actually Michael Ashley votes as opposed to DLP votes. And if there wasn't a backlash to Michael Ashley going over to the Barbados Labour Party, then the question then remains, does Michael Ashley votes go over to Sonia, or do they just stay at home? And I think there is a high percentage of them that will just stay at home. And that's the percentage that are DLP voters but can't bring themselves to vote for someone else. For the Barbados Labour Party, I think they would just stay at home. And then it is highly likely that Sonia's vote would just remain relatively steady, even if it dips. But if there's a low turnout, then if St. Philip North, then I think she wins relatively easily. But it is one to watch for all the reasons that we just went through. But again, I don't see it.
We got anybody in the chat who is in St. Philip North? Hi, Patrick. Love from Grenada BLP. Welcome to the show. Thank you. We got anyone in the chat who is in St. Philip North that might be able to give us a little bit of mood music in terms of what played out. Just as that is coming through, I see there's a further update on the late closure. It's due to the controversial list with many people's names missing, which is interesting.
This is crazy. And we're going to get to that too. We're going to talk about all of that as well. The list, elections being called at this time and what's not. We didn't even do it this time around, Mark. If you're in the chat and you're able to chat, I know some people watching on TV and doing other things as well. Just put in the chat, just tell us where you're from. And if you're in Barbados, tell us which part of Barbados. If you're not from Barbados, just put your flag or just tell us which country you're from or which area in the States or in the UK that you might be watching from. Just so we know who's there. We got 113 people in watching us at the moment. Thank you all for watching. You know you can be watching somewhere else. Hit share and bring in your friends as well. Tell them that this is the best platform to be looking at the elections and talking election stuff.
We can do it different.
We talking straight. We talking straight and plain. So in the chat, just tell us where you are, and we can see where you're coming from, and we'll give you a shout out.
And that's it, Francis. Philip North, I want to hear from you because I want to know what's going on there.
Yeah, indeed. We got Patrick there saying he got roots from Barbados. His great grandfather from I think you mean St. Lucie. His great grandfather from St. Lucie. So where are you? He's in Grenada. He's in Grenada in the previous thing. Thanks for joining us there, Patrick. So you got a vested interest in what's going on then. You got a vested interest.
Yeah. Welcome, Patrick.
Everyone else, tell us where you at.
Who else? We didn't miss anybody in terms of those people that came. Is Cappy Rose still there? Because I would be keen to understand what is Cappy's what is causing Cappy to form this opinion that this will be another 30 love. Cappy Rose, come on, don't be shy now. You've put it out there, so
you put it out there. So if you want, get in the chat and let us hear what you're thinking.
I said Sonia Brown might lose her seat. I've put it out there, but she might very well win, and I might be eating humble pie.
I
So,
there's so many. While I would say on the statistics, it might
mhm.
seem like a battleground seat. There's so many other variables that actually change it from a battleground seat to a comfortable Barbados Labour Party win. I just don't see the rebellion. I haven't heard the rebellion. I haven't heard any backlash at all relating to Lashley moving over. And while again, I haven't heard that being a pickup for Sonia, as I said, if she remains steady and the DLP vote, which would normally be Lashley vote, don't turn out, then I think she wins easily.
You think she wins easily? Okay, okay.
But it is a battle. It is a battle.
Well, look. Okay, well, let's stay in St. Philip then, because I think if I'm honest, and the thing is, I don't want people to think that I am picking on the incumbents. I am not picking on the incumbents. I am just looking at the data and forming an opinion. So the next person that I would say who may very well find this quite a challenge as well, and you might disagree, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go to St. Philip West because I think St. Philip West is
Mm-hmm.
going to be a really keenly contested seat. Now, Keir McConney is the incumbent in the Barbados Labour Party, former Minister of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Keir, I think, swept in a lot of glory in the last Parliament, but she I don't think she finished in the same level of glory. So there's a track record there for nationally, and I think there's a track record for the constituencies. And Philip West is an interesting constituency. I think it's our youngest, was formed in 2003. And David Eswick, who you see there, the Democratic Labour Party candidate, who created his own storm over this campaign, is back. But Eswick tends to get votes, right? Keir McConney won this seat by 440 votes in the last election, a bit more than Sonia in North. And in fact, hang on, let me see if I got it here, man, because I don't want to be talking about it when I could be showing you it. So if I go back to the map, right? So we're talking about St. Philip West, okay? And let me just pull up what's happened here. So 2022 and 20, I ain't got the 26th data yet, so forget that. So 2022 and 2018, okay? If you go across the boxes in St. Philip West, now you can see, let's take out 2018 for a moment and just look at 2022. So if you go across the boxes in St. Philip West, you can see that there was not a lot really in between David Eswick and Keir McConney. Yes, there are some boxes where, she absolutely stormed ahead of him, but there are others where they weren't that far off. Now, I couldn't quite work out. You would see that they got listed there a young lady called Katrina Goodrich for Solutions Barbados that ran the last election. Now, I couldn't quite work out if that was Karina Goodrich that's batting out as the leader of FOD, Friends of Democracy. So, and if it is, we have got the same candidates running this race in 2026, which is, not very usual in modern, these recent elections in Barbados. The point I'm making about Keir is, I think Keir is possibly stronger than Sonia. She's been a portfolio holder and she's been in cabinet. I am not sure, again, that she has done a good enough job over the course of this campaign to hold on to the seat, given the 440 votes that she won it by in the last election. So, as I said, I don't want people to think that I'm picking on the incumbents, but the incumbents is the people in the seats. So, hey, tell me what you think. You're on mute, Dre. You muted yourself.
I talking schoolboy mistake like I on Zoom. Let me be honest here. You being very diplomatic. I think many people would say that Keir McConney is probably one of the worst performing ministers. Despite coming in on a blaze of glory, laws change and all kind of things.
11 plus reform
from Canada. 11 plus reform, she doing this. The debacle at the Springer School, all kind of nonsense and stuff that going on all over the place. The survey, the this, the that, the next, and the third. She's not being good. she is just not being good. There's nothing about her performance that warrants her being holding a ministry and being reelected. Let me just be
So
honest
we
about that.
so we agree that that's a battleground seat. St. Philip West. Yeah?
Well, you gotta look at the other side.
Okay.
Has David Esbit just gone past his side by date?
I don't know if
And
we
that is something you got to ask yourself. He's a veteran. He came under fire during this election. Would the Democratic Labour Party have been better? And we can get to this at another point as well. One of the big issues of the Democratic Labour Party is succession and succession planning. Would it
yes.
be better if someone was working the community over the last 4 years with the support of David Eswick and going around and to make inroads into Cavan County? Because low hanging fruit. And that's why I keep saying, no matter what happens in this election, and by no matter, I mean whether the Democratic Labour Party managed to get 1, 2, 3, 4 seats, it could have been better had they been better. And not just in the campaign, I mean over time as well. The issues, obviously, with Ronnie and with Ralph notwithstanding, issues like this with David Eswick, has he passed his sell-by date? And that's the question that the voters are going to answer him tonight.
Yes, that is a question that will be answered by the people of St. Philip West. Yeah. And I think the issue that blew up with David in the campaign did not stick because it blew up in the first, I think it was first or second, well, probably second or third day. And then there was Kerry Simmons tried to make it stick, but I felt it got overtaken with other issues in the campaign because of when it happened. But at the same time, he's a very experienced campaigner.
That much is not in doubt.
Who has, name recognition, as you like to say, right? Because there's some people in this election that we know ain't got no name recognition. Right?
Name recognition is a lot when you're going into
election. Well, you don't know who he is? Who's he?
Yeah.
You don't know who he is. But David Eswick has that. And the point you make about whether or not he has stayed too long, I think is a valid one. But I don't know how valid it is for the electorate when they look at the candidates that they got in front of them again when they get in that booth.
This is the issue.
Right.
Also, you got Karina in there.
No.
And as we keep saying, they ran a fantastic campaign.
Yes.
Impactful is different, but they ran a fantastic campaign. Did it impact? Is it possible that people in St. Philip West might say, I like this girl, and therefore potentially split a vote between the DLP and the FOD, whereas the BLP vote remains steady? Because people voting for me. Let me get this here straight. Nobody recommending voting for Cavan County. Cavan County, no. Let me be honest.
Right? People.
So, and as I say for that man too. So I know. So don't when it can cost me all when I want, it is what it is. So people voting for me. So the question then that would happen is, did the DLP vote go support their people, but others saw alternative in Karina and therefore split the vote between FOD and thing? I think the St. Philip West is, because as we say, the FOD ran a good campaign, but did it make an impact really? Don't know. But I think this seat might tell us whether or not they made an impact based on her as a leader.
Because she is the president.
Yes.
And if I'm honest, if there is one candidate I would like to see win a seat in this election, it is Karina Goodrich.
Me going for she after this, man.
Huh?
Just at home, they wait for some others. Me going for she after this.
Man, if we can come to that point too. This whole idea that
you might not see she again, but she might turn up in a red shirt next
all these you can start seeing all these coconut villages that you see in the Friends of Democracy Manifesto now become BLP policy.
And just know you can see she is an understudy to Kia McConney cutting and tell
we
she
have a big
after this
tent.
election.
Our tent is very large. We have a big this foolishness. Listen,
of course.
I really enjoy listening to Karina because I think that she is a strong voice. She is firm in what she's saying, and she comes across very believable. I don't know her personally, but I'm only speaking about what I have seen over the course of the campaign. She comes across very authentic and feels like a young politician.
Yeah.
And presents like a young politician because let me be honest, there's a lot of chances that in this election, because I don't read half of these people that you see in putting themselves forward for representation, and you go on and you watching the meeting, you think, well, you can't even pronounce the words like talking about. But try to come off with people's stage, you know what I mean. But Karina is a young, serious politician, and she feels like, if she is able to sustain some effort, depending on how things play out over the course of the results of this one, she could have a future. And I would like to see her win this seat, because I think it would do something
interesting
for new parties. I really would.
So you see, so you see in this seat as a potential, well, in your head anyway, as a three-way battleground.
Yes.
Interesting.
You don't?
I don't know. Not to the level that she would win it. Because I believe, as much as you might talk about Eswick, you are correct. He's a known name. He's a known entity. He has a lot of support there in St. Philip. And I think why the issues are wrong, if people feel slightly disgruntled with the Barbados Labour Party, there will be a natural propensity to gravitate towards who you know. And so I think this could be a split one. And I think it's more likely for me, personally, that the split, and if there's a split, the split between Eswick and Karina would just allow Kay to win the seat.
Man, people ain't vote for Kay. I feel she gonna treat others as the Bajans would say.
You think so? I think she should. But whether or not,
man, if people listen, feel like go and vote for Kay, because listen, we gotta have stern words when we go home to Barbados, because we know she's had a chance and she's messed it up big time. Now, the other person that I would mention in this lineup, and it is again trying to find the right balance, right? Because I have a lot of respect for people who put themselves forward for public office.
You have to.
And people who put themselves forward for consistently.
Yeah.
And when I say consistently, I am talking about these chancers. Because as I said, there's some chances in this election who I like, man, why you putting yourself forward for this? You just trying to think.
And I'm talking about these ministers in state who don't put themselves forward for election, but holding posts neither.
We can come to them too. We can come to them. But
all these years, them as minister and still won't put themselves, want the job, but don't want the responsibility.
They want to work, man. But listen, people like, and in putting our package together for tonight, I come across some people who are returners, people like Lynette, people like Randall Rose. These people who, man, I love Randall Rose, must have run every election since I was born.
You've been wrong, man.
but I don't know, there's something about that, but I think there is something to it. And when people are putting themselves forward and coming back, and it makes me realize just how damaging these last two cycles of our elections have been. And I'll tell you why.
Damaging?
The reason, yeah. The reason why people like Lynette and Randall Rose and them can come back is because they have lived through a Barbados that has a parliament where you see debate and rigor, and you can cut your teeth if you're on the opposition benches doing all sorts of things, but you have to be able to sustain it, because opposition life is hard. And when we were doing our research for this show, the one person that really stood out for me was Erskine Sandiford. And I can come back to Lynette in a minute, but I can join these together. Erskine Sandiford came to Parliament in 1971, right? Won a seat with Mr. Barrow. And then the Barbados Labour Party won the election in 76. And Sandy was in opposition from 76 to 86. 10 years, right? Now, I think that is important, because I think that is where a politician is birthed.
Cut your teeth, man.
That is where a politician is birthed. Doing the donkey work in the opposition that can sometimes seem so useless, but it's important. You see a lot of these young politicians and these chancellors that you see coming about looking for votes. Them ain't got the ability to stick out a 10-year hole and say, you know what, I can just wait my turn. Because this is what it is. This is how the politics is work. You gotta be able to sit down in the opposition and buy time. That's how it is work. Everywhere in the world where democracies are strong. And Mr. Barrow died in 86 or 87. I think 86.
86.
Or 87.
Well, 87. I think it's
87.
1986. Yeah.
Sandy took the reins in 87,
Mm-hmm.
had a no confidence motion in 93, called an early election. And
Mm-hmm.
of course, we saw how his political career evolved, even though he still went on to become an ambassador for our country. But what I
And
am saying,
history has been kind to Sandy.
history, yes, because you see that 93,
History
that
has
year,
been
1993,
very, very kind to Sandy.
yes.
Despite the Grand Old Duke of York, the Calypsos, with Sam back down in your back, all these kind of thing, bongo song, all
Mhm.
this kind of stuff. History has been very kind to Erskine Sandy.
Absolutely. And but the point I'm making is when you are a serious politician,
Mm-hmm.
you do the work.
Yeah.
And you have to do the work. You have to appreciate that. From time to time, you ain't gonna always be in power. And you're going to, from time to time, have to back yourself for the opposition. These last two parliaments have had no opposition, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have gone through a period now where a lot of these young politicians who flipping boat and jumping into the BLP and just because they're seeing that as the opportunity, they haven't got an idea what it's like to sit in opposition. They
But you
just
hear,
have an idea how to be plucked from one side to the next because it is influential. That is not good politics, in my opinion.
well, it is where we land ourselves in for numerous reasons. But beyond being an opposition, it also shows up in the quality.
Oh yeah,
Despite what me might say and others might try to say, it shows up in the quality of presentations you get from some of these guys that try a thing
try
and
a thing, man.
getting on the court tails, sorry, on the court tails of Mia, never done anything, never sat in parliament, never had the responsibility of it, but now they end up on that side. And I think that's why even it shows then when you see a number, despite having 30 nil, a number of people from outside the 30 are being asked to hold ministries because you just ain't got the talent there.
No,
Despite the fact that they're getting in, they don't have the talent. They're righty coattails and they're getting on the wave and what's not. And they're righty coattails. And I think the country over time will be a bit poor for it.
absolutely, absolutely, and that brings me right back full cycle to Lynette Eastman.
The net Eastman.
Lynette has ran in a number of campaigns. She keeps coming back, as I said, consistently,
Mm-hmm.
but she is not getting the votes. So there's an issue there in her being electable in a seat in Barbados.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think in this lineup that she will garner a lot of votes. And in saying that, I think the perhaps the most confusing campaign in this whole election cycle has been what has happened with the coalition, because I think the coalition lacked visibility and it was too confusing the way they structured themselves. It became too hard to follow because they wanted to go under the umbrella of the PCP and still they wanted to be autonomous. And I just felt that that was too much messaging for the population to really try and decipher. So you're running for the NMP and you also running on the PCP. We didn't want that. We want simple messaging that we can understand. So I would be surprised if she contributes a lot in this race.
She won't.
No,
If you're gonna, you can't merge in optics only. You got to bring together the platforms and do that. And that was not the case under that.
no,
And for that reason, that's why the FOD more cut through than the guys in the PCP. They just didn't cut through at all. To be honest with you, apart from my guy up in St. John, you hardly knew that they were there.
yeah, and Kimar,
Kimar.
yeah, he did a lot of social media videos, highlighting a lot of issues, which I think were very good and very relevant and credible, because there were a lot of questions that were not being answered by the government in this campaign and were being kind of plastered over. And I felt that he did a really important service in trying to shine a light on them. But I don't. It felt more. It didn't feel like a political party. It felt more like
A pressure group.
yes, that's it. That's the word I'm looking for.
A pressure group. And this is what I come back and said in earlier. You got to understand why a political party exists. Are you existing to win the reins of government, or are you existing as a pressure group? And if at some point you might say, I'm focusing on a constituency because this is what we can do in this constituency, okay, not a problem. But you got to be looking to get the reins of power. You can't just be a pressure group. When they come to elections, especially with all the noise, social media, the money being spent by the big parties, you're gonna just get drowned out. Unless by accident something that you say happened to go viral and people agree with you and you got some name recognition. But other than that, you're not gonna cut through. And unfortunately for Nellette and the team, it just didn't cut through.
No,
Despite I really did like some of the stuff that Kimar was saying. I actually watched a lot of his videos and he was making a lot of sense.
absolutely. So, like the boxers at the city of Bridgetown have just arrived to be counted. We're being told. So, we'll see what happens with that one. The question that was posed there on screen by Sandra Walker. Sandra, how are you? Hope you're having a good evening. How can the vote in public determine actual performance, not just being a seasoned performer in trying to get votes?
To be honest with you, when it is a case where the incumbent party is so strong, with the others, you really got to be looking at presentation and looking at what's feasible and how they look. With David Eswick, I think this question came up when we were speaking about St. Philip as well with David. He has a track record that you can judge. You know what I mean? You can go back and judge his track record between 2008 and 2018 if that's what you want. So you can judge him on that. As far as Karina is concerned, you really just got to look at her performance and see how she presents herself. But really, it's up to you as to what's important to you, what you hold dear, and what you see presented in front of you. You know, but you had two candidates that were judged previous records, Kay McConney in the last 7.5 years, and then you had David Eswick in the previous 10 years to that as well. Karina is the person that was coming new, and if it was her, Katrina, but with a misspelling that we saw in the 2022 election, then you have something that you can judge. Have you seen improvement? Have you seen them putting forward a good manifesto? Is it presenting itself well? Is it plausible? Is it the shared worldview that you have? And that's how you got to take it. It's personal. It's a personal thing to you.
So, look, we got two more constituencies that we are tossing into the battleground. and the next one is St. Lucie, actually. And St.
Lucie is interesting.
St. Lucie is interesting, but I think St. Lucie is interesting from a competitive point of view. And you see that point that you were making earlier about name recognition. I don't know if Peter Phillips has that. You know, this guy in the incumbent in St. Lucie.
I don't know. Someone in St. Lucie, if you're from there, you're on the ground, you would have to tell me, but I don't know. And we're going to go through it, but some of the strategy that the Democratic Labour Party use in picking candidates and where they're putting them, it just seemed like you go here, pick your straws, and whoever get this straw, go here. And in some cases, because some of it from a strategic perspective and previous performances in election don't make any sense.
No. So what was really interesting was the fact that the Barbados Labour Party almost chose to launch off their campaign for this season in St. Lucie, with the big party that they had on Erebara there. And I just, in fact, we can come to them as well. There's so much we can come to over the course of the evening, but let's stick with Phillips and St. Lucie. St. Lucie, if you look at it historically, right, and it has a very strong Democratic Labour Party base. Remember the Kelman years?
Yeah.
Which were quite long. He lost out in 2018. But the reality is there is still a legacy of the Democratic Labour Party in St. Lucie that is quite strong. And I think it makes St. Lucie a competitive seat because the DNA of some of it feels
it should be
very it feels very Democratic Labour Party.
Yeah. Now
it then swings back to, okay, what kind of campaign has Peter Phillips ran over the course of this election cycle? I don't really think it was that great again, but I only speaking as somebody who watching through YouTube and watching these platforms and seeing what's going on. And it just didn't feel as though it was punching through from Phillips for me. No.
It didn't. And it would be interesting if you pull up when Verla ran there in 2022 and see how she did. And clearly she's not running in this election. No explanation, I believe. but she was very active on the campaign trail. I know we're going to get to her later on as well, and I think she did brilliantly. Maybe it was the pressure not running
Verla
as
was
well on the campaign trail.
fantastic.
I thought she was great. Um,
Let me see what we let me see
but
what we got.
one wonders what was the strategy of not having Verla return, and that might be personal reasons. I don't know. I'm just looking at it just through the numbers and through musing for myself. But putting someone completely new there,
Mhm.
and then it not really, it didn't really catch a fire, if you know what I mean.
What was interesting about Verla in 2022 was, and I don't know because I think Verla comes from St. Lucie. Her family's from St. Lucie.
Hmm.
When you start to look at the data around how people voted in 2022 election in St. Lucie, right? If you take these boxes out here in the eastern side of St. Lucie, look at this. This is Verla and Peter Phillips in this LE1 box. Okay?
Hmm.
Neck and neck. LE2, neck and neck. LE3, same thing again. LD3, same thing again. So there's something with Verla that is really strong over in that
There was an
eastern
opportunity.
eastern
That's
side
what
of
I
St.
mean.
Lucie, right? But watch what happens with the vote as you come away from the east of St. Lucie, right?
Hmm.
Somehow the vote just falls away. She's no longer anywhere near him. So I don't know if the western side of St. Lucie and the northern side out here by Crab Hill, where I don't know how the campaign drifted across St. Lucie, but
Mm,
clearly in the east, she was really, really strong.
mm.
And it's interesting to see how she parallels with if you go back to Kelman, for example, we don't have him in 2013, but if you look at the 2018 vote with Kelman and see whether or not you get that same repeated profile in the East, you generally don't because Kelman tended to, and 2018 is a bad election to look at, to be fair.
Yeah, you can't, 20,
Because 2018, we know what was going on. He
20
didn't
years.
get beat, even if he had Jesus on his shoulder, right? So it didn't make the difference. So what I'm saying is the 2022 election with Verla in there was really, really strong neck and neck.
Mm,
And she ran Phillips quite well, but it was regionally based.
mm.
How these others are going to run him down now, this time round, will be interesting to see because I don't know.
It'd be interesting. Is he from St. Philip? Is he from St. Lucie?
Phillips,
Yeah.
that is one question I can't answer. I don't know the answer to that one.
Because again, I don't know whether it is not running. That's up to her. That's up to the party and what's not. Looking at the numbers, there was something to build upon. And let me be honest, in St. Lucie, this was another seat that potentially should have been on the board. That's why I keep saying, however this night finish, the DLP can be looking at kicking themselves left, right, and center because they just can't keep it together. They're just getting in their own way, man.
Yeah, and as you said, Verlo, perhaps as a returning candidate in this election, in that seat, may have contested it better. But I don't know. There was something. There was something about her performance as someone who didn't have the weight of being a candidate in this election that was different. Your screen gone blank for some reason, Dre. You still there, audio wise?
Yeah, I still here.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just see in a black square, but I can't see you anymore. So something is
Let me see what
happening
going
on
on
your
here.
side. So, Glenford, I see you there. Yeah, you're back. From St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome. Good to see you
Welcome.
and welcome. I know you guys have had a recent election in St. Vincent as well, and that has brought a new government to power. So
After many years.
after many years, yes, Prime Minister Gonzalez is no longer there. So
He's still fighting though. He's fighting on his own in the opposition.
now you know he can always fight.
Yeah.
He's the last of a very unique breed of Caribbean politicians. I think both him and Mia Motley.
Very much so.
So the last of the battlegrounds, right? And I don't know how you feel about this one, but
You tell me. Let me see.
I can pull it out here, man. The last of the battlegrounds is a seat that has been around the houses. Is St. Michael Northwest. This little fella down here, right?
Mm-hmm.
St. Michael Northwest. The incumbent is Neil Rowe.
Achievements.
My blood sister let me laugh, man.
Okay.
Yes, him of achievements fame, um,
Amongst other things.
amongst other things. But he's been coming out quite strong in this particular election. Now, so Michael Northwest is an interesting seat because this is the old Chris Sinclair, Clyde Maskell, um, Lawson Weeks seat.
Mm-hmm.
So I, if you look at the name recognition of Neil Rowe, and we can get to some politicians that we have called the non-talkatives.
Yeah,
We can get at them soon, right? Because
the bike carriers, the hangers-ons, the passengers. That's
there
what we
seem,
call them.
there seem to be a lot of them
And
that
there's
have,
plenty, man.
yeah,
But it is inevitable when you got 30-0 though. It's inevitable
yeah, yeah.
that you can got some of them.
There's a certain amount of lackluster nature that has kind of crept into the government. Man, before I finish that, man, I hear looking at these people here behind the desk and the laptops and things looking very professional. And you watching oh, this is
Barbados today.
yeah.
Julius.
Yeah.
Yeah, Julius Ayo and Don Marshall, my politics teacher, international relations at UB back in the day. And the young guy, I can't remember his name, but he hosts a podcast as well.
Mhm.
I
Everybody out tonight,
I
man.
can't remember what it's called. But yeah, he hosts a podcast also.
Everybody out tonight. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if Neil Rowe has enough to bring back that St. Michael Northwest seat. I just don't know.
Say Michael Northwest. Well, again, technically, he shouldn't, right? Technically, let me look at the candidates that there is in Michael Northwest. If you want to go there, technically he shouldn't. But again, has the Democratic Labour Party done enough? You know, Ryan Walters has
I think so. You know,
Ryan,
I
has Ryan
got
done
off.
enough?
I think he ran a superb campaign. Actually, I think
Yeah,
he
I
ran a
think he
very
has.
good campaign.
He-
Now,
he-
whether,
he- go ahead.
now whether one of the very famous quotes that will go down in history from this election came from
Yeah,
Morley.
flower boy.
Support is flour, votes is cake. You
You
can't
can't
eat
eat
flour.
cake. Flower me. You
So-
can't flower.
Whether for all that Walters has done, whether he is able to get out his base now to get the cake, I will tell, right? Because I thought that he ran a really good campaign.
Look,
So, we will
Kishan
see.
Brewster asking if this is a website we're using. No, Kishan, we put in the work. And when you look across some of the other units in Barbados, you will see that between last election and now, clearly, they have not. We put in the work and use data and use some AI, some apps and what's not. I mean, Mark put in most of the work there, and we just figure it out. And we figured we need to up the thing on how elections are presented in Barbados because
And-
it is unbelievable to me that in 2026, no one has any real graphics or can talk you through data and what's not. So I actually don't even know what they're talking about on these other channels.
Listen, what I will say to that, right? This is how I knew we had a problem in terms of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Because what we have on screen and what we've built for our show this evening, we've just used all the data that's available from the Electoral and Boundaries Commission. But there's some real problems in some of that data, you know. You know, I can't, like, for example, I can't show you the 2013 elections data here
Data is horrible, man.
because I can't find the data for St. Philip, St. John, St.
Nothing.
Joseph. And this is an election that's more than 10 years ago. So there's, in going through this process, you get to realize that, man, we gotta work harder.
We just gotta do better,
to
man.
work harder.
We gotta
know?
do better. And
It's frustrating.
thanks a lot there, Mashmo. Mashmo, you from Church Village? Because that's so like a name that somebody from church, a nickname somebody would give somebody at Church Village.
Well, what we gotta ask
Mashmo.
is how we get that nickname. Go down the social media handle. Come out.
Mashmo. Thank you for that. Thank you for saying that. I
Thank you very
appreciate it.
much, man. Yeah, we put a lot of work into
We
trying
put
to
a lot of work and effort into it.
lose our audience.
Yeah, and because I think the audience deserves seeing stuff like this because there's a lot to talk about when you dig into the numbers and just see things in a different way beyond the la rah that you can get on the platform. Although we like the rah sometimes, and if once it don't go too far, but there's a lot more you can delve into. And a visual presentation just help shape and frame people's minds and elevate the conversation a little bit. And that's something we wanted to do this time around. But
Absolutely.
yes, I think Ryan ran a very good campaign. No,
Mhm.
I vets were ran for different reasons.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead.
because again, Democratic Labor Party. Um, let me finish off this before I get there. Let me get back to let finish off the battlegrounds before I get there because it's early in the night and there's a lot to talk about. So let me finish out. So
We,
you think this is potentially?
I
I
look.
agree that this is a battleground seat.
I think St. Michael Northwest is a battleground seat. There may be other battleground seats. For those who are listening to this carefully in the audience, I will come.
What about St. John? Did we put on our list? I can't remember. We put on the list.
Yeah.
St. John on
Yeah,
the list. We can go out there.
Yeah,
We can go out there.
there. Well, let me go there because I think St. John is the last one that we got there. So we got St. Lucie, we got St. John, St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and St. Michael Northwest. Now, look, I know there are going to be people in the audience who are going to be saying that they're going to probably come out about 12 battlegrounds. I don't think there's that many. I think there's some strong ones, and there may very well be some other battlegrounds that will emerge over the course of the night, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But these are the ones, when you look at the data, particularly in St. Philip North, Sonia's 235 and K is 440 in the West. St. John is different, though, from let me have a look there for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
St. John is different for a particular reason, I think. Because first of all, the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Ralph Thorne, has gone to St. John.
From Christchurch.
From Christchurch South.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you and I discussed this at length in regards to why Thorne will go and position himself up in St. John to contest that seat. Now, I'm of the view that I think that is a strategic error, right? But you, as I said earlier on, you are the political scientist.
Listen, everybody's a political scientist, man. Everybody of some kind, not me.
We are looking to you now to explain certain things here. No, I think Thorne make a strategic error in going to St. John, and this is my take.
Yes.
Having won 2 successful elections in Christchurch South.
On the Barbados, their party ticket, though.
Man, yes, that's true. That is true. But Bajans are understanding people, right?
We are.
In my opinion, man, yeah, we understand them, man. We cuss you, but we tell you we understand, right? In my opinion, I felt it might have been. Well, let me tell you the rationale for my argument. The rationale for my argument is Thorne's easiest path to victory. Right? I ain't so sure that St. John is an easy path to victory, but I can come back to that in a minute. But anyway, man, I think Ralph could have spent the time in the constituency, explain to the people why he has had to do what he did.
It was too late.
And create a narrative around that for his running in Christchurch South. That's my opinion, okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
To abandon, well, you know, Miss Molly lightened this on the campaign trail because she sees him as an abandoner. Yeah. So he abandoned the people in Christchurch South, man. They didn't even see, he didn't tell them that, he left, right? So she saw that and she capitalized on that, and she got a lot of political mileage out of that in the campaign.
Yeah.
Now to go to St. John, and there is something that I think the Democratic Labour Party has to figure out. And it is how they deal with the legacy of Arabara, right? Which I think is really very significant for our country, and we have to always respect what Mr. Barra did for us as a nation. But I always feel as though when the Democratic Labour Party has these big decisions to make, St. John becomes the default. Even
Mhm.
if you, even without putting the data around why you're making the decision, you've got to be data led. And I don't know why he would have chosen St. John. Now, mind you, I think Charles Griffith is one of the untalkatives,
Eh,
right?
listen.
Because I saw Miss Martley
Just shaky ground, man. This
down
is the
in Golden.
manifesto launch.
I saw her down in Golden Square, man. She must give you 20 minutes by stage, man. Charles, where you is? Come up
But
here,
I
Charles. Come up
but I
here.
think I commented on this because I said it was clear where danger lied in the eyes
Man,
of
poor
them,
Charles
which
didn't
was
even know what to do with himself.
man. Listen, Charles, like the amount of things that Martin was listening off that Charles do. Charles was like, I do
I
that
go all that.
for you. I do
Man,
that. No, and this in the manifesto for you.
what nobody you tell me that?
No, but tell me that. And even one of the questions that she asked him, he asked when she was. I can't remember what it was, but he asked when certain something was
She
going to
asked me
deliver,
when
and
the floor was coming. I think it was the floor
he
for the
said next month,
gymnasium.
and she said, "I can get
I
three
can get,
months.
yeah,
I
yeah,
can
yeah,
get
yeah.
3." That's because we ain't know. He ain't know.
Man ain't got a clue what she talking about.
No clue. No clue what going on. So, is he on shaky ground? Yes.
Now them, yes. So
The
once,
toxicity of Ralph, but it's two things. I agree with you on the data driven. He should have stayed, but it's too when he came, it was too late because the way he left was so bad. It seemed like he never went back to the constituency. And if you're gonna go back to the constituency, you gotta expect that some of the Barbados State Party people vote you because of me. Because gotta be honest, when I look at Ralph, I see a decent man, a relatively good man. I do not see a political leader, and I do not see a politician.
the man said he was not born to be. I was not meant to be here. Now we send off the first speech like in Independence Square.
It was a joke. I just don't see it. So I gotta assume that there was a huge amount of the vote in Christchurch South that was done on the coattails of Mia, and because Rob Thorne has some name recognition by then because he's been around the politics for quite some time. He's a lawyer. I think according to Mia, when she in 2018 when he was running or 2022 when he's running, he studied at Codrington College, so he had some thing as a decent prayer, but he's not a leader. Two, he left the toxicity around Ralph. Going to St. John, in my opinion, was a mistake. And this is where you've got to look at. But I get what he's trying to do it. He's thinking there's nowhere else in Barbados that he could possibly get in. And that's why he leans so heavily on Barra, as all DLP people do, and leaders do. Everybody has to go on win St. John because that is the ancestral home of
Yes.
of
That's like making the journey
Barra.
to Mecca.
It is Mecca. It is going to Mecca. So if you could go back to Mecca, and Mecca will remember you because you come on the ways and representing Barra and stuff.
But I ain't so sure that's the thing. I ain't so sure that that's the right play. I just uncertain about the play.
I know. I agree. It's not the right player at all for a number of reasons. A, the date, but in a way, he had no home. It's like, where in Barbados was he really gonna go? To be honest with you, there was nowhere that he could go when he looked around. There was just so much toxicity around the man himself, and because he didn't put in the work in back in his own constituency, it was too late by then. Nobody wanted to hear him. I understand Corey now. Corey, who's running in that constituency, last name I forget. I thought when I listened to him speak, I went, this fella got something.
No, that is an interesting digression. But let me come back. Let me get back to Corey. In fact, don't go to Corey yet. Let me finish St. John. Right?
Finish St. John. So St. John is one of those seats that Charles should lose, but again,
comfortably.
A strategic error. Will people vote for Ralph Thorne? I am not so sure. I'm really not.
I think we're in agreement. But I think the reason it's in the battleground is because it is a competitive. This is going to be
a lot of time and money gets spent in St. John.
Oh, yes.
So I think the BLP saw the tea leaves as far as Charles Griffith is concerned. But I also think I ain't too sure if people just looking at Ralph and Hanifa, not you.
Yeah.
if it was somebody else, but not you.
Yeah.
And
It comes with a
so
lot. Ross comes with a lot of baggage.
exactly. And Kimar, I mean, good fella, but I don't think he made a splash in any neighborhood. I'm sure he probably thinks different, but I didn't see anything that suggests that Kimar was going to make a splash. But again, Kimar running against Ralph again. This is something that again I keep saying. Are we going to get there eventually over the course of the night? When it's all said and done, the Democratic Party is. I think people look at the 2018 election as the main one that would tell you the direction of the Democratic Party. I do not. I don't even see the 2022 election as the election that tells you about the future of the Democratic Party. I actually think this is the election that tells you what's going to happen with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, agree.
It's not going to tell you, but it's going to, because this was the election to win seats.
But who
And
said
they will?
But who said they will not?
Yeah,
I know you think that it will be another 30 no.
I don't think it will be, but I want. But I don't think it won't be either.
And you know it's only an hour 18 minutes and the man up changing already. Man, can't change more already.
That's
man.
why I said I don't think it will, but I don't think it won't be. I think it's quite possible that they could win a couple of seats. But no matter where they stand, they are gonna look back and go, we really, really missed an opportunity.
We shoot myself in the foot. Good night.
Hard.
Good night, Simone. Welcome. Thank you for joining me. And I see a friend from the living room there as well.
I see it. Angela, yes, toxicity.
Angela,
you know me, I don't hide my mouth too. I might impact Mark because I know I see Mark doing some videos and thing. He might get a call, but because I might say the wrong thing, he might
call me, man. Call me for the door.
He might. So I might impact it, but I can call it as I see it. So that's how I see it. That's how I see it. So there are some battlegrounds.
Okay.
Somebody from the Barbados, their party tell me that even Ryan Strong, not Ryan Strong, Strong seat look in danger too. By like, really?
Who's Strong? The Money
Man Strong. But I like, no.
Well,
look. As Christchurch there in Water Street and stuff, there in Best Road and stuff, but I don't see that.
Let's wait and see then. You know, that very famous Bajan term.
How you doing, Abraham? Good night to you.
Let's wait and see. Hang on 1 second. Right, so
a lot to talk about. There's so much to talk about. I could go in so many different ways.
Don't move yet, because I want to show you something here before you go off in too many ways.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fella here we got to talk about, because the point you were making earlier that I said don't go there yet. Let's go there now, because I think he's interesting. 1 second. Talk to Abderma there, but what do you think with the results?
yeah. When do you think results are gonna come in? Not sure. It takes some time. I think, what time is it now in Barbados? Is what? I think it would take some time, a little bit of time to come in, but we're not too sure yet. But don't worry.
We were here for a long time. The last time we did this show, you know, this fella here. You got him?
Worry. Oh yeah, I mentioned him earlier.
So yes, I thought that he was one of the strongest DLP candidates.
He was a surprise
in the election. Yeah, he was. But and to be honest, I actually think he could win this seat. But again, you go back to name recognition and how much effort and strategic energy was placed on those seats that the DLP think that they have a really good opportunity to bring home.
Mm-hmm.
Corey seemed a strong candidate. Chantal Monroe is new, but she got a lot of name recognition. People know who she is. Now, yes, she was the person who was behind Carrie Festa and all that. And you know, though there are things that could have been chipped away at along the campaign trail.
Wait, you know, whenever I see this, I got to pause. Indeed. Pardua Adastra. Welcome.
Oh, sorry.
Alexandra, man.
I look at the screen at the moment. I know how the Alexandra people is behaving. But anyhow. Yeah, I think when you put Corey alongside Chantal, naturally her name recognition will sail through.
Mhm.
But I think Corey has been a quality candidate that perhaps if the Dems were more strategic in focus, this guy, I think he's a future leader of the Democratic Labour Party.
I think so.
I will go that far, but he got to win the seat.
Me, he got to win a seat. Yeah, a little quiet. But
Yes, well, that
but
too.
again, it might be new to the arena
Yeah.
because there were a couple of people that I thought were new to the arena that you could see, okay, in a few years, and also that could have been the strategy as well, for calling the election, also not giving them time to get candidates ready. I think the last time around in 2022, I think I said, as well, that one of the things that you can see from the Democratic Labour Party, and I see it again, is that you had a few green shoots that you can see the moment come too early,
Mm-hmm.
the moment come a bit too early, or even if the moment didn't come early, if you had some more seasoned campaigners that were well thought of, that are around you, that were sitting in the house and what's not, they could bring you along. I think Corey was one of those guys for me. I listened to him a few times and I was like, this fella got something.
Okay.
This fella got something.
Sorry, I had an ETA for results to start. It's currently 45 minutes.
That's all right. Sounding good.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have something. And there's a question that was posed by our producer here about young politicians. Have they done enough in the election to make a name for themselves to be seen?
Mm.
A lot of young politicians, I think, were in Friends of Democracy. I think the ones who were quite prominent would be people like Kyra Trotman, the same Karina from Friends of Democracy. Kimari is still fairly young. So, and there were a couple of young guys in the Democratic Labour Party, but I don't think their profile was raised as high. And Don Marie, I think Don Marie is a good young candidate as well too.
I do like Don Marie.
I think Don Marie is quite a strong, resilient.
I like her, and I think you saw the maturity between 2022 and 100%.
This year. Don Marie is a serious politician.
From her. She is a serious politician.
So
she's a serious politician. So I think, yeah. So there are a few people in there that perhaps the moment come a bit early, and that's when I alluded to Corey earlier, because I saw him as that as well.
Yeah, but as I said earlier, it all depends on how much these young politicians get to be able to build some substance into their profile and their work. Because particularly those in the opposition, they haven't had the opportunity really to start navigating some of the real politics. You know, when you're working in opposition life and you got to be tactful and you have to really decide how you're going to spring things on the government or how you're going to support the government. You know, all of those are very nuanced. And if you don't, and they haven't had the opportunity to do that, it becomes our democracy suffers. I know people don't agree. If you take a step back, and I know people feel that these last two election cycles have been fantastic for Barbados, or this third no, I think that we will look back on this. You see how we were saying earlier how history has been very kind to Erskine Sandiford? I feel that we will look back on this period of our democracy and realize that actually perhaps this was not as good as we thought it was. Because
I agree.
There've been a generation of people who are young politicians who have not really who have lost something in the process, I think.
No, I agree. But let me go back to Angela here because she cussing me. You know, I used to it.
Well,
because I think it's because I said Ralph had a level of toxicity. So she thinks
man, she don't like that word, man. Change the word and call it something else. She say you're talking foolishness.
Talking foolishness. She tell me. Why not Angela down how she moat like that? I appreciate that about her too. So we all like that. But that might be. But did it cut through to the masses? Tonight would tell. You know, did it cut through to the masses? I don't know. The one thing I would say though, at this election is that if you look at the crowds at the events, the Democratic, I told somebody the other day that it seemed as if the Democratic Labour Party campaign manager came on stream last week. because there was a clear difference between the first couple of weeks of the campaign
Yeah.
and the last couple of weeks of the campaign. There was a clear difference in
The upbeat
energy.
thing, man.
Is like people tell them, no, you got to get up and do this. When you lead it up, stand up on the platform, stop falling, sleep on the platform.
All right
Da
there.
da 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 da. So it seemed like FDP coming in. But when I look online though, people were paying attention. And I know
Yeah.
it's only a cursory number.
Yeah, yeah.
And let's be honest, it still was not a number as big as the Barbados Day Party one, because I think the Barbados Day Party attracts international viewers from outside as well. As you can see, even with watching us here now, I'm not saying that people watching because of the Barbados Day Party, but people across the region and across the world interested in Barbados elections.
Mhm.
But people were paying attention. Now, what we got to see is that pain of attention going to translate into votes? Did it inspire
That's
the
it.
Democratic Labour Party people to come out and vote? Because let me be honest, the guy was persona non grata for the last few months, last year or so. Nobody wanted to be really associated. And I think you saw that in people coming out as well. I mean, you saw some people at the events, and when the camera pan on them, they're hugging the head, I want nobody see that here kind of thing. I don't know if that's what it was saying, but that's what came across
Yeah.
on screen. So we just gotta be honest about that. You might be saying great things, but if nobody's listening and people still not being inspired by you to come out and vote, is an issue in an election.
Well,
Again, you're not you're a political party trying to take the reins of government. You're not just a pressure group.
yeah. Well, look, I think Barbados has a lot to be proud of in the way that these elections set aside the EBC thing to one side for a moment, because that is going to be hugely problematic, right? And very embarrassing. But set that aside for a moment. I think when you, like us, because we have to participate from afar, I saw something that I felt really proud of. I
Mhm.
saw a campaign that was very high quality. Yes, there were chances, but there are going to be chances in every election.
Every day. You can't do that about that.
I saw a political machinery on across all of the parties where people understood this is how we just do it, right? People would come out, bring the chairs, sit down in Six Rows, or sit down up in Gall Hill, or down in Orange Hill, or wherever.
Hmm.
Just come out, engage,
Hmm.
right? It seemed as though the campaign itself was very, very safe. And this is something at the outset. Remember, I tell you, I a little bit concerned about if we can have a safe election, because of all the violence and stuff that's been happening. But funny enough, that didn't play itself into the election.
Like how bad boys
And
get jobs.
well, that's what I mean. Putting equipment and all that kind of
The bad boys that had no flares. So
keeping in there quiet during campaign. But I think it's something that we should be really, and again, just as I feel quite strongly about the 230 nils and what it's done to our democracy, and how we cut our teeth and how younger politicians cut their teeth, I feel we have something that we have to safeguard around how we do these election cycles,
we
and
do.
how people feel they can come out and wave the flag and have the noisemakers and participate and listen to the jokes. That is how we just do it,
That
right?
the songs.
And oh my goodness, man,
You
this
can get
is
the
the
songs right.
best ever campaign when it comes to songs.
I was telling to myself, was it that I wasn't paying attention before? I was being too
No,
serious,
that the thing this
or
year.
were the songs this year really that good? Cause let me tell you, I was in these songs.
And we got some of the good ones for when I hear tonight too.
I was in these songs, man.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
The
These
sounds
say
sweet.
something.
The sounds sweet, especially that one from St. Philip and DLP. That sounds so good. Well, let's see if we can put 9 tents in crop over this year.
Right, but my man Patel saying that the LP would get at least 3 seats,
Which tree, Patel? Me can't be so general.
and you can't say definitely at
get-
least. You gotta say they can get definitely.
You ain't even sure yourself
You
when
like
you
you ain't
saying.
even sure.
When you saying definitely and you saying at least. If you saying definitely, tell me which tree you think they can get. Put them in the chat, man. Let me have a conversation. We would like to
Exactly.
look at the candidates and see if they match up with our
But
battlegrounds too.
to your point, though, in speaking about what we have something to safeguard, I 100% agree.
Mhm.
But I believe that from a system perspective, we need to take it to the next level.
Okay.
I think calling I know people debating about this. I see Peter Wickham saying this was not a snap election. This was that. But actually, this election was called in 211 weeks. I think the only other
Mhm.
fastest thing to be called was Sandy. When Sandy called elections, I think it was like 164 or something weeks. And then the next one was 2022, that was in 190 weeks. So this is one of the fastest elections in the terms of election cycles in Barbados. No matter how you want to put it, I believe. Subject to correction, but as far as I see,
Mhm.
that's what I saw. Um, I think it does us a disservice. I know people would say it's fun. Oh, yes, call us appellation, catch them off guard,
Man, that's
catch them off
foolishness. I don't
guard, all
agree with
this
that at
kind of
all.
nonsense and thing. I really, really don't believe in that. I think for a healthy democracy, it is good to have robust debate where everybody's prepared to have that debate because you know when that debate is coming. I really think we need to change whenever we get wrong to it, if we get wrong to it in this election cycle, to have updated constitution since for the Republic times. I really hope that one of the things that in there is either fixed term parliaments, and you know when elections are, elections will be called in this time frame at this time around this time, and of course you can put in things in there for if there's no confidence
And
motions and all
and
this kind of stuff that
and in addition to
triggers the
that,
early election.
give Bajans outside of Barbados who contribute to the economy of Barbados
Oh,
a vote.
oh, a
Come
lot of
on.
people don't agree with that, but the senior
They
live
could
out
just
here
they
and
could
you want
disagree
to
as
solve
much as they like.
elections.
They could disagree as much as they like. It is FB are gonna we like to pretend big, right? That's how we just be sometimes. We like to pretend big. FB can pretend big. Let me do the things that the big people just do then. Give me a postal vote so I can
Mhm,
participate properly and stop
mhm.
fudging the thing. No,
No, Clifton. I see Clifton. Clifton, we got their numbers too. We can show you some stuff
I
here.
get let me
This is
put
a
it let me
long
put it.
night, We can get to
Hey,
a
man,
lot of
so
things
much ready to go in
tonight.
the bed. What time is in
This was
Barbados?
coming, Clifton. You sleepy? This was coming. Don't worry. We got a lot of stuff here for you. Show the one that shows us
I
voter
have taken
turnout
to
over time.
I can put it to the I sorry, what did you mention?
The first one that shows voter turnout over time before we delve in deeper. So we can show
I'll give you the
people.
observatory and look back at the elections. So
Yes.
if we look at that for example, because it is interesting to see where some of the votes peaked and when, right? So if we look at this over time, you got me on screen there, right?
Yeah, I got you.
So if you look at turnout in Barbados, going back to the 1966, I mean, you can understand why the 71 election would have been have an 80% turnout because it was the first one after the independence, you
Mhm.
know. And if you look through the, but that is where it peaked. And if you look through the 70s and 80s, we've been oscillating downwards in terms of
Mhm.
turnout. Now, the average over our elections has been 65.8%. Now, bear in mind, all of this is from the EBC. This isn't any data that we've made up. We've pulled
And
this
the
all out of the
EBC just
EBC,
tell me that
right?
271,000
Right.
out of 282 eligible to vote. I don't know about that, but
But we can only go with
we
what we
gotta go with
have.
the numbers that we
And
got.
this is what they're telling us, right?
Mhm.
But when you look at the peak for, say, like for the Democratic Labour Party, their peak was this win that they had in 1986 with Mr. Barra.
That was
This, well, sorry, not well in the 80s, because you can see clearly the highest peak since the 70s
mhm.
was this one here. But from 86, we've been falling away. And if you look at, all the way through the 1.5 years, down under 60%. And then we get to these two here at the last two elections. Even though the 2018 election was below what we know to be the national average, which is around 65.8%. 60% for an election turnout, you would still say is still pretty healthy, pretty
Mm,
decent, right? Because a lot of people still don't vote. But
mhm.
to drop to where we went to in 2022 at 42%, that is really stark. And when you start to dig into that, this is why we were starting to do some social media posts on, but who's actually not voting in Barbados? And
Mhm.
when you dig into who is voting, you know who it is? It is the men. The
We
men in
men.
Barbados have
Only
deserted
we
the ballot
men.
box. They've gone. They've gone from around the ballot
Mhm.
box. They are not voting. And when I was looking at this, I wondered, well, why is that happening? And I came across a piece of research that said if men look at a competition and they perceive that the competition is already won, they can look at two people and think, well, he can beat she. They ain't vote.
Don't bother with that.
That is the reality of how men's minds work. And that's what the research is telling us. So in Barbados, where you got a small population and a small number of people who turn out in 2022, you can see where the frustration can start to breed over the course of the parliament, because a lot of the people who haven't voted might not necessarily agree with the policy directions, but they haven't participated. So we've been sliding down this scale over the years, and where we land, I think where we land tonight is going to be skeptical, because we're starting off tonight with, I say tonight, well, we're starting off from a position of we questioning the list and the registered number of voters. And, you know, it is this that we question it, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember when I put this up, you messaged me and told me, my daddy, I seem very high. And it was like, this is what it is. In 2022, 266,000. But that's what EBC is saying to us. So, but this is growing and growing and growing over the course of all the previous elections. And now it's off the scale, because the elections today now we're told is 272,000, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But there are problems with the list. So when you start to get into the detail of what is really going on with the people who are voting, you get down into this question of actually men. And as I said to you, I think there's a real structural issue around men in our society that we have to address, whether we like it or not, right? Now, I know we ain't here to talk about that, but there is a real problem when we got men running women running Cub Scouts. We got a problem, man. We got a problem.
Ooh. Well, that's been happening for years. I mean, when you look at most things, let me be honest, and this might be a little bit controversial, but most of the economic activity and thing in Barbados is women, man. When you look at who buying houses, who building houses,
who going to universities and getting degrees,
universities,
women,
who doing that is women, and rightfully so. The question is, what's going on with the men? Just what out there skinning wheelies and doing the mufflers and humbugging people in the neighborhood and that kind of stuff,
making a nuisance of itself on the highway. Come on, man.
Let me be honest. There's two men here talking, so men, if you don't want to cuss me, feel free. But it is what it is.
We gotta do better.
We gotta get in there and think. And I actually think, when I look at how Miss Motley is governed over the last 7.5 years, I think she's come to the same realization that these men like a pappy don't. These men like a fat pork that you're eating there, so that just fall off and you're going to bite it and level. Oh, it got too soft. The main pappy, you know, when you're eating a golden apple and you didn't realize that you got one of them dumb pieces in the middle, and like you just get that pappy piece.
Yeah,
I feel that there's a view that is the way how some of the men are in Barbados, and therefore they're not thinking. And I believe that she looks at it that way too.
Yeah, so
and I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that
it is what it is. Yeah, and it plays out in I don't know what happened there. And it plays out in the data in the election. So whilst we might see turnout is low, and you kept hearing people saying voter turnout is low, but what I was saying was, yes, it's true, but go further. It is the men that are not coming to the ballot box, and I this is not very scientific, but you know the quietest groups that I've been in over the course of this election, you know which ones they are? The ones with men. The men is saying, listen, they got some groups that are in, and you won't believe there's an election going on in Barbados. The men ain't got a word to say. Nothing. Quiet as a mouse.
The men in the chat room can get you for saying so.
Nah, the man won't say nothing. But I didn't think that these men live in Barbados.
Well, there's just not a real interest in voting.
But this is the problem. You got to lean into the thing. You can't just say I'm happening over there, so all of them doing and doing. I care about that. You better try and care, because this is the country that we live in and we children can live in.
You got to. That's so the whole.
If you don't care, you can wash your hands of it. Stand there, see what can happen.
No, the politics can impact you one way or the other.
Whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not.
So, Clifton, it is a long answer to your question about turnout versus the historical. We've been sliding down the scale since the 71 election. We landed in a really bad place in 2022, and it can take us a long while to kind of unravel where we are with 2026 when the numbers start to get validated at the end of this election, because there's a lot of work to do.
You can take a look. I want to jump in because we jump.
Wait. Before you jump in, let's go back to Patel for a moment because Patel has nailed his colors to the mass. He
I saw
said
him there.
St. Lucie for sure. St. Michael South Central.
I don't see that. I say Michael Northwest. Yeah, we put that in there.
That's one of the battlegrounds. But I know South
That's one of
Central.
the battlegrounds. I
South
ain't sure
Central
about South
and
Central.
Cattle or Humphrey. Can't remember which one off the top of my head.
Kurt, I mean, I can tell you here now. I don't see it as that, but
Okay. Good night to our friends from Jamaica who've joined us. Welcome. Mm.
I want to touch on something there because as I said we can be all over the place because we just going in on everything to do with this election. Some of it you kind of reserve for saying because you know when you're comment on certain things at home, it's almost seems as if a lot of people to just lose the ability to think or the ability to critique. And sometimes it's feel like if I support you, I can't critique you.
Man, you gotta be balanced.
You know, and you got to be balanced. Even in election time, you gotta be willing to critique. And to me, what is transpiring today, and I don't know the impact it's gonna make, but as far as people not being on the list and voting and that kind of stuff, I think the Prime Minister missed an opportunity to show that we got a different kind of politics that we going down with over time. And it was known the issues with the list and stuff on the EBC, and not just the list. Because I think when you kind of reduce it to the list, it becomes and sounds like a political thing, right? We knew that the voter registration stuff needed to be cleaned up in the EBC. We knew this for years. Ain't nothing new. There was an opportunity, and there's an element. No, you're almost damn if you do, damn if you don't, because the Prime Minister shouldn't get involved with the work of the EBC because then it looked like you're interfering, and then it looked like if you are padding votes, and then you open yourself up to all kinds of criticism and allegations and all this kind of stuff. Look, so I know it's a two-edged thing, but come on, when the EBC tell you 272,000 eligible Bajans in the country of 282. And when all of the statistics tell you that between 21 and 23% of the population of Barbados is under 18 years old, I'm sorry. I wasn't that good at maths, and it took me about 3 goes to pass first year stats confession at UE. Don't judge me. But even I know was something wrong. Something is seriously wrong. So you open yourself up, but you call it election anyway when you knew that those things were happening, the issue. No, again, is it your right to call an election? Yes, of course. Nobody is saying not. No, some people can say, oh, but the people was telling people come and check out the elections last year. Nobody is saying that. But we know this is a huge problem in Barbados. So you open yourself up for that attack. So when I see the conversation going in, saying how Ralph Tarn making Barbados look bad, nobody making Barbados look bad. You open the door, and this is politics. So you open the door to get criticized on that point, and it was deserving criticism. So I don't believe in that. And now it is showing itself now, apparently, and we got to wait and see how many people it actually impacted. Would it make an impact? I don't know. But how many people got letters, they were on the list, and then they gone there, they're not on the list. Or last week they were told the polling area was this place. This week it was told it was somewhere else. You know, it was a mess. I think you had the opportunity, considering how early you call the elections, to wait, allow things to get cleaned up, and go forward. Look, and again, let me be honest. Me and Motley was not in danger of losing this election. So this is what I call using your political capital for quote unquote good. And if there's one prime minister that has the political capital to do some stuff that need to be done, or to, or to take the high road and the high ground, it is this one. Oh, my camera playing fool. It is this one. But for whatever reason, on many occasions, she refuses to.
Yeah, well,
and I think that's ground to be critiqued on, whether you support her or not, guy. You gotta critique it.
Well, look, let's listen to what she said, because I think for our audience who's across the Caribbean who may have missed this, let's just a little clip of what she said.
We spend our time trying to protect the reputation of this nation, and we go to great ends to protect the reputation of Barbados and Barbadians. And I am not going to, under any circumstances, agree that it should be sullied. And therefore, this morning, I took a decision. I spoke to the Secretary General of CARICOM, and I spoke to the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, and I will do what Barbados has never had to do before, because both political parties exercised a level of sober maturity in the conduct of elections prior to this moment. But I am not going to allow anybody to put this country's reputation at risk. And I've therefore asked both of them, and they know it is a late request. I've now signed the letters to them. I've copied the letters to the President, His Excellency, Most Honorable Lieutenant Colonel Bostic. I've copied it to the Chairman of the Electoral and Boundaries Commission so that he may share with all members. And may I remind you, Mr. Thorne has 2 members on the Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
All right, let's leave this Marty there, right? You got a problem. You have a problem with your camera tray.
Yeah, I don't know what's
I
happening.
don't know
to
what's
it.
going on there.
Sometimes it's going off, and I don't know.
But her response was really interesting to that particular issue, because I felt it was a classic diversionary response, right? Because I don't think anybody was really talking about observers. Observers wasn't the issue.
No.
Where observers come from? Huh?
And and someone said there, observers they gonna fix the list.
Well, you get
So
how we get there? But
it was
it was diversionary, because it's almost like, you know what, I can throw this out here, because if there's one thing that Bajans like to hold sacrosanct is the dollar and the vote, right? Mm-hmm. So let me get some attacks on this one here. But I think people who recognize the seriousness of the issue.
Hey, Didi.
And hey, Didi, good to see you. And it didn't quite work. But we had always said from the time this issue broke that, look, you see this can be a problem on election day, this will be a problem. Now, it just then depends on what steps do people want to take, having been disenfranchised in this way. Because we are too good in Barbados at hollering out when something happens, mm-hmm, and not sustaining the effort to make something happen post the issue. But so it will be interesting to see how this plays out post the election.
Yeah, but this is what I mean, that you've got the opportunity based on all the promises to do politics differently. Mm-hmm. And we always talking about some foundational stuff that we need to fix in Barbados, even as we talk about all the transformational stuff that you want to do. I think we had this conversation earlier or probably yesterday. We talk about transformation, this transformation, that, but there's some fundamental things that we need to fix that are foundational. So when you're transforming a bad process, a bad system, a bad, you know what I mean? And this was one, I was disappointed. You know what I mean? And even though I see people all across the political spectrum saying, oh, yeah, he making Barbados look bad, this and no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Actually, in my opinion, your response made Barbados look suspect. In my opinion, because sometimes you could tell a lot from someone's response, mm-hmm, based on what they do and how they behave and how they do it. You run and call electors for what? Nobody.
Mr. Thorne may very well have been politicking along the line with some of that, right?
It's politics, and to be fair, she was politicking too.
But the reality is, he is right on that issue to call it out the way he did.
He did,
because you can see that this is going to directly affect a lot of people.
Yeah,
and I felt in that instance he did the right thing. He made the right call.
I think so.
So if somebody can't take a step back from the politics and the yard foulism of what we get into, right? Come on, man. You got to be able to be objective even when you are supporting one side against the other.
I like what you said there about yard foulism, because we got to think, because if we see any of them in the comments, guys, this is what you're going to get if I see any yard fouls in there. I got you. So don't get any comments down there, because we can give you that first thing.
If you see me bring out your phone, you know what happened.
Well, look, Mark, we promised people that we're gonna get some interesting people passing by, and giving us their 2 cents worth and joining the
Absolutely.
conversation and making our conversation richer. We can be jumping all over the place because we here for the long haul. We here for a long time, well, a good time too, but not just a good time. And we got some people that can be passing through. And one such person we just saw just popped in there as well. So we want to bring her in. Should we tell them or should we just have it be a surprise? Because I don't know. This is really this is making this show feel special because
Man,
this
they
making
said
me
we don't
feel
know
like
the body, They said we don't know nobody.
well, I don't know. This putting me in a different
Let me
in a
butter my shirt
different light.
properly, cause my shirt not brought back and all kind of
You know,
things. So you know when people come to your house,
you understand. So
you
we're
let
gonna bring
yourself
in someone
peace.
into the living room and we're
Yeah,
gonna
man.
just have some good conversation. I ain't gonna even tell you who it is. I'm gonna let that person speak for herself.
Go on then. Good night.
Trisha,
Hello.
how are
Are you
you?
Go
Say
again.
that again.
are you hearing me?
I am hearing you. Yes.
Okay.
There's a little bit
Um
of background noise, but we will make it work. Don't worry about that.
I am. What noise are you getting? Because you shouldn't be getting any
Kind of
noise.
like static, but it's
Got a
fine.
fan on,
Oh,
man. The fan running.
All right, all right, all right. Yes, it sounds like a fan or AC.
it probably is the AC.
Is the AC. Not a
Y'all
problem.
don't want me to melt, right? So
No,
Of
no, no,
course
no, no,
not.
no, no, no,
Of
no.
course not. Of course not. Everybody give Trisha a good living room welcome, please. Trisha Watson, well-known attorney in Barbados. And I I don't want to say, I know I've seen people say you're an activist and that, but I don't like that phrase. I think you speak on issues that need to be spoken about. And I appreciate that. And I think Barbados appreciates you as well. So welcome and thank you for taking the time. I know you've got other engagements, but you took the time to come and have a conversation with us. So thank you for that.
thank you for inviting me into your living room. Obviously that's a privilege, you know. When the person invites you home, you have to really appreciate it and give your all,
Mm,
right?
I appreciate
Um,
that.
when you speak about me as an activist, I remember very early, and it was probably around the COVID time, and there was a lot of conversation online. I started to say a lot of things, but at the same time, I also got into the rate case, the electricity rate case, as an intervener. And I called myself an advocate, and a friend kept saying to me, "No, Trish, you're an advocate. Sorry, you're an activist."
Mm.
And so, and then, that's what the media has taken to saying. And I guess I've simply accepted that label. It's
Okay.
what it is.
This is what
If
it
you, if
is.
you look at it as being active and taking action, then yes, I'm an activist.
Okay. Okay, not a problem.
Awesome.
But thank you very much for taking the time. So we were talking a lot. I know you were busy in other places, so you may not have caught a lot we were talking about. But obviously, we're looking at the campaign as to where we are and just our thoughts about it. How did you think the campaign did as far of serving up and making Barbadians aware of the issues and potentially giving them enough information to make decisions? How did you find that?
But the campaign was very interesting. There was a lot of information. Whether it was valuable information is another issue. So I
Hmm.
think we saw a heavy use of artificial intelligence. What can we call them? Um, Infomercials.
Infomercial, yes.
And if you really listen to them, some of what they were saying, you thought, huh? And also, sometimes the you have a feeling of dissonance when you look at the graphics and so on. There was a lot of that. It was overwhelming, and a lot of ads, particularly from the Barbados Labour Party. I heard people, particularly people with Samsung devices, complain about the ads popping up constantly. But I found,
Wow.
even for me, going online, depending on where you were, constant ads popping up, and that became overwhelming.
Mm.
As far as the meetings are concerned, some of the meetings are what they are. You might get some information, or you might simply get data. I attended two manifesto meetings,
Hmm.
and one of them I thought tended more, that's the Barbados Labour Party, tended more towards information. The Democratic, I didn't stay for the whole Democratic Labour Party meeting. It was rainy and so on, and I have my kids with me, and you know how young people could be. They had had
I'm
enough
ready to go home.
appointments.
Maybe going home.
Yes, that is what it is. And
You
I said,
ready?
I told y'all, do not come with me. Anyway, but I think when I look back, I did look back at the meeting, the online feed, and I thought it was not as informational, which I actually thought was a missed opportunity to say this is what is in our manifesto. Here are some of the details of our
Yeah.
proposal. But each organizer, each party will decide what it is they want to do, and
Mm-hmm.
they in different directions. Unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to attend any of the Friends of Democracy meetings. I had hoped to go to them all, but you know, life
Like,
intervenes,
yeah.
Of
life,
course.
I,
and
I
so
I agree with you on the Democratic Labour Party's manifesto launch. I must admit, I didn't understand it. I For what it was supposed to be, I didn't understand it. And then um and then Ralph came up at the end, and he almost it was almost as if he forgot the manifesto was launching. He just started talking. And I was like, what is happening? I don't understand. I don't understand
and
what's going on.
I think for a party that hasn't spoken a lot about policy,
Mm,
when people kept saying, "What are your solutions? What is it? What are you going to do differently?"
mm.
They missed that opportunity because the manifesto is long, 80 something
It's too
pages.
long.
Nobody's reading that. People like me
No.
might maybe, and but to wade through it all and read it word for word, and especially when it came out, and of course at the same time you're trying to digest whatever else any other party had put out. I thought to be on stage and to say this is what is happening,
Hmm.
this is what we are planning, these are our key proposals. That was the opportunity to do it because of course you'd have the audience who was sitting there or standing there at the time, but then all the people who would come and watch after would get a snapshot of what you're proposing without either wading through the manifesto or dismissing it for that
Mm,
matter.
mm. No, I agree. Anything, Mark?
Well, I was just listening very carefully, Trisha, because
Hi
I
Mark, we've not met.
Oh,
good
Right.
evening,
sorry.
welcome, and
They've met Andre.
Our Manalise, I apologize. This
don't
is
don't
Mark, our
don't don't,
co-host.
don't worry, man. We good, we good. Um, when it came to the manifesto launch of the Democratic Labour Party, first of all, I thought the manifesto was too late. I didn't quite understand the strategy around going to that final weekend um, to launch it.
Mhm.
And then, of course, when you then get to the launch, it felt a little bit confusing. Now, mind you, I felt the Democratic Labour Party's manifesto felt more collaborative and cohesive in places, in terms of some of the policy directions that they were looking to pursue compared to the Bees. I felt the best manifesto of the lot was the Friends of Democracy, which felt youthful, fresh, progressive, and had
Albeit they
a
want to hang people, but
yeah, yeah,
we will
yeah,
leave
yeah.
that one
I
alone.
don't think they'll get elected, but I think there were some really imaginative ways to
Mhm.
kind of refocus Barbados in different directions. And you can see this is coming from a youthful group of people in terms of the thinking. So I felt that was quite, I felt their manifesto to me resonated with me. And
Mhm.
obviously, others will resonate with other people. How did it actually feel for you being on the ground? Because I'll be honest, these last 2 weeks have been fairly hard for me because I've been up too late. When y'all starting y'all meetings, it's time for us to go to bed, and it's like, oh my goodness, man, I got another meeting tonight, and but you can see what's coming through the screen, but you get a feel when you're home, and
Right.
I can't feel it. How did it feel being in Barbados over the course of the last couple of weeks?
So obviously it's exciting to some degree. There is, I mentioned before, the theatre, and
Mhm.
of course you see things roll out on the ground progressively. For me, as a vocal person, I found myself involved in some of the national conversations, so there's that element for
Mhm.
me. I also have a first time general election voter. She was able
Yeah.
to vote in the by-election last year, but general election is different. And so I intend on having her experience the meetings because that's a different feel altogether. And streaming is, convenient and all that, but a lot is lost when you're just hanging out in your home and streaming.
Yeah.
And so I think we didn't get the opportunity to go to some of the types of meetings that I would have liked her to experience. However, what I will say is, for me, the couple of meetings that I managed to attend felt low-key compared to meetings that I've attended in elections in the past.
That's interesting.
And
Is that
yeah,
both parties, you think, or you
maybe
don't
it's
need
the
to call out
mistake.
one?
I would say one in particular, and the excitement wasn't there, the energy
Yes.
wasn't
Yeah.
there. And one of the things that was remarkable to me also with the Dems manifesto meeting is that you get a call to action and there's a building up and a building up and then a crescendo and the leader comes on and all that. I didn't feel that at all, and I'm comparing that to not to the other parties' meetings, but to previous
Previous.
meetings in previous elections. 2022 was special, obviously. We were all at home. But 28, well, all the ones that I've attended, and I counted the number of elections that I've been able to participate in and observe. Actually, I've been going to elections in Barbados since I was about 6 years old with my grandmother. You can stand around and fall asleep.
Yeah. Me too. I like elections.
And
Elections is
so, it's going all the way back there. I can remember being present at some of the big, well-known, they go down in the annals of history meetings.
yeah.
So, judging, that's my yardstick. I would say that the meetings for the Democratic Party, the one that I attended, was low key. But also, I mean, you had people there and they were dancing their placards and support their candidates, but something was missing for me. And I would say somewhat also for the BLP meeting that I attended, but I think that meeting tended to be a little bit more serious. All the people were there. It was a sea of red. You had the dancing and the partying when the candidates were approaching the stage and so on. But still, it wasn't the kind of like more jocular atmosphere that you might tend to have at some political parties. Sorry, at some political meetings. And then, of course, we're here for the election controversies, of which there were many. And I would expect that experiencing them remotely, you'd feel a little bit detached from the conversations that we were having here. And of course, the conversations, again, multiple platforms. There's the ever present, ever loud, in the sense of you can turn up your volumes, brass tacks. There are other talk shows, I presume. I don't listen to them religiously, but I tend to participate in brass tacks from time to time as a guest or a contributor. And of course, there would be the social media, which was on fire. People expressing their opinions. And I actually think that went beyond what we saw in 2018 and in 2022.
22. Yeah.
Because you had the influencers who we've come to know, but you also had a lot of individuals who said, I am going to post my own messages and give my own impressions of what is happening in
In
my
Barbados.
country in this election. So I think that increased, and that lent another layer to the election conversation. And then, of course, you have the other social media. So you have the messages going around on the chat apps and so on. And so it was very busy, very active. There came a point where you heard people saying, I've had enough. I can't wait for it to be done.
Oh, wow.
That started to happen a lot this week. And I think people started to feel overwhelmed. That's the truth. There were a lot of candidates, over 100. And so you would imagine that everybody's trying to get their message out there. And for me now, I have to say, I don't see a lot of the canvassing. In all the years that I've lived in my neighborhood, we've had one canvas.
Let's constituency are you in, Trisha?
Sorry,
Which constituency are you in?
I'm in St. James North,
Okay.
and perhaps that's understandable. But where I lived before, I didn't
Mm-hmm.
see much canvassing either,
Mm.
and so that part of it, the whole motorcades and the people coming out and speaking to you and all that, I've not participated in that for a while. We had it in the by-election though.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Mm-hmm.
some of the first. You would expect that there was more focus,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because it is just the one contest as opposed to trying to stretch yourself across the 30. And so those are my impressions of the meeting, the campaign. When I asked my voting child and the younger
Mm-hmm.
one too, I have a 13-year-old, and she's come along to the meetings probably
Mm-hmm.
because she just didn't want to stay at home. Um, and she would give her impressions as well. And again, they tend to make a distinction between the parties based on the the excitement and also the demographics. So they found that the Democratic Labour Party didn't have a youthful feel,
Agreed.
and the Barbados Labour Party perhaps a little bit more so. But
Mm-hmm.
then the Barbados Labour Party also has a platform that incorporates other elements, entertainment elements
Mm-hmm.
that would appeal across the spectrum.
Do,
So there's that as well.
do you think, because this is something that in watching the two campaigns, it felt like if the Democratic Labour Party wanted to so disassociate themselves from anything regarding entertainment that they were prepared to run as far away from that as possible. But at the same time, there is a certain way that we do these type of that we do elections. It has a certain vibe to it, and there's a certain level of relax. It felt too serious in places, and I think there was a lost connection there for any youthful person or young person who wanted to look to connect with a party. I just felt that they didn't quite get the message or the balance right between being serious, but at the same time, listen, there's a certain way that we do these elections, and we can't all be so stiff and serious every moment of the way along the way.
Don't you
I,
think part of that is a money issue?
It could be. I was gonna say that
I think
actually.
that was part of it.
The
And then too,
well,
the Prime Minister has finessed that aspect of campaigning.
I don't
And
know
it
if it's all about money in that
also,
regard, though.
it's a combination.
money is part of it because you do have to pay the
You got to
artists
pay the entertainers
or
and artists and stuff.
provide music for you and so on. But also, when you see the number and the profile of the people who perform for the Barbados Labour Party,
Oh yeah.
you understand that they're operating at a level that the others haven't been able to achieve. But that allows me to segue into something that has been of concern to me,
Mm-hmm.
because I think what that has done and the way that the Barbados Labour Party has approached elections since 2018 is that there is a tremendous gap to bridge for the other party, notwithstanding its challenges.
Hmm.
Even if it overcomes those challenges, there's still that gap to bridge. And of course, all the more so for any other parties, new, existing, and for anybody who thinks they may want to have a hand as an independent. That makes it very, very, very difficult to compete
Yeah,
at the same level. And it's troubling to me. I know how I would fix it, and I would fix it by campaign
campaign financing.
Mm-hmm.
regulation and public
Hmm.
financing of campaigns and auditing
Yes.
of the campaign expenditure so that you can, it's
Yeah.
not going to be foolproof, but you could level the playing field to some degree.
Yeah. But
It might have a slight gradient, but the point is it wouldn't be pitched like this.
yeah.
And that's a challenge, because also when younger people decide they want to get into an election campaign as a candidate, and they may be with a party that can't necessarily give them that level of funding, and so for them to find funding to compete also is another issue. So we saw that also in the Democratic Party itself,
Mm-hmm.
where one candidate in particular had this grand campaign
Mm-hmm.
compared to all of the
Oh
others,
yeah, yeah.
I would say, including the leader. that was fascinating to watch.
Yeah.
And you could sit down and in your brain it was cha-ching, cha-ching. You're splashing out some serious money. And that particular candidate, which is Brian Walters, St. Michael, Northwest,
Northwest.
Northwest.
was clearly competing with the Barbados Labour Party
Yes.
Yes, but
at the
I
level that the rest of the party was not, in my view.
agreed. But beyond campaigning and the amount of money that goes into it and the way how campaigning has changed since 2018, I think it permeates even beyond just campaigning itself. I think even when you look at the manifestos and the presentation of the manifestos and the direction of the manifestos and what they speak to and how they speak to certain things, I think the Democratic Labour Party is playing catch up in understanding, whoa, things have changed and how and what people want to see. I'm not arguing about whether the content is good or whether the content is accurate or deliverable. I'm not arguing about that. That's a different argument. It's about the present, how it's presented, what it's saying, what is it talking, speaking to. Like the two, if I look at those two manifestos, one spoke a lot to governance and what's not, which is the foundational stuff, which is absolutely correct. One saw your dream and an aspiration and somewhere to go to. And there's a lot to be said for that. And I think that the Democratic Labour Party in the last two cycles too has not realized that that landscape, which also permeates into the actual campaigning landscape, has changed. And they almost feel like they're trying to, no, come back to talking quote unquote serious things, come back.
Yeah.
And people going, no, we ain't coming back.
Yeah.
We want this. You know what I mean? And
Entertainment
they haven't figured it out yet.
has become very important. That's embedded now. I don't know how we get away from that if we want to get away from it. But and perhaps there will come a point when the other parties, we're not going to single out the Democratic Labour Party, when the other parties do catch up. But they will have to obviously build that platform. I'm going to use that language specifically.
Yeah.
And you have to cultivate relationships, and you also have to, people have to feel like they want to come along with you, which is, I think, part of what goes on with the Barbados Labour Party, where many of these artists actually do have a relationship with the Prime Minister and they want to come along with the platform. And so the situation is multifaceted, clearly. And the Democratic Labour Party, has spent so much time having to sort out internal issues. It's lost time.
Which still hasn't happened yet, by the way.
Yeah, after tonight.
I said earlier, you probably didn't hear me say, but I said people think 2018 was the election that quote unquote skin at the DLP. I don't think so. I think what happens tonight will be the barometer to really Democratic Labour Party is.
Yeah.
And whether or not they listen and they hear, I don't know. But it would say a lot.
Tonight will be a turning point, one way or the other. So they either get some seats and get to move forward with that political capital, or they get no seats. And
And then
they
who knows?
face again the prospect of the rebuild and the regroup and the reboot and all of that kind of stuff. But
No, I was gonna say I have a slight bone to pick with you a little bit on that subject when it comes to the Democratic Labour Party, and I'm sure you've been asked this a lot of times. So Mark is probably hearing me talk about this quite a lot. About one of the things that I have always, not always that, but I lament about in recent times about the Democratic Labour Party is its inability to attract quote unquote serious politicians. It seems, and you can define serious in a number of different ways. I'm not just talking about people who can get out there and speak, because to me that's not necessarily a politician. You can speak, so what? And whatnot. I mean, people that in
not all
politics.
those, but continue.
No, I mean some people. No.
That's part and parcel of it. Yeah.
That's part and parcel of it. But there are a lot of people who can perhaps speak pretty, but they're not necessarily true. But they ain't built for this. You know what I mean? And this is a dirty game. Let me be honest. It's a dirty game when you're dealing with with your opponents, but it's also a dirty game internally. And I feel sometimes the Democratic Labour Party seems unable. Folks within it don't seem built for it. And I don't want to say that you are not built for it because I think you are. So I sure I speak for many people in Barbados that I feel disappointed that you are somehow not running in politics, involved in, and I don't want to say for necessarily for or against the Democratic Party. I don't care, but you're not there, even though your voice is heard definitely across Barbados. So any chance you might be coming back to elective politics? And this is my bone to pick because I feel you should be there. If I was there, I would have fought you, Karn, and make sure that I would whisper you need to stay.
Right.
Come
I
on,
know
let me
this
know
is
if
a
we got
tough
some
question.
breaking news.
I know this is a tough question, but I had to ask as I got you there.
It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
Obviously, one. You know, when the former leader of the opposition crossed, he said you need a mass-based party. And on the run-up after the elections were announced, I was inundated with calls and messages and so on from people who said, "Trisha, will you run as an independent?" And as I want to do, I thought about it, gave it due consideration. I didn't think it was a viable option.
Hmm.
I do not think Barbados's political culture makes it a viable option
It
if
doesn't.
you are trying to win the seat. That's the caveat. You could run, you could
True.
run, and you could have a platform. Some people said to me you'd have a bigger platform and all of that. So you could have objectives that accept that you won't win. For me, if I did it, I would be in it to win it. And
But
so I thought, given all the things that we just talked about with how
yeah,
politics campaigns are operating in Barbados and so on, and I think also our political culture where Barbadians simply can't, don't seem to have come to the point where they can see an independent as a viable.
I
And
disagree.
but
You
we would
is the
need
only
to,
person in
yes,
recent
but no,
times.
no, 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 no,
I
no. And I tell
disagree.
you
I'm
why.
fighting you on this.
I'll tell you why. I'm going to fight back. I'll tell you why. Can't you get elected as a constituency representative?
Yes,
It's not a national campaign, so
agree.
it's right there in the constituency on the ground, and all of what that means in campaigns today. And that actually was the consideration for me.
Mm-hmm.
If it was about national recognition and acceptance and likability and all that, it would have been a no-brainer for me. But to get into the constituency,
Mm-hmm.
to be on the ground, to do the things that I think you have to do to be a successful constituency candidate, certainly it would be too late for me to have
Mhm.
done it now.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it is something that a person could decide they're going to do and then set out to do that over a longer period. But I think you would still be having to change how Barbadians see voting, because Barbadians will say things like, "What's the point in voting for independent? They can't do nothing for me." Or in a stronghold, "What's the point in voting for the non-success tending or the candidate whose party would tend to not win because they can't do nothing for me?"
Mm.
As opposed to thinking about it as representation and the possible ways to represent the people, even if you're not in cabinet, sorry,
I,
in parliament.
in Parliament.
And so I believe that we it requires another step
Yes, I agree.
in our
And a bit of
political maturity.
machinery behind you and stuff as well. That
And
makes
so
the
you
thing.
really would have to be organized and all that. Certainly, the
Mm.
timing for this election would not have worked, and I still feel deep down inside that it would be still a difficult proposition. I'm going to put it this way: it might sound a little narcissistic or conceited, even for me.
No, you've earned the right. You've earned the right. Go for it. You've earned the right.
But so then that comes to the party becoming a candidate, and one would have to have a party,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously there are people who decide I'm going to join a particular party because I think that's the best vehicle for me to move forward. Um, I know I tend not to look at life that way. I guess I would have to look at life that way and say, you know what, I'm going to join the one who's likely to win
Mhm.
and leave it at that. And a lot of our successful politicians did exactly that. They didn't join the party because they had some philosophical connection or they believe the party's policy in the party's policies or philosophies, and we're seeing that right now in this campaign
Yeah.
where you can see people struggle to articulate that feeling of being part of that,
Connection.
not just the connection but
The prince or hold the same
being married
principles
to
and what's not.
the
Yeah.
principles and philosophies of the party.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And so that in addition, so I'd have to look across the spectrum and say this is the party that I can be in. I made a decision to come out of the Democratic Labour Party. The factors that fueled that decision have not gone away.
Okay.
Therefore, I
Yet.
am not a member of that party. And of course, we can say look at one of the new parties, and that is not that's an option,
Mhm.
recognizing that a new party means that there's a lot of work to be put in to build that party, and you have to stick to it, and it's going to take some time for that party to itself be seen as a viable option by the voters. And so those are all the ingredients that you have to put in to the pot
Mhm.
and to make that decision about if you are going to be involved in active politics. I suspect, wait, I suspect that we're going to see some by-elections
Mhm.
in this next parliamentary session,
Mhm.
and so there may be those opportunities to, jump into the fray.
Jump into the fray. Okay.
Otherwise, we're looking at anywhere between 3 to 5 years.
Oof.
Interesting.
If the PM remains the PM based on what she's done over the past 7 years, we may be
Mhm.
in an election sooner than you would.
Sooner than you think.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I sure speak for many people when I say I appreciate and we appreciate that even though you've stepped away from your political party, you have not stopped, quote unquote, for the lack of a better term, campaigning on behalf of Barbadians in different
Absolutely.
areas and many different areas. And I respect that a lot because so many people either leave a party or decide they're not running and you
Just
don't hear
disappear.
from them on
Just
anything.
disappear. Absolutely.
All of a sudden they
So,
become academics and they don't have a view on anything. And like, wait, hang on, you had views before. Now all of a sudden there's no view. And
right.
and many people do that, have done that over time. So I really appreciate what you've done and what you continue to
and,
do.
and I started long before I joined the party, and
Exactly.
long before the senatorial stint. And so, and it was unassociated with party politics. It's political in the sense that I would comment on public policy matters, and obviously
Mhm.
you would be commenting on a government and its actions, but it was never about that, the party. And I'll tell you something, when I started the rate case advocacy, that intervention, there were people on both sides who approached me and said, can I get involved? And I said, no, because it's apolitical. It's not a political issue. It is a national issue that goes to the heart of consumer protection in this country, and I'm not going to let it be politicized. That was
Hmm.
always very important for me. And since I have come out of the party, I have, and I mean, I commented on things long before joining the Democratic Labour Party. In the last election, when there was this move to change the constitution to put in the 18-year-old or however old he was at the time,
Hmm.
and allow the two Democratic Labour Party senators, I commented on that publicly. And I like to think that my voice has some impact on what ultimately happened, which was that there was no constitutional change.
Hmm.
And since coming out, a lot of people don't know this because I just quietly did it, but you would recall the tent announcement, and it was made one day, and we had maybe 3 or 4 weeks to be compliant apparently when it was supposed to kick in. And the day before it was supposed to kick in, I sat down at home and I said to myself, but this is such silliness because you just can't do it so. And I
Agreed.
took social media and made my post. And I predicted that the deadline would be extended. And 2 hours later, the Attorney General was in the public saying we're extending the deadline by however many months. And then they made another extension. When they finally passed the law and order and they said you have a month or whatever, I took again to social media and I said, but you still haven't given people enough time, and this is how I think you should do it, including having a stakeholder meeting to find out what is really an appropriate length of time to allow the number of cars that would have to change state to change state. And we got another extension. And now that is activism. I would put up my hand and say, yes, that's what it is.
Well, look,
so I've done it before and I continue after. And regardless of what happens in this election, I will continue.
Excellent.
Well, if the chat here is anything to go by, Tricia, there's clearly a lot of appetite for Tricia Watson to make that decision and to nail her. Come on, let's be able to see that name so we can put a next to it. But listen, before you leave us, when people come to your house and you got other people coming, sometimes you either want the people that you got in to leave quick and go on, or you want them to just hold on because I got somebody that I want you to meet, right? So this is one of them situations where we got somebody we want you to meet, right? So let me bring you in here now quick. And I'm being very presumptuous here that you two might not have met, and I do apologize if
we've not met.
So
something tells me y'all gonna get on like a house.
It would be very disrespectful of us not to allow you two ladies to cross over as this conversation moves from one place to the other. Tricia, this is Rhoda, our very good friend from Trinidad and Tobago, who I would probably describe her as one of the most influential voices in the Caribbean, but she might say, Mark, don't say so, right? Rhoda is one of the most influential voices in the Caribbean.
Oh my God, Mark, that's a bit much.
A bit, but absolutely correct.
Don't let her downplay it, Tricia. This is facts, right?
Rhoda, I am pleased to meet you. Good night.
Tricia, I am very pleased to meet you as well. And may I say, your hair is fire. I am sitting here burning up with hair envy and thinking to myself, my God.
you know the hair. So you talk about things that you have to put into the pot when you consider running. A few years ago, I've had my hair natural since 1990 something. So long before it became popular. And a few years ago, I shaved my head. It was like this, and I shaved it all off. And I was intent on keeping it like Andre's, you know what I mean? And I think COVID happened, and it couldn't get. Well, actually, I kept it short for a while, and then I got lazy about it, and it started to grow back. And I'm now back at the place where people expect my hair to be, and I would like to shave it all off again. But now I have to say, but what would my public say about this if I did it?
I think your public will love you nonetheless. I mean, if you want to shave it, shave it. I was sitting in the room and just thinking, in the green room and thinking and admiring it. It is lovely. It makes quite a statement. I mean, if you said nothing at all, the hair alone would make a statement. So it's a pleasure to meet you, Andre and Mark. It's so good to be, back in your presence. I mean, I was coming on thinking that I would just, talk to you guys really quickly, and then the conversation, it was just going so well, because I don't know as much as I should know about the current elections taking place in Barbados. So it was it's good to be in a position where you're the one sitting down listening to the conversation as opposed
and
to
get some context. Yeah.
And get the context, because I'm so often having to lead a conversation and guide a conversation and inform a conversation. So when you're finally in a position where you could just kind of sit back and not have to say too much, is great. Good evening, Blair. I'm seeing Blair Blenman on the chat there. Good evening. Blair is a fellow Trini. I don't know if she's in Trinidad, but Blair is a fellow Trini.
We got some Trinis in.
Trinidad featured in our elections.
I'm shocked.
Is that election interference?
Yes, it is. I will be blunt. Yes. Yes,
But
yes,
there were it featured in two ways, and at least and Jamaica as well, and there was a lot of commentary in the other spaces around the region that was also fascinating to me because I don't think I had seen that before, and a lot of reporting and then commentary. So
I
that
think
is
this
another element actually that I hadn't mentioned before that we're seeing a lot of.
I think this year or this election for you guys is the election where it has been the most overt and the most obvious. So Andrea and I, we were having a conversation this morning, and that's where I'll take off from that conversation I was having with you, Andrea. And
You
Andrea,
can't
first,
carry on.
let me apologize for huffing and puffing in your ears this morning. I was walking up a hill while we were
I
having
could
that.
hear you walking. I could hear you walking. Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all.
Right.
But before we
So
go, Trisha, I know you got other engagements to the night. You got
Yes,
to.
I'm checking on. They were having some really serious sound issues, so I'm actually checking to see if they've come back to me, if that's been solved in any way. It's not looking that way. So what it will actually do is go out,
Yeah,
see
that's
what's
fine.
happening, and
And you can dip
come
back
back
in.
when you can.
And
Yes,
you can dip
but
back
thank
in.
you.
No
Just
problem
in
at
case
all.
I don't get back,
It's been our
thank
pleasure.
you so much for the conversation, for the invitation, and for your hospitality in your living room.
No, thank you very much. Thank
You're
you very
and
welcome.
much.
thanks for your input, Trisha. I mean, the 20 minutes that I heard was it was worth hearing.
Great. Thank
You
you.
you
Thank you
you
for
you
that
two need
feedback.
to make that connection
Yeah,
beyond
I believe so.
this
I
place.
believe so.
Okay?
Because
So we will.
you think it's time for us to take over and lead the region.
I feel
Make
so.
the
I do
connection.
believe so. I do
Uh,
believe so. We need to see new faces for sure, and we
New
need to.
faces, new faces, new ideas, and new approaches. Because it feels
mm,
That's
like musical chairs. It feels
mm.
like
that's
musical
A
chairs.
little bit. Yeah, yeah. Too many
and that's what it
dynasties.
feels like here in Barbados. And definitely, a change is needed. You get that a lot among the younger people as well. When I
Mhm.
spoke to my before I run away, because I've been interacting with the elections as me, mature, longtime voter, and politically engaged person, and my 18-year-old, and obviously her perspective is different. And
Mm.
very early she said, "Mommy, I'm independent. I don't care who y'all voted for in the past. I'm independent."
Good
And I
attitude.
said, "Fine, that's fine, and that's a good place to be, because you get to not be hemmed in. You can be
Mm-hmm.
open minded, and
Mm-hmm.
make your decisions and so on." And so obviously there's the tradition of you vote for the party that your parents grew up supporting and what have you,
Mm-hmm.
and so you follow them. You get that becomes part of your DNA, and it's hard to break those bonds.
Yeah.
And so I was very heartened, but again, for me, I was particularly heartened because it meant to me that the conversations they're hearing in our household and in our groups allows them to be open-minded and to
Yeah.
make their own
And that's a
decisions.
good
I
thing.
pat myself on the back for that.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times I would say to them, it's very funny, the conversation, what do you think about X? Notwithstanding what happened with me and the Democratic Labour Party, what do you
Yeah.
think about X? And so they're able to not take up my fire rage, and when it exists, because it's not always there, and to make their own determinations about how they feel about what's happening politically. And that is both of them, the 13-year-old and the 18-year-old.
Okay.
Mm.
And that's really important because it also means that they're open to what is happening outside of Barbados in the world. They can assess what is coming to them and all of the information and make up their minds about how they feel about it without having to filter it through me
Mm.
and dad. So that's really important. And so she fed back to me a lot about how she felt about the meetings, how she felt about the options that she had to vote for, and even having that conversation today about what are the options in our constituency, and talking about the different candidates so that she can make a decision about who she would vote for.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that conversation is actually happening in a lot of households. I
Mm.
think a lot of young people are disengaged,
Mm.
and that too is something that we have to think about. And part of it is really conditioning and training, that you got to talk to them about it. They need to understand why it's relevant to them.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, they need to be encouraged to see it as relevant to them. But of course, it means that the system has to give them something back. Because a lot of them say to me, young people, as I'm going to put it this way, as old as in their 30s, say, it don't do nothing for me. Politicians don't do nothing, and not in that kind of handout way, but they can't see how the policy making and the politicking
They're
is
not seeing, it's
starting
not
to.
connecting. It's not
That's
connecting
correct.
to them. And I can understand. There
Yeah.
is, I mean, there are a range of things. I think different demographics are experiencing different things. So there is voter fatigue with some demographics, there's voter apathy, and then there is that voter disconnect, where they're old
Yes.
enough to vote, but they don't know why they should vote. They're not
But
clear on why voting is even necessary for them, because they're not seeing a relationship between themselves and the governance structures around them.
that's correct. And I had a conversation today about that, and about the fact that young people also, that's the age to be real activists, to
Mm-hmm.
fight and be rebellious and question the
Mm-hmm.
establishment and all that. And it's not happening to the degree that you would expect, especially when there's so much change occurring, and young people just seem to take a lot of it. And I think what has happened also is that there has been an orchestration of youth activism. You understand what I'm saying? Where politicians have said, I choose this youth and I call them a representative, or I call them an activist. And they're put out there with that label.
Yeah.
And they are political. They're
Yeah.
actually not representing,
No.
they're not an activist, they're not representing a
No,
particular
because
program.
they're not engaged. They're not engaged in their own grassroots organizations
Correct.
involved in activism. And you know
Correct.
what?
They're held up as such
I'm gonna I'm gonna blame our
automatically.
I'm gonna blame our education system.
Mm,
I'm
I
going to blame our
agree.
education system. I am not talking about your education system in Barbados, because trust me, sister, I will never speak on behalf of any other Caribbean country. I am
Mhm.
talking about Trinidad and Tobago's education system, because I work in our education system.
Mm.
And I don't see how our education system is facilitating that kind of transgressive behavior. Our education system is facilitating assimilation, and it is facilitating following up a particular line and length and path. It is that is what it is. That is what it rewards. That is what it is facilitating. But
That's correct.
actual rebellion, actual transgressive thinking, actual experimentation with a range of ideas, no, it's not pushing for that at all.
Mm.
And I see it in lecture rooms, right? Because I'm doing lectures on a weekly basis, and you're there, and you are trying to, in your own little corner, encourage a particular kind of thinking, a particular back and forth and give and take with respect to ideas. And everybody is afraid of well, let me not say everybody, the majority of the students are afraid of stepping outside of the box, because they're being consistently taught and reinforced with the idea that if you stay within these frames, that's how you're going to be rewarded.
Hmm. That's true, and the rewards are real. So you get to progress in your chosen field or what have you if you quietly come along, and I think, let's say, I'm going to be hold up myself as the poster child for why you should not get engaged in activism in the country. I don't.
This is where the two of y'all need to speak, see? Because you talking to the
So
wrong body when you say so.
I have not. The truth is, I actually haven't fared badly. People would be concerned about my professional well-being and so on. I've not really had that experience, but you may or may not know that I have been cursed more than once on the once by innuendo, and once it was obvious that they were talking about me from the floor of Parliament. And somebody said to me the other day, Trish, your name was called on the platform a couple of times, which I found to be amusing. And that is chilling if you are made up that way. And a lot of people feeding back to me were chilled when I shrugged it off and said, well,
Mhm.
so be it. I think also there ought to be fixes to that, because I don't think that any politician should be able to stand up in Parliament and defame, vilify, verbally attack any private citizen and
I
claim
agree.
parliamentary privilege. And that's something
Oh,
that has
I
to
agree.
be
I
addressed in
agree
our
entirely
parliamentary
that
reform.
those kinds of power abuses should never take place. But that's where our, well, again, let me not speak for any other country. That's where Trinidad and Tobago's democratic governance system has gotten to, where you have public officials, senior public officials, powerful public officials abusing their power and authority to lash out at people in the hope of quelling any sort of opposition to them, right? Any opposition to anything that they're doing at all. And like you, I would say that I am more aligned with one political party than another. I've not been in the parliament, but there are ways in which, in terms of the political commentary that I've done, there's one party that I favor over the other party. And even when I spoke out against the party that I favored, there was backlash. I mean, I was prepared for the backlash. I knew what the backlash was going to be. I knew what the pushback was going to be. But at the same time, you are thinking to yourself, but it shouldn't be the norm that I know this is going to happen and I know that is going to come.
Agreed. And I think it will be a very important issue for us going forward, because I believe that Barbadians will have to step into the breach again, but be more prepared to step into the breach, not just one or two voices out there being the most vocal and most frequent voices. And because we will need that level of scrutiny and oppositional activity, because I think we will likely see the Barbados Labour Party return to government. It is a return to power. It is a third term, and they probably will have a large majority. Therefore, I think even if there are no opposition voices, then clearly you will have to have Barbadians represent their own interests in scrutinizing governance and policy and so on. But if there are few opposition voices, we will still have to step up as citizens and scrutinize government activity and speak out and criticize or critique policy and demand change where we think it's necessary and so on. So people have to feel that they can do it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people would be very wary of having to face that kind of attack. I use that term because that is exactly what it is.
I didn't think you were exaggerating at all, and I agree with you. I think it is entirely understandable for persons to be afraid of those kinds of attacks, because even if the attacks are not physical, verbal attacks have an impact. Psychological attacks have an impact. People sending you nasty messages, that has an impact. It unsettles you, it disturbs you, it frazzles you. And I mean, I've had a fair amount of that.
You also don't know about supporters and what they might do and how they might behave and react as well, right?
So that is, and I've not had that kind of direct.
You never know.
Direct message, nasty messages, or that I know people have. I've not experienced that myself, but certainly I have had the attacks from the political class. And for me, why would you be so bothered by the people who voted you into power saying something to you about exercising power, and then claim that you are married to democracy and it's important to you? Because that is part of the democratic process, and that is part of the conversation that we need to have in Barbados, which says to the people, understand this: democracy is not voting every 5 years and then shutting up and going away.
No, it's a daily thing. It is actually a daily thing.
Active.
And we have to practice democracy and tell our politicians, you have to practice democracy.
Yeah, it's an active participative thing. Now, I get why the average citizen thinks that it is something that happens only every 5 years or every 4 years, depending on if you're looking at general elections or if you're looking at local government elections, right? Whichever type of elections you're having. And in the it's often because they think that the only time they are exercising power is with casting a ballot.
Yes. And
But
that's what
there's
they've been told.
it's what they've been told, and it's also where they can see a tangible result, right?
Yes. Yes.
Other kinds of activism require that you be prepared for incremental change or no change at all.
Yes.
And if if you if you're thinking, if the way you're thinking of effort and action is, if this doesn't happen, it means that the thing has been useless, it doesn't make sense to have done it, then you're going to decide long before you start anything, I'm not going to bother. Why would I put effort into something like that? And I also think that there are ways in which our ideas of democracy and our governance structures seem so abstract to people that they don't see how participating in a democracy actually makes sense to them beyond the tangibles. And then campaigns, our campaigns, certainly in Trinidad and Tobago from 1960 162 come down, our campaigns have always had elements of transactionalism to them, where you get something in exchange for
something.
voting.
Yeah.
Right?
But then part of the contract means that if I give you something and you vote for me, now you go away.
Right.
As well. That's kind of what's been what's been handed down over time. You've gotten what you want, I've gotten what I want, but now you told me I can go manage now. So that's the end of that transaction for the next 5 years. I always smile when I see people in the streets supporting these guys. And I'm like, you live in exactly the same way you've been living for the last intervening time between elections. And you still behaving as if you're getting something out of this deal. You're not even exercising your voice.
I have to run.
You got to run? Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, and Andre, to be very blunt about it, the Caribbean has been in relationships with narcissists for so long that we don't know how exactly to get out of that cycle, right? Whether it was
this is true,
colonial overlords or post-colonial overlords, we've been in these very extractive kinds of relationships where we're given things in very small amounts and incrementally, and the carrot and stick and whatever else. And so that's why we will do precisely what you just described there. But let me get back to
before we jump in there. Anything happening on these elections, Mark? Anything counting?
So I was just I've been a bit distracted because we had one or two issues here.
No worries.
And we've had a delay at Sinful West with the box only just arrived about 10 minutes ago, apparently. So
apparently, okay. Yeah. So guys, we staying on top of all these things. I know a lot of you watching us and staying with us. Thank you for that. So we do have CBC, Barbados today, all these different things on in the background as well. As yet, I've seen nothing as far as results or anyone looking to bring any results.
So they're still counting?
Still counting and stuff. I see some people ask me to address something here. Since I saw both your questions there about whether or not the DLP addressed issues around cost of living and crime and health and bread and butter issues. I think they tried. I think it was the cost of living was a big theme of their campaign over time. Again, some of those messages got diluted and disjointed and what have you. But yes, they did try to do that. Regarding crime and health, I think more from a governance perspective and how you're going to do that, how you're going to address those things. I think the manifesto tried to do those things as well, and they did try to address them from the platform. You did ask the question as well, why the BLP manifesto look like the JLP manifesto? Well, according to the Prime Minister, the JLP ain't got nothing to do with them. She's PMP all the way. And so what you asking she about JLP for? But according to Mia Motley, so she was saying no, she didn't. Look, I guess it was so close you couldn't help but notice it when you see it. But the bottom line is, as well, parties look across the world and look to see what they can transplant and if it works in their in their country, and sometimes they use stuff. I think that one was so close in the way it was written and probably timing as well that it was kind of obvious. And let me be honest, something like that exists in the United States. Something like that exists in the United Kingdom for quite some time. I think the US is now looking to do something to bring in something like that. But in the United Kingdom, for decades upon decades, every child gets an investment. I can't remember how much it is, Mark, because we children all know.
They started with £200 when Carl was born.
£200, right? So
Yep.
I think when I was born, I think mine was £75 back in the day, back in 2001 when I was born.
It's an interesting policy, because what kind of got lost in some of the explaining of it over the course of the election campaign was the fact that some people actually thought that they were going to be paid that money.
Yes, that was lost.
Yeah,
and that's not it. You don't see that money at all.
No,
that money's, hopefully you get some kind of certificate to say that it's there, and it's a binding certificate of which will be bonds of some kind, similar to what the UK does, I think.
But the UK is slightly separate, because I remember with ours when the guy came to talk to us when Carl turned 18, and he said to me, "Listen, y'all are one of the few people who have actually, you could pay into yours," and I know people actually. So once it started with £200 when he was born, we actually took it and invested in it consistently for the 18 years that he was growing up.
Yes.
And the guy said to me, "Y'all are one of few people." He got so much dormant accounts.
Yes.
Of people who the government gave them the £200 and nobody did anything with it, and it just sat there, and it's compounded with interest over time. But they don't know who it belongs to, and it's not being active. So there are quite a few challenges that can arise over the course of a lengthy term like that if it's not properly managed.
Well, not properly managed and not properly communicated, and people understanding what it is. Because to your point, I think a lot of people thought they were going to get money physically in their hands. I'm not saying that that's what she said, because I don't think that's what was said, but that's what people thought. And again, going back, as you said, Ches, people look at other people's policies right across the world and see what they can transplant. This one was kind of blatant, despite, again, the usual antics from Mia Motley when accused or being called out for something. But look, it is what it is, as far as I'm concerned on that one. But Rhoda, I know we're going to jump into a bunch of stuff here, because you're I call you what? You're like the oracle of elections in Trinidad and Tobago over time. And I know you and I know you delve into what's happening across the Caribbean. Now, two things.
Sure.
Have people in Trinidad been paying attention to Barbados elections? If so, why do you think that is?
Yes.
What have they?
Yes, they have been paying attention to Barbados elections. Not I'm not going to say incredibly intensely, but they have been paying attention to Barbados elections. And they're paying attention to Barbados elections because there is a concern that there is something called a blue wave, as it were, that is passing through the entire Caribbean, all of the Caribbean countries that have elections.
Blue wave? What's that? What do you mean?
That basically the elections are being rigged throughout the entire region for particular parties to win the election to allow the United States government to have a particular level of control over CARICOM. So let me explain. Let me jump in.
You jump in. Let me hear this.
If I did the long story would go all the way back to 2010, but I don't want to go all the way back to 2010. If questions arise that allow for me to talk about 2010, then I'll do that. I'll just go back to December 2024. In December 2024, in Trinidad and Tobago, we had a little bit of a shock. One morning we got up, the Prime Minister of the country held a press conference. And at the press conference, he announced that he was going to be stepping aside as Prime Minister, appointing or selecting one of his cabinet ministers to serve as Prime Minister, and that he would be demitting public life. And he would be calling a general elections in short order. Nobody understood why. to this day, we still don't have a clear explanation for why he made the decision to resign before his
So you think the decision to call elections was called before Rowley left office?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the decision, he announced that the decision to call the elections, to call an early elections, was that he was going to call an early elections. And I'm saying a lot of what I'm saying because I spoke to persons within the party. So there was a decision to call an early elections. He stepped down in March, and when he stepped down in March, I think it was somewhere around the 17th of March, thereabouts, when he tendered his resignation as the prime minister and stepped down, and the new prime minister was sworn in. That would have happened like 10 a.m. on a Monday morning, and then by 6 p.m. that evening, the newly sworn in prime minister issued a press release indicating that he was dissolving parliament and we were going to have an elections on the 28th of April. So he fundamentally actively functioned. Let me not say actively function. So within 24 hours of being the newly sworn in prime minister, he dissolved the parliament, called a snap election. Now, there are a whole bunch of things that were taking place behind the scenes with respect to us and gas deals with Venezuela and a license to be able to get gas from Venezuela. The story gets very complex and very complicated.
The dragon fields and stuff.
Yes, the dragon fields and the OFAC license for the dragon fields. 2 weeks before the general elections, the new prime minister, who would have been Prime Minister Stuart Young, goes to the United States, goes to Washington, D.C., and comes back with the news that the OFAC license that his government had secured since 2024 had been revoked. And so we no longer had the OFAC license. And then 2 weeks later, we lose the elections, as in the People's National Movement loses the elections and the United National Congress has won the elections. In the aftermath of the elections, I'm very reliably informed that there was an active voter suppression campaign and that there were consultants, US-based consultants that were here working alongside, there were US consultants in the country working alongside both political parties, but the consultants that were working alongside the party that currently sits in office were consultants from the Republican Party in the United States of America. So not too long after our elections, you began to hear coming from the mouths of persons that were sitting in the current government of Trinidad and Tobago, so the United National Congress. You were hearing them saying, okay, so now it's St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia and Barbados next. Mind you, election dates had not been called for any of these countries, right? So nobody was, there had been no declaration yet of election dates, but there were people confidently saying and identifying these countries, right? So St. Vincent and the Grenadines gives a date for its elections. Lo and behold, the influencers who worked alongside the United National Congress in Trinidad for its elections was in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, working alongside the party that eventually won the elections in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they had the same color code, right? The same blue and yellow, right? The United National Congress changed. Well, they were always yellow as their branded color. They then changed their color for elections 2025 to blue and yellow. So they were blue and yellow, and their slogan was "Yellow is the code," right? The
slogan is what?
Yellow is the code.
Oh dear, open a can of worms.
Yellow is the code.
Yes, yellow is the code.
Open a can of worms.
No, I listen, you ain't telling me anything that I don't know, because I feel quite certain that slogan is being used in Barbados. Is it not being used in Barbados?
That's what I'm telling you. You open a can of worms.
So the United National Congress's campaign slogan in Trinidad for general elections 2025, which happened in April of 2025, Their campaign slogan was "Yellow is the code."
Interesting.
The same slogan was used in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The same slogan was used in St. Lucia, and the same slogan is being used was used in Barbados.
But I can tell you straight, if money was pumped in those elections, the DLP ain't get none.
Well,
I can tell you that as good as a saying. If they get some, they only get last week.
Listen, I'm not saying that the UNC here was in a position to fund those elections, right? That's not what I'm saying.
No, I know what you're saying. Right.
I agree. I'm saying that it's the same campaign.
The mechanism is the same. Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Same campaign, same and same rolling out and same using of influencers and same similar use of voter suppression tactics. And based on what I've heard.
Go on, Mark.
No, I was going to say, what are some of the tactics actually?
In Trinidad, so let me talk about what has happened in Trinidad and what I was aware of in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I mean, I heard there were some things that I heard out of St. Lucia, but I haven't heard as much out of St. Lucia. So I don't want to speak on St. Lucia too much because I don't feel empowered to do that. Mm-hmm. In Trinidad and Tobago, there were voter suppression campaigns. People were paid to not come out and vote. Right? So in constituencies that would be deemed PNM stronghold constituencies and in marginal seats where the voting is tight, people were paid to not come out and vote.
Interesting.
Because the sitting government won a large number of seats. So they won like 28 seats out of the 41 seats, right? So it's 28-13, that is the balance now. But it wasn't a landslide victory. Mm-hmm. Only about 53%, somewhere between 53 and 54% of the electorate came out to vote, right? So they didn't even get 54% of the vote. Of the voting electorate, between 53-54% came out to vote, and then they would have gotten the majority of votes out of that.
Mm-hmm. So let me dig here now.
Sure.
So a lot has been made about early elections being called in Barbados.
Mm-hmm.
And why?
Yep.
Right? So some would say, and people would find all kind of reasons, to catch the opposition off guard, to not let them get ready, to not let them set up and be able to fight the elections. Me a power hungry, all kind of things all over the edge. Listening to you, I'm curious. Because if I follow your train of thought, there's a potential to say if a similar thing were going to be attempted or tried in Barbados, somebody only get as far as getting the slogan, but nothing else. And perhaps you thinking an election may have been called to head off something?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Because that's what was tried in Trinidad and Tobago, right?
But you bringing out, this is a different mix here now that come in, a different texture that come into this conversation. Because this has not come up in Barbados, at least not in ordinary people's circles, of which I am one. Conversations, or has not even been muted, and have been all across social media and all across the chat.
So then let me couch it this way. If it's the same behind the scenes players.
We got declared seat. Sorry to jump in.
Sorry. Jump in.
Sorry.
Who we going?
Which seat?
St. Michael Southeast. We've got a box. That's a boxing, right? Yeah, we've got an early boxing. Give me 1 second.
That's a box. There. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
declare seat or declare box.
Sorry, man. We got our first box. There it is.
Box. Oh, okay.
There it is. St. Michael Southeast.
And we'll be looking how it look.
That's gone to the BLP.
But that's a box in the constituency.
Yeah, box in the constituency. Yeah. Sorry, the apologies.
Okay.
Yep. So that's the first one we've got. Folks, that's the
Okay.
first one we've got. The first piece of red for some of you who might want to get excited about
Yeah,
that.
so that's not a full constituency.
No,
That's
That
a
No,
is that is
it's just part of a
yeah.
constituency,
yes,
a
that's
polling
a
division.
polling division
That's it.
Right.
within the thing.
Our
Okay.
first division in St. Michael Southeast. So
So
there you go.
so
Carry on,
Andre,
Rhoda.
let me
Sorry.
no, that's all right, Mark. That's all right. I mean, is election night. Things can be very fluid. Let me put it this way, or let me couch it this way. If the same players and the same factors that were present in Trinidad and Tobago's snap elections of 2025 are currently influencing Barbados's political landscape, I would put forward as a theory that you guys called an early election to be able to stave off external influence. That's what I think took place.
Rhoda, this is a brand new thing that come into this election conversation, huh?
That's a theory, and my theory is based on what has happened here and what has
elsewhere.
happened in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and what has happened in St. Lucia, because the same campaign was attempted in St. Lucia. The exact same campaign was attempted in St. Lucia. And when the current government of St. Lucia won, the post that they put up, the image that they put up afterwards was that we broke the code. We are the code breakers.
Well, that is true because Chastanet is yellow.
Yes, and his part, Andre, Trinidadian influencers, people who are affiliated with the sitting government in Trinidad and Tobago, were in St. Lucia promoting Chastanet's platform. They were on the platform with Chastanet. I have videos that I would have shared of our soca artists being on stage with Chastanet when he was presenting candidates. And all of those soca artists are currently politically aligned with the sitting government. They were part of their whole campaign with yellow is the code, yellow is the code, yellow is the code.
But yellow is the code, yes. But there is a bit of coincidence that those parties are yellow is the main thing as well. But I wonder, is it because they think the sitting parties were... I mean, is it a case of selling your soul to the devil for power? Is that what you think the whole thing is?
I think that our colleagues up north, right, need well, let me even bother to speak in code. Donald Trump is busy trying to reactivate the Monroe Doctrine and Manifest Destiny and all of those things in the Caribbean. Right? I think that's plain and obvious for everyone to see. Right. So to be able to effect that properly, he has to be in a position where he has considerable influence with the various trading and political and economic blocs within the region. So he has to be able to exert influence over Latin America and the most powerful Latin American countries. And he also has to be able to exert influence over CARICOM. CARICOM is a series of states. We never got to the point where we're like one political bloc or one economic bloc. We're a series of states. If you have control or if you have influence, let me use the word influence instead. If you've got influence over the most powerful economic states within CARICOM, then you are in, and you can leverage your power with them, then you're in a position to have CARICOM be entirely aligned with you. And I think that is what was being transaction there, certainly in Trinidad and Tobago. And
go
ahead. To underscore what happened in Trinidad and Tobago, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the radar that was placed in
Trinidad and Tobago.
Right.
So are you saying then that a lot of this behavior, because one of the questions I was going to ask you by the end once we deal with this thing is, what really going on with your PM now? What are you doing with she down there? that might, you know me, my accent ain't that good, but the rest is tell me as a half a Trini, so I run with it. So what you're saying is this behavior is a repayment.
Yes, because our government is fully aligned with the Republican government in the United States. Fully aligned.
Yes, I see that. I definitely see that there.
Fully aligned. When I say we, I'm talking about the government of Trinidad and Tobago. We endangered the entire Caribbean because we, as in our government, is fully aligned with the United States' government. And I mean, a significant portion of the population are angry and enraged and embarrassed by it, but there's been a lot of intimidation of the population. I don't know if you know that more than 50,000 people have been fired by the government since they came into power.
Okay.
Right? So there are a number of programs where they just either shut down the program, fire people, gone into ministries and shut down various divisions, fired a lot of people. And then if you're not fired, you're certainly being threatened within your organizations and institutions. So it's been a pretty bumpy ride. It's been a very bumpy ride. And even if there wasn't the pattern of yellow is the code in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, yellow is the code in St. Lucia for their elections, and well, now you are telling me yellow is the code was happening in Barbados as well.
Yellow is the code.
Even if there weren't those overt patterns and those overt examples of influence in multiple countries, you're still seeing that there are resonances in the electoral electoral patterns from last year to now. You are seeing patterns. So even if there was no overt way to be able to pinpoint, yes, look, they're using this here, they're using this there, they're using that there. And it's not just the phrase yellow is the code, you know. It is that in most of the countries, when the elections are taking place, you're seeing the artists present and part of the campaigns. It is the first time I have noticed so many Trinidadian artists being parts of campaigns in other parts of the region.
So tell me something. Obviously, back in the day, and by back in the day, I just mean about 7-8 years ago, when you had Cambridge Analytica and stuff trying all this kind of nonsense back then, on behalf of whom I don't know, but they were trying this kind of thing. Cambridge Analytica has since broken up, but we know that the principles have scattered all over the place and still kind of started back or rekindle kind of relationships and stuff. And we also know that they tried it with Mia Motley in 2018, I believe, and she kind of rejected them straight out hand. Subsequently, we saw some racist emails directed towards her, not to her, but about her and what's not. And so it's clearly no love lost for her now in that circle anyway. I guess the question is like, what do you think? So do you think, and you can ask you directly, do you see Mia as someone standing up against what they're trying to do with CARICOM?
I think that, so let me couch it very well. I have no vested interest in who wins or who loses.
Agreed. Yeah.
Right? I have no vested interest in who
exactly.
wins or who loses. So I don't want anybody to think that I am pro this one or pro that one. I think that she has demonstrated within the last year or so that if she is the leader of a country within the CARICOM region, the United States of America is not going to be able to call all of the shots that they would like to be able to call and to do all of the things that they would want to be able to do in the region.
Because she is a strong voice, and her voice is strong.
She is a strong voice. She is a firm voice, and she she has this sort of voice where if she comes out and she says, well, no, we are not supporting this, a lot of other countries will feel, well, okay, if that's the way Mia is going, that's how we're going to align ourselves. And it was obvious last year when all of this foolishness about tensions with Venezuela began to act up, right? And we weren't, Trinidad and Tobago wasn't pulling its weight at all, right? We had a government that was clearly compromised and aligned with the United States of America and very ready to throw everybody else under the bus. And Mia, Ralph, and Dickon, and maybe I shouldn't be calling them by their first names, like if me and marbles.
We in the living room. We in the living room. We
right?
talking how we start. This
right.
is we talk right. When we talking, but we self this how we start, right?
So Mia, Ralph, Dickon, really and truly, and the guy from St. Lucia as well, right? I've forgotten his first name now. Philip, I think is his
Philip Pierre.
Right. So Mia, Ralph, Dickon, and Philip put up a front that showed the rest of the Caribbean you didn't have to be big to be able to get a bully to step back. Because when little Grenada tell Trump, now we in line, you put the radar here, he just increased the heat on Kamala, and Kamala allow it. And here's the interesting thing, right? She didn't tell the country nothing about it, you know.
I noticed that. Actually, didn't she try to say that nothing is there in a way until the pictures start to turn up?
They claim nothing was there. They claim, is I tell the country the radar in Tobago? Right? And that's because somebody sent me a picture and I was like, well, what is this? And they say, well, that is the thing that they're putting up in the airport next. I said, what? When I Google what it was and realized it was a radar, I say, well, only it have about 150 Americans in a hotel in Tobago, and it have this. What is going on? And the chief secretary claimed, well, he don't know what is happening. You on the island, you're responsible for the island. You ain't know what is going on on the island that you're responsible for. And then the prime minister, the minister of national security, the commissioner of police, everybody dancing around the issue, right? And don't want to come out and say, to date, we have never had an official address to the nation from the prime minister alongside Minister of Defense and whoever else saying, this is the arrangement we have made with the United States of America. This is how much American military personnel going to be in the country. These are the areas they're going to be occupying. This is the military equipment that is going to be here. All we know is there is a radar in Tobago. There are American soldiers and other military personnel on both islands, and their military equipment on both islands. There's been no official nothing at all. So the country under occupation, but there is nothing official to say.
Nothing officially said. Yeah, is an interesting one. And look, I thanks for bringing that angle of it. I'm gonna go research it now because I didn't go that deep into the rabbit hole to have a good understanding. But I tell you, a good thing you're saying it now, the election done and not before. You might have influenced another. You'll be another Trini influencing Beijing elections.
So Andre, right. I'm glad that you made that point. I'm glad that you raised that because I have deliberately, for every single one of the elections to the region, I said nothing. I've not come out and spoken and made those connections because I don't want anybody to say she has tried to influence the election and electoral outcome.
I could tell you that's exactly what you'll be on the platform. See, I could tell you.
Yeah, I'm clear on that. Absolutely clear on that. I know if I came out and did a series of lies to say, look, this is what happened, and look, this is the patterns, and look, this, that, the other thing. The next thing I will hear is that woman looking to influence regional elections.
No, it's an interesting take though, and it's one to consider. I definitely will go do a bit of research and try a bit of understanding of that. So it'd be interesting to know. But
there's a document that I will send to you. It was sent to me early last year, and it is an extract of some it's an extract of a document. I will send it to you for you to take a read. And
Yeah,
it's
send it
a
to me.
document. I've never made the document public at all, but I want you to read it because I feel when you read it, you will understand why I think that there is a possibility that this is not a one-off thing. I think it is a very strategic approach to electoral interference throughout the Caribbean.
Okay, I definitely will read it. I definitely read it. But whatever you could do, tell Kamala calm down there.
She ain't gonna listen. She
Tell
ain't
she
gonna
behaves
calm down.
herself.
I think that things are just going to get more and more and more interesting and exciting, but not in a good way. So I want,
Well, if you start like that in 6 months, I can't imagine what the next 4.5 years is gonna be like.
It's been 10 months thus far, and it has been 10. It's been 10 very rough months. Just before I came onto the program with you all, they've been doing this thing where like every week they've been changing the fees and fines for all kinds of things, a whole bunch of things, right? So
I saw that.
vehicle fines, going up like by 100% and 50%.
I saw that. What's the point behind it though? I don't get it.
To raise money.
I get so after all of that, you didn't get no money?
Well, they raised, I can't remember how much money they raised at the start of January, because what they did was at the start of January, when they knew people would be out and about for New Year's, all years into New Year's, they did a series of roadblocks over about a week, and it issued more than 20,000 fines or something like that. So we're coming up to the Carnival week and Carnival weekend, which is a time when there are a lot of people on the roads back and forth, going to fete, coming from fete, going to masquerade, or going to church camps and going to beach camps and going to hike and do outdoor things. And they have raised more fines, and they've added more fines onto the list of fines that they have. And they just released the fines today, new fines today. So I know, and when you look at some of the fines, you realize that Carnival weekend, those fines are going to be playing an important role. But more importantly than that is the fact that this entire situation in Venezuela has gone down and happened, and we are nowhere closer to cinching an energy deal between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, which means that our economy is floundering.
It is.
So imagine having made all of these arrangements with a government, right? With a government that you have aligned yourself with, allowing that government to come and occupy your territory in a particular way and do certain things within your boundaries, and no arrangements, nothing.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Tell Kamala at least get some money for all the trouble she went through with the radar thing. Tell she get a little pick from the boys up there in North America.
I wish that could be so. Anyhow, guys,
thank you, Rhoda.
Nice joining you all.
Rhoda, sorry, man, but I hear behind the scenes trying to figure out what we.
That's all right.
We doing some digital plumbing,
Mark,
right?
Mark, you never have to apologize to me for doing what is in you to do. I have to run off because I need to go and get some stuff done, because I came straight from work home to log in and chat with you guys.
No, thank you for jumping by. It's always good to hear your perspective. We know
Voice of the Caribbean, man. Voice of the Caribbean.
The voice of the Caribbean. Not that I'm dating you. This is an affectionate term, but we know that you're the grand lady of podcasting across the region.
You're not dating me. Listen,
I don't want to make you think you're the lady. So
thank you so much for saying. Thank you for saying it. Thank you for the accolades. Thank you for the love. Thank you for thinking of me this morning, because I would have been logged into something looking on at what is happening in Barbados, because I'm following it, right? I need to see what the outcome is going to be. Let me add a couple of things. Now, because I have so much concerns where this whole yellow is the code thing is going, obviously, I don't necessarily want to see yellow is the code triumph in Barbados, because I don't want Barbados's political will to be subsumed by the United States. But I am also hoping that Bajans show up and vote, so that it's not a situation where any one party has a chokehold on the parliament. Because Trisha was making a very important point about campaign finance reform. We desperately need campaign finance reform in the entire region. Trinidad and Tobago is drowning under the foolishness that happens here because we do not have campaign finance reform. So all kinds of people can invest in an election and then benefit from the election. You never know who they are or why until you see big contracts passing back and forth. So I think that is critical. I also think that it is critical that no one party gets a massive majority within a parliament, because it never bodes well for the people. Never bodes well for the people.
I agree with you 100%, but at the same time, the other party gotta somehow inspire people to come out and vote.
And I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm also gonna agree with Trisha on this. We're at the point where the entire Caribbean has been stuck in this kind of two-party mode. Nobody is seeing the value of either side.
Agree.
And everybody is thinking, well, okay, is the same different side of the same coin. And it is, I mean, it was always time for new ideas and fresh ideas and different ideas. But I think we're at the point now where electoral politics feels so useless to people that if there aren't new ideas and new options coming out, apathy and voter fatigue and voter disconnect could be the next stage in our democratic decline.
I agree.
You won't even be able to get people to come out and vote. So having an elections will make no sense.
No, I agree with that. And the thing is about it too, because I'm seeing it in Barbados as well, is that when one party has a stranglehold on quote unquote everything, then it means they can pull a lot of levers. And one of the levers that they can pull is that money lever and access lever. You know what I mean? And I think what's happening in Barbados and what I fear is that so many people are, what's the phrase? What's the term I'm trying to say? Are being co-opted. Because if you want to get anything done, because of how the state of government is, you got to align yourself here.
Yeah.
And when you align yourself, now you got to keep quiet.
Yes.
If you want that,
because the only way you're gonna get remuneration or contracts or jobs or whatever it is if you hush. Yeah.
And if what you're looking at is something, say, for the benefit of the community, again, align yourself here and eventually and now run on this ticket.
No, we have taken political clientelism to its most extreme levels now, and we haven't. It has us in a chokehold. It has us in an intense chokehold, because it's not only that the electorate has become immobilized by it, the politicians too, because they don't do anything unless that transactional system is in play. Right? So
Agreed.
as in the things that they're meant to be doing for their communities, they're not even doing those things unless that transactional aspect is in play.
Yeah, exactly. So the interesting thing here that you would see at play now here in Barbados, let's say, for instance, the Democratic-led party won 2 or 3 seats. It'd be interesting to see how the development, like the infrastructure programs and stuff, how it happens within those communities that are not now aligned with. Do they all come to a halt? What happens? And this is the kind of stuff that happens.
Mark, hear me, Mark. Andrew, I'll tell you what I think needs to happen. And maybe the person already exists. And if the person already exists, let me know and link me with the person. They need to have people who in a position to light a fire under the backside, who even if they are in favor of a party, so even if the person in favor of the DLP or the BLP, they're earning a salary independent of either the BLP or DLP, and so they can speak out against whoever it is they need to speak out.
That's who you just met today.
Okay, well then make sure she and I link up. Make sure she and I link up.
That's why we wanted you to meet.
Because I think that is the only way to get the region out of the chokehold that it is currently in. Governments need to start being afraid of its electorate. Governments need to start being afraid of its electorate.
And beyond being afraid, and need to start being vindictive towards them when they do speak out.
Yeah.
And I think that's the issue that's happening right across the region. I mean, people like yourself are fearless at this, and some of the others across the region, and a few in Barbados as well, who work on do podcasts and stuff. But by and large, the fear of speaking out is a very real thing.
It's a real thing.
Very real thing.
I understand it. I mean, I don't always condone it, but I understand it, because bread and butter issues are very serious issues.
It's very serious issues, yeah.
And I mean, I'm thankful. I am thankful that I don't have to have the same level of concerns with respect to bread and butter issues. And so it's one of the reasons why I continue to do it as I do, because I understand, okay, there's a particular level of privilege that I have. And this is not me by any means trying to give the impression that I have a silver or gold spoon in my mouth, because that's far from it. It is just that I am not yet in a position where anybody is threatening my livelihood and how I am earning money to be able to pay my bills and things. If at any point in time I am no longer working a job, there are people who will let me live in their house. There are people who will make sure I have food to eat. You understand? And because
but you also got to be able to risk it, but you also got to be able to accept that is a possibility and be willing to do it.
You have to accept that it is a possibility. You also have to find ways to protect your mental health. You have to find ways to ensure that you maintain a particular level of balance with all of the things that you are doing. And know when to take breaks and know when to get active and thing again in terms of the work that you are doing, because it's very exhausting. It's very draining. Very draining stuff.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
But thank you for stopping by.
I feel that that is the way forward for us here in the region. More of this has to happen. More people have to kind of join in, lend their voices. And they don't have to, I don't necessarily need people to lend their voices 24/7 the way I do it 24/7.
No.
Right?
I agree.
You jump in when you could jump in, and you jump back out.
Yeah. But be willing. But Rhoda, always a pleasure to have you in the room.
Look after yourself here and be careful.
I will look after myself. I will be careful. And I know that if at any time I'm not feeling safe in Trinidad, I know there are at least 2 homes in the UK that I can.
You don't have to worry about that.
You don't have to worry about that.
Don't even call before you come. You can just show up.
The only thing I can ask you to bring is some roti skins.
That's
all.
Of course. As a matter of fact, Andre, I won't even bring it. I will make it fresh in the house for you.
Lord. Lord. I might got to ask for permission for you to do that, because they might think you got ideas if you make it. So you better bring it.
What's she putting in there? What's she putting in there?
Listen, tell the madam she's safe. Right? She's safe. She could stand up in the kitchen and supervise the making of the roti.
Okay.
But I wouldn't, if I could make fresh roti for you, I ain't gonna bring frozen roti for you. I go come up the road and make the roti for you fresh in the house.
Okay. I with you.
All right. Guys, thank you so much. I will look out for the Andrea. I will send you that document I was talking about.
Send me the document. I want to read that.
The results.
Indeed.
Pleasure.
All right.
Have a good one.
Take care.
See you, brother.
Bye.
Thanks, my dear. Look, you're looking at how this map here is starting to.
I looking.
Sorry, but I can't really participate in that conversation.
No. That's fine.
So much stuff happening at the minute.
I guess from here, because folks, what you're looking at here is broken down like this.
Yeah.
Remember, this is not constituency. These are boxes within the constituency. So let's go through the constituency, the mark, and let me see what's happening.
Well, there's something I gotta explain to people, because this is really important. And let me go to St. Lucie, because St. Lucie will probably be the easiest place to make the explanation. Now, the way that we've built the system to tell the story for you tonight is across all of the polling divisions in Barbados. So you're going to see every polling division as it reports. But we had this problem, this particular issue consistently when we were going through the bill. And it is, I don't actually know the number of registered voters in each constituency today. So when you are looking at this, I just got to ask you to please, when you're looking at this 2026 data, so you see here, we know that 380 people voted. That is what we've got from what has been reported.
Mm-hmm.
What you can ignore is this figure here. You see this 926? This is what we had from the number of people who were registered in 2022. I searched high and low, but you can't get hold of the number of registered voters for 2026. So that is obviously going to influence the turnout percentage that you will then see up here. So our total votes is matching against the registered figure from 2022. So just ignore that. Focus on the total number of votes and how the race is emerging. Once we've got whole of the registered number of voters, we'll update our system, but that was not available prior to the election. So it's just a little thing to be able to be mindful of. So I just thought I wanted to mention that. So,
right. So what's going on in St. Lucie?
Well, the map is starting to bleed a little bit. And the race in St. Lucie, as you can see, the first box that was declared was LA 1. And that is really, it was one vote in it.
Ooh, okay. How was that last time around?
Well, last time in 2022, that particular box was won quite handsomely. This is on the right-hand side of your screen. Mm-hmm. That was won quite handsomely by Peter Phillips against Verla. But as we said, Verla did not perform very strongly in the western side of St. Lucie. Mm-hmm. So what we have to wait and see is what happens is these results start to come in for St. Lucie, how Ian Griffith will perform against Phillips. But so far, there's one vote in it, and the BLP are winning.
A slight decrease in voter turnout there.
Well, remember, in terms of the total votes?
Yes, that's total votes, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
A slight decrease there.
Yeah. So if you go down a little bit into St. Andrew, which is really starting to look interesting. So let me just pull this up. Yeah.
And so guys, if you're loving this kind of analysis that we put together, and we put together because I don't think we delve into constituencies and understand the story of constituencies enough. And because we don't get much graphical information, it makes it hard to understand what's happening. So when you see people just come and call out box 180 or box 190, the only thing that we tried to do it was missing is that to overlay certain areas of where some of these places are within the constituencies to see what's what. But we're looking at St. Andrew here now.
Yeah.
And we're going to look at it. So bringing as many people and we can do this analysis and tell us if you're enjoying it. Hopefully you are. We thought we'd just do things differently this year. Let's go.
Yeah, St. Andrew is starting to look fairly here. That's going in a particular direction. The trend is going for Ramel Springer, and that's looking quite strong. So again, if you look at his performance so far, so we've got these three declared. So AA1, which is this one right up in the top on the course, is won that quite handsomely, 109 to 48.
Lower turnout again. Compare.
Yeah. To 121 and 45. Now, if you drop down into AA2, it's won that again quite handsomely, 118.
You flip that.
No. Well, this was won by the DLP in the last election, this particular box.
Oh, but the turnout, though. You see the turnout?
Yeah. Look at 118.
Oh, my God.
100 less votes.
What is going on?
Yeah. And then the last one that was declared is AA3. And again, if you look, you can see he's pretty much held his vote from the last time, 165 last time round.
The LP kind of did lost votes for the party.
Yeah.
So again, it's not so much that it's no swing or no pickup. It's just static for the Barbados Labour Party.
Well, if you just look at
the LP has not turned out their votes.
Yeah, if you look at the candidate performance, I mean, Aldwin actually, his vote seemed to perform better in area 2, where he won. Raymond Goodman, his vote share really across those 3 boxes is much lower than Alwyn Skeet. So there's a story that's already starting to emerge. I think we've had another one going in there. Where's that? So that's AB1. So St. Andrew is looking as though, well, quite how many more boxes to come, actually? In fact, St. Andrew is one of those funny constituencies, because when I was looking at this, I was like, why is Orange Hill actually? I didn't realize that the Orange Hill voters in Barbados actually vote in St. Andrew.
In St. Andrew.
It was really unusual to me, because I was actually thinking Orange Hill.
That happens quite a lot, actually. It happens quite a lot, especially when you look at even the St. Peter vote. And there are people in St. Peter that vote in St. James and all kinds of stuff that happens there. So that happens quite a bit.
Well, interestingly, what we're seeing so far is the map. This is the Prime Minister's constituency, St. Michael North East. And, I think it's probably worth just having a look at Ms. Motley's vote, actually, which, if you compare, the BLP vote is less in Ms. Motley's margin. She's increased her vote in which ones have been declared so far? That one? It's 2. Yeah, KA2. Yeah, so both of those boxes that's been declared so far, her vote has gone up marginally in this one. It's gone up in the other one as well. So far the evening has started a little bit difficult for the Democratic Labour Party. But, there is a long way to go.
It's a long way to go, but initial trend is that they're losing.
Yes.
I see some St. John seats have been called as well.
Yeah, we've had two polling divisions called in St. John, JA2 and JA3. And if we delve into, okay, let's have a look at JA2, see what that looks like. So Griffith has actually lost ground.
But this is my point. This is my point early in the night, is that you got a candidate. Well, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it. Look at
JS3. Lost ground again.
Yeah, and but another one was just announced just now as well, in St. John.
I get it.
That I can see here on CBC, but which was very close again as well. And I know Angela don't want to hear it, but the issue was the candidate. I believe that if you had a different candidate in St. John, that was a seat that was flippable. I mean, still early days yet. Let's wait and see what's gonna happen, but it's a lot.
Yeah, there will be some Democratic Labour Party candidates and supporters who would have started to get nervous because this particular picture looks familiar, right? And we're going to have to wait and see how things go over the rest of the evening. Long way to go, but this is not a great start.
Long way to go.
Yeah.
Let me change tones a little bit. Look, I thought the conversations we had with both Trisha and Rhoda were fascinating and good contextual conversations to have at this time. I must admit, the whole issue around yellow is the code and what that means across other areas in the Caribbean. I had no clue about that. I wasn't paying attention enough as well. But it's interesting, nonetheless. It's interesting. What's happening?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't.
No, you.
I mean, as much, but I was.
That's why we tag teaming, man. We tag teaming.
Attention to what's happening
I think
here.
people enjoy watching, as you can see. But look, people, one of the things that we talk about.
Just before you go there, we've had another St. Lucie. Yeah, so we've had Elia 1, which was quite close. There was just one vote in it. So now we've got Elia 2, which Phillips has pulled away. But look at how much votes he has lost compared to 2022. I mean, in 2022, he got up 538 votes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So that's definitely some pickups for Ian Griffith. So this is where I was saying I'm not sure how vested in the community he is compared to Verla, but he's doing better in the West than Verla did.
Yes.
Way better in the West
Yeah.
than Verla did.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And he has taken away some votes there as well. So it will be interesting to see as this spread across to the East, where Verla did pretty good, if he's able to actually flip some of those boxes into his camp and see what's happening in St. Lucie. Mm-hmm. This is interesting. We did have it as a battleground, and it is turning into such.
It is absolutely.
Will it flip? I don't know, but that is actually interesting figures.
Long way to go, boy. Long way to go. Anyway, where were you going?
No, I was going and saying we talked a bit earlier about the uniqueness of Caribbean elections, and I must admit I don't know if the same thing happens across the Caribbean, and that is the music. The songs.
Yes.
The Caribbean. And I've got to say, this was one of the absolute
it was a boss year.
Best years for music in an election. The songs was hitting. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I didn't even care because I hear some of them was AI and some of them was thing, but I didn't even care.
No.
But guys, this is for y'all to get active now. So we were gonna do a poll and all that kind of stuff, but we want y'all in the chat because we want y'all help. Because you know what we can do? We can do this here, Sola. We doing a political songs versus. We doing a serious battle. Mark, you want to be the DJ? What we going to do first?
I could be DJ, man. DJ? When I'm ready for this, though, because come.
Oh, you got, make sure you got one of them songs. There's I can message you. But all right, who we going? Let me go with the big boys first. Let me go with the big boys.
With the two leaders?
Yeah, let me go with the two leaders. I can change it up, but let me go with the two leaders.
All right. Well, look, folks, this is political songs battles. Come on, man. Y'all know how we do it. Here we go, right? So this is Motley against Ralphie. And we want to know from you in the chat who you think had the better song for this season. We just having a little bit of fun as the results come in, okay? So for those of you who would like to get really
turn
serious,
up the volume, put on your headphones, do whatever you gotta do, jump up. Listen, what we want, this is not about who you supporting in the election. Can we try to be a little bit objective? Can we try? I know it can be hard, but can we try to just go with the song that sound good? Try it and see what's gonna happen.
Right.
Who is that first?
Ladies first, man. So
ladies first.
This was Miss Motley on the campaign trail this year. Here we go.
You in charge, you is the boss, common crisis, clearing chaos, but in the work, you do the job, and she got me trust, that is enough. Why, mean you for me, why, mean you for we, why, running the country firm and steady, I like how, me and Molly does represent, this country here to the end, take charge, me, you in charge, they got me, leading the confidence and strength, experience, excellence, take charge, me, you in charge.
All right. That was me and Motley song.
That was me
from Barbados 2025 Road March.
Okay. All right. Let's
get.
Here we go.
Tell me what you think, people. Who had the best song?
Come on. Okay. So let's hold that there for a moment because we got a few more results in from St. John, which we need to just have a quick look at. Now, what we saying? Didi saying she's impartial? Come on, Didi, man. You can't be impartial. No, come on.
No, she says she's impartial. She's impartial.
Okay. So we've had JA1 up the coast in St. John. So let's have a look at that. That's over here. Let's have a look. So JA1, Griffith again. He's increased his number of votes this time, actually. Got 20 more votes this year. Ralph Thorne
Two
actually
less.
reduced the DLP vote there, 4 less. Now, at this stage, that's 3 of the divisions. And this is not easy viewing at this point. Not at all. What's this bit here? St. Andrew. Okay, we've looked at that already. So nothing further. St. Michael North. This we haven't pulled this one up yet. This is I think this is the battle between Don Marie and Davidson Ishmael, actually. So he has won the first 2 boxes. So let's have a look. DA1. 257. Yeah, Don Marie has increased the DLP vote there. And DA3, this one here. DA2.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yep.
No. The same trend everywhere you look so far.
It is.
So
I want to. So this is before we get back to the songs, because this is speaking to something here now. I know I alluded to it early in the night, and stuff. When we talk about real politicians, and I know I pulled that Trisha a little bit. I was a bit kind to her. You got to be, because I think she's still very much active and what have you. But we talk a bit about real politicians, and real politicians can be characterized in many different ways. Huh? And by a real politician, I don't mean necessarily that just get elected, or someone who gets selected to run for a seat. A real politician, to me, understands politics is nasty, both from your opposing side and sometimes internally as well. But because they are with a party or with a team based on principles, and they understand what a political party's aim is for, they stick it out. I know you mentioned Erskine Sanford before, but I also, and this is something, even though you might hear me critique Mia a bit, one of the things that she would always have my respect for is how she dealt with the issue when Owen Racer, just before the which year election, that was 2013. That was 2013. That was the election before the 2008, 2005, I think it was.
No, it was 2003.
2003 election. The 2003 election. Listen to me. She would have had all rights to walk away from that party. But she's a politician. She understands what happens. A is bigger than her. B, these things would happen. And C, this is her party. She will support it no matter what. And I remember, I was young, but I remember seeing Mia walk around in Parliament, quiet, silent, and going, that's what you want to do? That's what y'all want to do? No problem. Similarly, you had the same issue that happened with David Thompson when he was dealing with Clive Maskell. He said, oh, y'all want to fight up and test it? No problem. He just resigned the leader, but he sit down in the party. Ended up being prime minister. Prime Minister Motley is prime minister now too. I think one of the disappointing things that happened in this Democratic Labour Party saga, and I come back to saying, does this party understands what it takes to win? Does this party understand what a political party is? A political party, I know I asked the question earlier. A political party exists for one thing, to gain power. And in the pursuit of power, there got to be some things you're willing to suck up, some deals you're willing to make. That is what political party. Now, a lot of people could come and tell you, no, we want different. Anybody you hear come telling you we want to do things different and we are willing to do that and you don't want to do that. And I'm talking about criminality or just dirty things. I'm talking about, we be able to go through the rough seas together. You know, don't get in there and air all your dirty politics, air all your dirty laundry in public. You know, and this is to me, this is a disappointment. Two things happened with the Ralph Saga when he crossed the floor, right? So he didn't go to the Democratic Party, he went cross for to me. And let me say this, huh? I firmly believe that if somebody crossed the floor, they should either go as an independent and eventually they should have to go and face the constituents again in an election. That's my view. But then what we got right now. So it is what it is, but I still hold a view on how these things should be. How could a serious party allow that ain't got no seats in the house? Now I know why they might want you to get seats, to get influence and voice, but how could you actually allow a man to come in and to deal and to treat people who had to pick up the pieces of 2018 and 2022, and you allow him to behave the way how he behaved and do what he did and pretty much set back the party another 5 or 6 years again? How could you actually allow that to happen and allow it to happen so publicly? No. Two things as well. Another thing as well. And this is where, and there you go, I hit Ronnie, you went to my alma mater, good fella, I like you, that kind of stuff. But a real politician would not have allowed it to get where it get to, and to the point here where you either kick out the party or you left the party or what have you. I am sorry. What you went through is nowhere near compared to what me and Monty went through at ONR. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Get what me went through with that, you know.
It's true. It is true. And I think that, I mean, we've spoken about, how is the next generation of politicians really going to emerge? And how are they going to develop the resilience that they need? Because I think Prime Minister Morley is the last of a generation of politicians that we will see in our lifetime. And she comes from the Owen Arthur, Erskine Sandyford, Bree St. John. People forget that Morley was around all of these politicians. She is the last of that breed of politicians. You're on mute, by the way.
Yeah.
And the reason I feel a little bit frustrated, as I said earlier, that we don't seem to be having politicians who can have some patience, man. Sit down and wait. Your turn will come.
Even if you get unfair, sit down.
It happens to the best of them all.
And I think this is my I see DD there with say Ralph mash at the party. That might be true, but the party allowed it to happen. Because what the party should have done is close ranks. And this is where you know the serious people from the people who understand what's going on. Right? And to be a politician. And recognizing the game is nasty. And as I say, both on the opposing sides and internally. In my opinion, Ronnie should have recognized what's happening and just gone, this one I want, resign, sit down.
Wait. That's it.
Bide you time. Right? And the party should have never allowed it to get there too. Because I tell you, whatever happens tonight, the Democratic Labour Party have themselves to blame. There's some serious passengers in the Barbados Labour Party that if they had held it together and put forward a united front, would have gone. Check it. The guys that run in Friends of Democracy, where a bunch of them come from?
Dems.
Kimar, where he come from?
General Secretary, Democratic Labour Party.
You understand what I'm telling you?
Ronnie, where you going?
Ronnie, where he gone? Trisha, where he gone? Listen to me. I telling you no. They got 6 or so people that should have been in this party running now. That had the party had coalesced around them 6 people.
We would have started to see some yellow by now.
Listen, they would have been winning 10 seats easy in this election here right now. Yeah. There is enough has transpired over the last election cycle. Whether it be Hort Project, whether it be all these steel houses that are up there rusting, whether it be the FMX Bank with the free land, whether it be the all the hotels that blocking access to the beach, whether it be access to CARICOM, Dominica and Belize people coming in. You sign an agreement even before you bring it to Parliament. What foolishness you talking about? You know, there's so much all the walking backs, all the bad legislation that coming forward that seem to have bad intention, the wiretapping laws. There is so much.
Yep.
And the Democratic Labour Party could not get out of their own way to understand we aim is to win power. Keep quiet.
But it's
looking at Christchurch. So sorry, this fella Corey Grin is getting beat by.
Well, Chantal is my run night is drawing a lot more votes here. I can tell you, and even in some cases more than Ralph Thorne did in this seat in 2018. Sorry, in 2022. If you look, this is probably a seat that's worth looking at over the 3 cycles. Actually, 2018. 2022 there in the middle, and 2026 live here on the green. And you can see, you know,
yeah, we will see, because if the voter share things like that, means that she would have brought out a bit more votes.
Yeah,
so she hasn't. Turnout.
She has in this particular box. Compared to 2022, but again, 2028, you just discount that, but it's just there's a reference. And this VA3, this particular polling division, I mean, just she's almost back at the 2018 levels that Ralph had that year.
That's why I said this is the election that can tell you.
This
is the election that can tell you.
It would be a real shame if Greenidge's trumps in Christchurch South, but
he can get trumps.
Chantal. Well, the evidence is already starting to show. But the reality is, a more disciplined and strategic campaign in Christchurch South, and he gives her a much stronger run for her money. But sadly, it looks as though he's going to be swept up in.
Well, whoever runs Christchurch South would have had an issue, because the way how Ralph left, there's such a disdain and such a bad taste in the mouth. For him, that whoever run there would have had an uphill battle. Although if you went, I guess we don't. Did we have 2013 there? Because it would have been interesting to see how the Democratic Party would have performed.
Yeah, we should do. Hang on.
Would have performed.
Yeah, those are the 4. So.
Yes, but even when you look there at Jerome Walker, 160 to 134.
Yeah, John Boyce.
You're right. And then the other one there. So it was always it was a fightable seat if you focus on the Democratic Labour Party turnout. Again, there look 283 to 223. John Boyce win that box.
Yeah.
So there was something there.
And he win this one here too.
And he win that one there too. There were votes there to be got, but you got to know. And the guy is not a leader or a politician, man. He's a decent fella. He's a lawyer fella, but he's not a leader. You know me, I always go back to John Brown and Tony Blair. Listen,
Gordon Brown.
Gordon Brown was a number 2. He wasn't the prime minister, but he fight to become prime minister and then get trunks at the election. Dude, you was a number 2. You are not that guy.
And sometimes you just got to know which lane is yours.
Know your place and sit down and work from that perspective. This guy was not that guy, and the party should have seen it was not that guy. But they can get away from this, get away from themselves, really, or get out their own way, rather. Sorry, and obviously there was something against Ronnie, and they wanted to get him out, and that's what they used to get him out. So there you go.
We've only had one race here in one polling division that was close so far.
Indeed,
and it is this earlier one in St. Lucie.
Well, St. Lucie seems to be a place that is going to be a fight. Is it enough? Don't know.
Nah. But, you know, the night is going to reveal a few things, I'm sure. But from where we are starting in a very familiar place. And I said at the beginning of the evening that I expect that there should be some shift. I can still hold to that because
you still looking for Michael Northwest, isn't it?
well, We haven't had anything in the. We've got one battleground running so far. Well, two actually. But we got St. Lucie, we got St. John. We still waiting on St. Philip North, St. Philip West, and St. Michael Northwest. Those are the battlegrounds that we're watching. So we will see. We will
Indeed.
see. We will see.
Indeed. But it is a. I'm annoyed, and I'm not necessarily annoyed because, again, I hope y'all could tell that I don't necessarily support either one of the two parties in that way. I ain't a sycophant. I ain't a yarfo. I analyze politics and look at things on the merits and what I see on the surface. And I am one that believe that it'd be great in a democracy or even democracy if you do have an opposition. Do people do it? But I understand people don't vote for an opposition. You vote for a government. So parties have to inspire people to come out and vote for them, and so be it. Someone ends up in the opposition. At the moment, the Democratic Party just has not have not inspired anyone to come out and vote for them because they got in their own way. It, it is just stunning to me. But as I said, I blame both the party and the personnel for that.
Yeah.
You gotta learn to attract serious politicians, and the party gotta act like a serious political party. It is both. It is the two things colliding. It's like,
But this is something that I think I said it to you over the course of the campaign, and I said it again this evening, that you have to. It's a fine balance trying to get elected. I have had the experience of working quite close with the politicians in the place where I work, and you get to see what it means for people to represent people, but you also get to see who are the chancellors and who are the people that are serious. But at the same time, you can be serious, but you got to strike a really good balance of understanding when to be serious and when to just know how to walk the path. And I think the Democratic Labour Party in this particular campaign wanted to be so far away from what they saw as them bunch over there just having a lot of entertainment and a lot of fets. But there was a point that was being missed in that. Yes, that is true, but presentationally, there are certain things that are important in our politics, and you have to be able to understand that, wrap your hand around it in a way that suits you, not in the way that them doing it, but in a way that suits you and that matches your values. And this just felt like it was something that was going away from the Dems because they just wanted to be serious. But you got to be balanced and you got to be structured. And it does feel as though there is a lack of structure. And the Democratic Labour Party is a hard party to lead because it is, you need to be a strong individual to lead that party because you got so much factions. There's so many factions all over the place, and everybody's going to want this and want that, and how do you bring all of those factions together? Well, that's going to be the task of whoever leads the party coming out of this election.
The party hasn't understood how to meet the moment.
You gotta meet the moment, man.
That's the issue. I think I told you this analogy before. It's like, I was a BlackBerry man back in the day.
Yes.
Even when the iPhones come out, I didn't want to change. But it reminded me of the BlackBerry adverts, not the devices. The adverts.
What's happening around you all up?
Versus versus the Apple adverts when the Apple iPhone first came out. If y'all can remember them, those who that old, some of the young people in here might be like, what is a BlackBerry? Anyway, don't worry. It's the phone that changed the world, believe it or not, before the iPhone came out. And the BlackBerry tried to be so serious and focused. Like, no. People want utility. Who wants that touch screen, colorful nonsense? Where they're bringing out yellow and red and green. No. It's supposed to be black. People want to be serious. People want to be thing. And you watch a BlackBerry ad, and there was absolutely nothing that inspired you to buy it other than the fact that, well, there's a BlackBerry. I want one. And then you look across there and you see an iPhone ad, and people with music and it colorful, and you're there like, huh? And BlackBerry would say, that is a fad. Yeah. Don't worry about that. Be a serious phone. For serious people.
Absolutely.
Guess what? Serious people want fun too.
Yeah, you got to strike the balance. And
today, BlackBerry does not exist.
That's it. let me just respond to this from Daz.
Mm.
We are going as quickly as we can. So once we get the results in, we throw them onto the map. But from where we are, this is what you are saying on screen is where we believe these are all the results that have been declared so far. So this is what we have.
Mm-hmm.
It does take a little bit of time, so do bear with us. But I hope you can make some sense from what you're seeing so far in terms of the map is bleeding. All right.
But for some people, that's salvation. So
That's salvation.
but some, where can you find this chart? You can find it here.
the chart here.
This is ours. We created it. We are actually updating it as we go to bring you a different experience when it comes to analyzing politics and elections in Barbados. So this is ours.
But it might belong to the EBC.
Well, yeah, but
But the tech behind it and what we've done is
the
ours.
tech behind it is ours. But this is what we've done with it, and stuff. So thank you. I'm assuming that you're saying that because you're enjoying the content and enjoying how we put it together. So thank you for that. But yeah, man. So that's one thing. Oh, let me change pace there again. Let me go back to.
But we didn't get the winner from Mia and Ralphie.
Man, the truth. I think people watching on TV as opposed to phones, so they're doing other things. And then, like, people get on your phone and tell you who you think is the winner between Ralphie and Mia. Now, Mia come back. Cause let me do a little bit of this there. So again, who we got next?
Who else we had?
Let me go here. Look, the two of these had some comical moments on the Caribbean this year. I think Carrie Simmons had one of the best jokes that I have heard for a long time on the campaign trail. That joke where he tell that that they said they were poisoning he and he poisoned her to sleep side he, and he said if he were to sleep side he would wake up and drink it.
I will wake up and drink it.
I would drink it. That was funny.
That is our politics.
That was hilarious.
It is. Don Marie is a serious woman.
Don Marie is a serious woman.
Let me see if we can find his song actually. What his song was again?
His was. Let me see if I got it here.
Carrie Simmons.
I know who I picking from here already, but I want to see what y'all thinking.
Can't find he. Why can't find he?
Any folder.
Why can't find he?
I don't think you uploaded it.
I'm watching from Bellies, and they think Lou was too much of Gray Baby. Grace.
Actually, we ain't got his song, actually.
I know. All right. Thought the audience. I'll find it.
Yeah. No problem.
I'll find it.
Sorry about that, folks. We live, so these things will happen. Don't worry about it.
Sure, man. Don't worry.
Let me read some of these. Let me read some of this. Got it. Somebody here say, "Yeah, what CBC hurt in my head, man." Sorry about that. Yeah. I get to be watching. Yeah.
What happening on CBC? What are they doing on CBC? Well, I don't even know.
I don't know what they're doing on CBC.
I mean, what I will say is, I thought the media houses in Barbados did a splendid job with the election. Actually,
you mean the coverage?
Yeah. It was really good.
I thought so. I thought I gotta admit, I had a hope that the election night coverage would be just as good, but. I mean, that's to our benefit, I suppose. Yeah. But
we ain't got him. We don't have him.
We ain't got him. No, I look back in the folder. I don't know why. What was he song? I think
he got left out.
Yeah, I thought he was in there. Anyway, but don't worry because I was for Virginia song anyhow.
Who don't worry?
My buddy Adrian telling me literally, but Adrian, I tell you so though. You didn't tell me so.
What was he saying?
So he said looks like peas, Andre. You got I met Ice the boy that tell you what was gonna happen. Not you had a different view. So don't tell me looks like peas. I tell you it was gonna be looks like peas.
Okay, so this is Michael North. This is the Sandomery, Davidson Ishmael. This is up around Cave Hill, Grisettes, Eden Lodge, that kind of area. So, but the trend is continuing. You want to have let's dive in. So we've got 1, 3, 4, and 5. So 1, where is he gone? Yeah, let's increase his vote there. 1, 3, which we looked at before. Drop back slightly. So 4, let's come in. Let's drop, and 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing too, when you start to see, because I think Dom Marie is one of the DLP's stronger candidates, and when you start to see these kind of results for your strong candidates, you know, it does not
bode well.
It does not bode well for what might very well happen for the rest of the evening.
It does not bode well, boy.
No.
I'm telling you, it doesn't bode well.
All. But anyway, we love our song. So drop you back up there, man. We can still play the Marie Armstrong. Got you here.
Well, I can say if nothing else, she had one of the best songs of the season. I could tell you that. I absolutely loved it. Hit me there, DJ.
Your time. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Armstrong. No, when I can't go wrong with Armstrong. No, come, but then you vote no. When I can't go wrong with Armstrong. You can vote. No, Marie, yeah. But I say you want to vote. No, Marie, yeah. Come, vote. No, Marie. She's the truth, look. Vote. No, Marie. See the box, but think that he has when the clock. Look, tick tock, tick tock. Flick your wrist, check your watch. Look, tick tock, tick tock. She say, oh, this time don't stop. Look, tick tock, tick tock. Clean up all the guns off the block. Look, tick tock, tick tock. Here we Armstrong done got the vision. Employing the yokes is the mission. Make the play sports, keep them out the court. Parents, that's the new proposition. Come on, I can't go wrong with Armstrong. When I want back, I wanna can't.
I tell you, the music is real good.
The music was good. That was my favorite song there, boy. That song was good.
You can't go wrong with Armstrong.
That song was good. That was a good song. But then we also had, well, another two people that just like tussling, man. They like to call one another name. These two. Yeah. Sealy's quite interesting.
Sealy's a character.
I don't know if he, to be honest, again, this is where transition comes. Because we can get to that point later on, but the problem that can happen now in the next election cycle for the DLP, brand new candidates again.
Yeah.
Yep. Brand new candidates again. Why? Because, come on, it's time for Sealy to go now. I think this is going to be his last. It should be, anyway. His last thing. It's time for him to go. But anyway, songs.
Hold on, man, because we got a problem here with this fall of that. You got
Are some songs move off?
Some songs move off. Because Deputy Prime Minister Cynthia Bradshaw. Oh yeah, she gone. I think she get move off. But that said, it gives us the opportunity to enjoy your man, Sealy.
Man, go with Sealy, man.
Because we voted with Sealy. We is Richard. Keep an eye on that map there. Give me a thumbs up when you got the rest of the results in. Where you going now? Here he is.
Well, alright. Okay, Daddy Land. We voted for Richard. We can vote for Richard Sealy. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Sealy putting you first. So we voting for Richard. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Sealy putting you first. So
course.
So we voting for return. With your ceiling outside your window, with your ceiling outside your door. Constituents crying for the MP, but she and I don't see she no more. With your ceiling still here for you, so I wanna know what you gonna do. Bring your family and bring your crew. It's time for a change, no it long overdue. Richard Sealy, we voting for you. Show them what else you can do. Show them that you is the truth. The people need help, now we want a little boost. I don't know about you, but one thing I know, Richard Sealy putting you first. So we voting for return. I don't.
I think that's probably the funniest song for the season, to be fair.
I think so. That is an absolutely hilarious song.
Yeah.
But that's Caribbean politics, man.
That's
We
how
like
we
a
just do
good
it.
song, but this year they up the thing.
That is how we've had the first division in St. Philip West. PJ1.
PJ1.
One division of
Interesting.
10.
Tell me about it.
Let's go. Okay, so PJ1 is won by K. McConney, 228 votes to the DLP David Eswick, 194. Friends of Democracy, 31. PCP, 14.
Interesting.
And she has increased her votes in that box compared to 2022 as well.
I see that. I also see Friends of Democracy is there. Lynette versus Lynette Eastman's and PCP. If you say that's Lynette. Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, because the question does remain, could the DLP have gotten 30 of those 45 votes? You know what I mean? So that is a split, as it was a split in this box from last time around. Because 29 people voted for Lynette Eastman. Not to say that they would have all gone to David Eswick, but you got to assume that if they weren't there, there's a potential that they didn't go to the Barbados Day Party, so they could have gone to the Democratic Day Party. So there's a view there that perhaps a split in vote has hurt Eswick.
Yes.
I mean, Kay McConney did increase her vote by 7, but Esket lost 2. But FOD, if it's just a swap road there between last year with Katrina. If you say that that's her, she pick up votes. If we say that that's her there, so there you go.
Man, I had care. Look, there are 9 divisions to come. The LP friends who might be watching us tonight and might be starting to get a little tearful because, as I said, the map is bleeding. Let's go back. So that's the first polling division, 1 of 10 that we have in St. Philip West, and that is one of our battlegrounds. So, my just ever go and met this here 30 love again here. I don't know what to say about my country, boy. I would not know what to say of my country.
Well, it looks like that is going to be the case.
We've got the first 2 in Christchurch West. Just to remind people, this is William Duguid against Andrew Cave, your guy Andrew Cave. This is, let's see how Duguid is a really interesting performer when you start to look at his elections. He's won quite a lot of elections, but he's fallen off here. Lost a bit of vote. Sealy's pretty much picked up. Cave. It's pretty much the same votes almost as the last time around. The other one, this one, 3. Yeah. 436. He's lost some votes there as well.
Andrew Cave pick up a couple.
Much better performance in that box. Said C3. But still, hang on. Breaking news. We've got a yellow win in a box.
Oh, Lord. Who's this?
Hang on. St. Philip West. PJ2.
St. Philip West.
The first spot of yellow. It's only a polling division. All right. Come on. PJ2. Let's go and see what the numbers look like. So, David Eswick, 126.
He won the same box last time around.
Got less votes this time around too.
Yes, indeed. And he got less votes than, and he lost at a faster rate than Kim McConney lost votes in this
Kia
box.
lost votes in this one too.
Yeah, but she lost 7 votes, whereas he lost 5 votes. Sorry. Whereas he lost what 20, what 30, 34.
Mm-hmm.
So again, that's gonna hurt him more than it hurt her.
God, guilty people, man. But is that a sign of things to come?
Well, been in a few boxes.
You might start to see more yellow as the evening progresses. You know, I don't know. I'm just asking the question. First piece of yellow in there, man.
We will see.
Let's get back to the chat. See what's going on. Cecil, who's Cecil? Colleen Harvey.
I think she wants the CBC.
CBC coverage is better. Okay.
You know about that. 'Cause I can see him here, so I can see that all they're doing is talking. Anyway, thanks for the heads up, Cecil. Colleen, sorry.
Colleen.
Appreciate it.
They got Sanka on this year?
No. I think is it Stetson Bab?
Oh, okay.
I think it's Stetson Bab. Let me.
Please do it a little bit different, Colleen. So
Please do it, Colleen. We're not
we're not CBC.
We're not CBC.
And we don't claim to be either.
We're not trying to be. No, I think I could run CBC better than it's being run now. you know, I always say that.
Yeah, sitting up on a gold mine there.
Every sense, man. Because I can't see how after all of these years, all of these elections up to this day, you can't see a chart, a graph, nothing so up on CBC. I mean, nobody looks at it and say, okay, election coverage. This is how we're gonna do election coverage going forward, and go ahead and build these things. And these days in AI and stuff, these things are not expensive to build. No, it just takes some vision and some time and somebody with it. But I could go on and on about CBC. You know me.
We'd be too afraid to fail, man. That's our problem.
But
too
they
afraid to fail.
Yeah? It's 2026, man. Covering the election and just talking haze.
Man, you'll be surprised. I guess we might make it look easy, but not everybody can sit down and talk for hours over the election and build something that you can have some narrative about. These things that scare people, man.
Yeah, he's like, well, it shouldn't. I mean, my question is, who are you benchmarking yourself to?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But and that's a good segue into a conversation that we want to have here. It was maybe 4.5 hours.
Before you go in, let's talk to John here, because John has raised a question. Thank you, John. He was wasting time looking for an API also where he can scrape results to make charts like this. Y'all are updating data manually. So once we get the results, because there's no way for us to try and scrape it from at the moment, because we just gotta wait for it to come through. And once we get it, we just drop it into our system and the map updates automatically. So there's a little bit of manual processing that has to happen, because we gotta wait for the results from Barbados to hear what's going on, and then we will update accordingly. If the data was somewhere that you could have just pull it through, yeah, we could have made that happen too.
Yeah, it was supposed to be according to them on the EBC website, but I don't think that that's happening as quickly or as in real time as you would want it to be.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, there's some real problematic. There's so many reports and stuff that you have to go through to try and build what we've done. But at the same time, there are lots of gaps in some of the data, and some of it is not as reliable as you would like it to be. But hey. We felt that you guys who were going to come and join us tonight would want to see this in a different way presented. So that's what we did.
That's what we're doing. Didi, I saw this point. I don't necessarily agree. You all know I live in the UK, and we still go and put an X and drop it in a box. It happens all in different parts of the world, all over, all the way. So, some people do it differently on how they need to do it.
Hold on. You've got another piece of yellow here. St. John, JC1. Let's have a look at that.
It must have been yellow last time.
Well, JC won in 2022 was won by Charles Griffith by 83 votes. And it has been won this time around by Ralph Thorne by, you name it, 83 votes.
83 to 81.
Charles ain't lost much votes from last time, though. Oh, it must
But
be
Charles, no, but my man pick up votes.
PCP pick up 12 too.
There you go. Interesting.
So, there you go. So,
interesting. There you
there's
go.
a conversation you were going to start there just now.
Let me just.
I'll keep St. John there for the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I think, irrespective of election results, irrespective of the manifestos and stuff that we see, and if I think about the three parties, three very different manifestos, focus on different things. Democratic Labour Party manifesto, a bit hodgepodge in areas, but is a manifesto that speaks to governance and looking at how we govern as a people. Whereas the Barbados Labour Party is very aspirational, and I call it a smorgasbord manifesto. What do I mean by that? Smorgasbord is got a bit of everything, so you almost don't know where to look. Sometimes it feels like if the Barbados Labour Party trying to flood the zone with so many things that no matter what happens, nobody can bring out something that they haven't thought about. Whether they could do it or not is something different, but it's there. Oh, you see you there? Oh, look, we got it here. Oh, I'm very vision, very forward looking. I'm all for that. Not a problem. And then, of course, the FOD stuff is very, very practical, very different. A bit of a departure from the norm.
Fresh.
As well. You use the word fresh. Okay, fresh. Hanging people in fresh, but I hold on that. But
let's say you want me the gas chamber.
If the gas, exactly, a gas chamber and all that kind of stuff, it is nothing. But whatever happens, I think with this election, and I want to ask people the question, because I spent Christmas at home, and it was eye-opening, and not because I go home almost every year, but for whatever reason, this one felt different in observing Barbados, and there was an element of to me there was an element of the place just don't seem to be working. And what I mean by that, it just seems like, and I've made this comment before, get cursed for it, but I don't mind. When I think, and this is not about looking back, because the moment you make statements like this, people say, "Oh, you start looking back about the good old days and stuff." This is not that at all. This is where have we come to based on where we were. And when you look back, and I'm sure we could list off a lot of different things that just seem to work better back in the day. And now you look today and you go like, but things just getting worse though. Despite this so-called development and all this kind of stuff, things getting worse. And if you start looking at the education system, getting worse. Continuously getting worse. Infrastructure and road networks, getting worse. Transport system getting worse. CBC, oh my Lord, don't get me going on that.
They're very good tonight, apparently.
Yeah, this is true. Getting worse. Transport board, I know that's your topic. You could talk about that later, but is getting continuously worse. Just the attitudes of people and stuff in there. You can't drive at night in Barbados because everybody got these floodlights. Once upon a time, you flick your lights and man would turn on the lights and stuff. Getting worse. Crime in Barbados, it just ain't stopping. It is getting worse. It just feels as if I feel as if in some cases we fit a bit of a stereotype as to how we manage, or we as a people, small islands, Black people, manage stuff or able to improve stuff moving forward. And I know people might want to cuss me and all that kind of stuff for saying that, but I don't care. It's my country too, so I can observe it how I observe it. But there's a lot of things that just from a society and then from just as a country and everything seems to be running down on a downward spiral.
Managed decline, we call it.
Yeah, I know they say we building a stadium, but look, we stadium had to get to. So what I mean, the players getting. We seem to be managing development by how many hotels we building, despite the hotels actually blocking access to the sea and building right up against the sand. So for all the climate change and stuff we talking about, we ain't doing ourselves no favors. It's just like we seem to not understand. We are island people. We live on an island. We are island dwellers. There's a certain thing that comes with that. It's not bad. It's a good thing. So why aren't we setting a course of development for ourselves that suit us and stop reaching for something? Not saying that is beyond us, but in our infrastructure, natural state, that is something that is different for us. Build something that's good for us, and be happy with it and move forward and build upon it. But in this chase, we seem to let go of certain foundations and foundational fundamentals that is just crumbling beneath.
There's this thing that people look to the government and this last campaign, the Barbados Labour Party, for this whole transformative agenda, right? In terms of setting out a vision for where you're taking the country. And it has always reminded me a little bit of when I have conversations with my colleagues here about what we want to do with the highway network in England and how we want all these autonomous vehicles and all this modern technology that we got to embrace and all this kind of stuff, right? I just very quickly have to tell them, listen, that is true. But the reality is, we have here in the West Midlands where I live, there are over 300 traffic signals that are beyond the end of life, right? They are life expired. Now, that is just one asset class. You can go through all the other classes and you can pretty much determine, things worn out. Now, it is all fine and well to say, you know what? I would love for some autonomous vehicles to be on the road next year so that I can sit there in the back of my car and read my newspaper and it can drive me wherever I want, right? But the reality is the foundation that you are going to put those things on is crumbling. And unless you fix the foundations and get the network up to a level where it is appropriate, you pie in the sky. And this is where it get to a Barbados sometimes when it comes to all this transformative thing that we'll be talking about. I just be thinking to myself, but hang on. The basic things like going in the bank, right? Every time I go to Barbados and I go to the bank to conduct some business, you can guarantee you can wipe off 3 or 4 hours. And you go in the bank and somebody can be walking up and down with a piece of paper, up and down all the time. And it's like, that's just one example, right? But then there are so many systems, the hospital here, the A&E department, the challenges of tongue and country planning.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mention the hospital.
You could look at a myriad of situations and you say to yourself, but hang on, with this ain't working though. And actually, it is the basics that you gotta try and address and fix. I'm not saying that you can't have a vision and be transformative, but you gotta make sure your foundation's right. And if your foundations aren't right, you can be as transformative as you like, because whatever you put on top of it, at some point you're gonna have to come back and address it. And we seeing almost like we don't want to address the foundational stuff. And today's election is a classic example. We know that this list isn't good. We know that this list won't changing. We know that there's a lot of hard work that need to go into sorting out this list. Rather than saying, you know what, we can get a group of volunteers and we can lock ourselves away for a month and we can sort this out. The work gotta be done. Do the work.
Call the election in the middle of it to muddle it up.
You know what I'm saying? Do the work. We just see the problems coming and just stand up there, let it hit where we face and say, oh shoot, oh yeah, I forget, oh there's no problem. So it is frustrating that you don't want to be critical of transformation, because I think a big vision is important, but you got to strike the right balance. You got to fix the foundations of the nation rather than thinking all of these dreams that we have for our country and all the pursuit of developments that actually it's harming us more than we actually think.
It's like Walter Rodney has said. We need to pursue, because I think a lot of people read how Europe to develop Africa, and people think that what it's saying is that Europe went in and mashed up Africa, and that's not what he's saying. What he's actually saying is that Europe interrupted the natural development of Africa, which all countries, especially countries that were not occupied or colonized or what have you, had a natural state of development. And they went through that to reach to wherever it is that they got to. But Africa's development was interrupted in that colonial period and even before then. And he's saying in the Caribbean, we suffer from the same thing. But now that we're coming out of that, what we need to do is recognize that our development, well, can't say interrupted because we were transplanted, and recognize that there's a different type of development that we need to do, and let's start from here and not pursue a developmental path or what was imposed upon us of what development actually is. And that's what he's really trying to say. But we seem to use I don't know, DT man or DT1 man phrase. We seem afraid.
Put it there, man.
We seem afraid to say, I know that using Prime Minister phrase, this is who we are, and this is the kind of development we need to pursue.
Yes.
Based on who we are.
Yes.
I don't need to pursue because I see a big shiny toy out there. So I want that toy. Okay. You might get to that toy, but there's some things you got to go through and ask yourself, is that toy right for you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're in a country of 280,000 people. If I automate everything through AI, will my people gonna work?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if I automate, and if I say I still want to go there, have I fixed my education with the fundamentals? Yeah, to make sure my people could go. So there's a whole bunch of things that we need to do, and I get tired of this circular. We want all these electric buses. Now I understand electric buses as far as gas prices. I get it. I get where the intention might be. But you jump to that and you don't got no mechanics. And my understanding is that half of them buses will be sitting in the garage, break up, ain't working, breakdown, all kind of stuff.
You will know that
you started in the wrong place.
I did my 6-point plan over the course of the week, and I'm still to record point 6, but I'll get to that over the next couple of days after I've rested from this show. Mm-hmm. And you would know the very first thing that I touched on was investing in public transport, right? Because I strongly believe that we have to figure this out for ourselves. Okay? We gotta figure this out for ourselves. And what really motivates me about this is we both grew up in Mangrove. Now we know how much old buses used to be parked up in Mangrove, and they go and buy some in the park, all the rest up there. Or you go down Robert Street and you see all the old buses parked on there.
Park off, man.
I am not convinced that these electric buses that the government bought aren't going to end up in the same position. We might see the park up Mangrove or park on Robert Street. And what frustrates me is this. We used to have a thriving bus industry once upon a time in Barbados. Right? We used to manufacture buses. You know that them buses still running on the road in Barbados?
Today,
40 years on, they're still booked there running. So
for those who don't know, half the yellow and blue minibuses that running right now is what we're talking about.
We used to make these things. So we've entered into a world now where we import these vehicles without a clear plan for the whole life of the asset, right? We can buy them, but at some point they can want parts, and at some point they can come to the end of life. What are we going to do them when they get there? Mm-hmm. So if you don't have that holistic plan for what you're going to do with your assets, you end up with a Mangrove and you end up with a Robert Street. So it's all fine and well to go in, put them on social media and say, look, the government no brain, another 130 buses, no, this kind of thing. That's politics.
Mm-hmm.
And that has its place, yes. But the more important thing is, how are we developing the solutions for our country that match us as a people and what we need to survive, rather than Lord, I just put a graphic airplane TV.
That's CBC.
Barbados, yeah. Rather than chasing after the dreams that people think that we should have. And these things are very frustrating. So when you see all this transformative talk, sometimes you just gotta look beyond and try and understand that, look, this isn't where we should be as a country. We could well take off that CBC sign because I'm in Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation.
Well, this might tell you that
Barbados Broadcasting Corporation is we own BBC.
But
it was
exactly
intended to be the Caribbeans.
But even intention, you understand that when the CBC started, it was one of the only in the Caribbean, which is why it had the name Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, because Barbados was the one of the first, if not the first country in the Eastern Caribbean to have the technology and to have the infrastructure to have a television station. And when I look at where it come to now, and where successive governments allow it to get to now, you look at it and you go like, oh my God.
Yeah.
No, that thing is the laughing stock of the Caribbean. I honestly, if I could, I would say, give me CBC, but you gotta get out my way though.
Let me run this here, man.
That first thing I would tell you, get out my way. And I want y'all to think I understand, because based on what we present here already, just with ideas between Toby, you can see we could already just elevate it.
Look, let me run off for one, man. Come on, man, because you gotta have ideas and you gotta be able to execute your idea.
Because right? The guys have no vision, no ideas, or no way how to execute it, and where to take it. They have no vision for the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. Well, I think me got a vision, which is to sell it. Which is the first thing, which I think would be actually a mistake. It doesn't need to be sold; it needs to be managed properly. But we just seem unable to do it.
No, yeah.
And all this divesting that we do from
divestment of the transport board.
One thing, you go around the world in massive. They actually have is private-public partnerships, or sometimes certain things got to be run by the public sector.
Yep.
You know what nonsense y'all talking about?
If you take your transport system and you put it in the hands of private operators who, for all intents and purposes, have to run it commercially because they have to turn a profit.
And bus fares going at $10 hard.
But this is the thing. In fact, look, this is the thing. Let me switch stat here for a moment and come away from the map, guys. We can come back to the map in a second. You see this? This is one of the things that we were looking at over the course of preparing for this show. Economic development in Barbados. How does it happen? You see this bottom corner down here in Christchurch and St. Michael that look like if it overheating in blue? Because that's where all the economic activity is. But if you up in St. Andrew or St. Joseph or St. Lucie or one of these places up in here, well, what does the economic opportunity actually look like? Sorry, this is the green, not the blue. What does the economic opportunity actually look like? It looked very different to if you live in Christchurch or St. Lucie. And when I look at this and I think to myself, okay, so if I live in St. Andrew, but I want to take a job done in Christchurch, how I can get there, right? I got to depend, if I'm a young person and I don't have a driver's license, I got to depend on the bus or somebody to come and drop me. So you got to contend with the cross-country movement. Now, at the same time, if you sell off your transport system to people who want to make a profit, you think they can run a van up in Belplate? For what purpose?
But that already happening now in the ZR culture, though.
Because they can't make money on them routes.
The ZR culture already concentrated in them areas there. But there's a lot of things, even when you think about change there. Thanks for the comment there. So, DT, the ZRs, we just are not big. And this is where I talk about things getting worse. You remember one thing you used to thought the minibuses was bad.
Yeah.
it, man, the ZR, we fooling ourselves into thinking there's only a few ZRs that doing foolishness on the road. That's what the man that's head up the thing like to tell you. But we fooling ourselves. We know. I mean, every time I go home, I try to drive Maxwell Course Road. You spend about 40 minutes between Oystein and Top Rock Roundabout. Why? Because they make drag and they ain't letting you pass or they ain't stopping properly and that kind of thing. And the thing is, we know for some of the issues is too, but Beijing's we just allowing this thing now
Dre,
to be
it is
thing.
it is not different to the electoral and boundaries list. We
No, I
know.
agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. But we as a society have become so lawless. And by lawless, I'm not talking about the people that shooting and the people that stabbing or robbing the places. You gotta understand what I mean. There's a certain level of degradation and expectation that we have allowed within society at home. And that's why I say lawlessness. And it stems, it's a simple thing, but it stems, as I say, from the how people do the lights and stuff at night. You can't drive at night, and how people just treating courtesies that they're treating one another, and a certain
Mhm.
amount of expectation. We just don't demand more. I think
No.
that's the biggest thing that got me. That as a society, we do not demand more from people. We know what this ZR issue is. All a lot of the people in power that setting the rules on ZR vans. So how you expect? What you think they can put in place to regulate ZR vans?
Yep.
No. What do you think you can put in place to regulate ZR vans? But will you keep going in ZR vans still hustling for money and don't put a minimum wage on it? The whole thing is a hustle culture.
It is
We
a
gotta,
reform that is needed. You
we
gotta
gotta
reform the
remove the
thing.
hustle culture. This
Yes.
is, but it's not being done. Why? Because the people making the policy on vans.
Yeah. You gotta do the work, man. But there's a reform that is needed there, and it was the first point I made in my 6 point plan for Barbados transport. You gotta reform it. You gotta retender the contracts. You're gonna have it's gonna get very uncomfortable for a lot of people. But this is what it has to be about if we want to do something to socially change our country. Because if we just throw everything into the economics of, let somebody run it for a commercial for as a commercial venture, we will never see places like St. Andrew and St. Joseph and St. Lucie transform. Look, let's go back around the map because we haven't been around for a little while.
Yeah, I think
So,
we should probably look to try and see if we could even listen into CBC or Barbados today and stuff as well. Like, see what they're saying.
all right, let me pipe around the map one more time. We had a couple in from St. Lucie, which seemed to be close actually. So we had LB1, the BLP one, that one.
Mhm.
And then we had is it LB2? One of these ones here. Sorry. This one here.
That one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So Phillips cutting through. Tight. Not bad, but still lost. Lost again. Lost by one.
Mm-hmm.
So Griffith is getting votes in St. Lucie, but he's not winning the divisions.
No. So unless he goes now and completely
He's got to win all the
outperforms
rest.
in the areas
Yeah.
where Verla was doing closing last time around,
Yeah.
which is in that eastern corner, southeastern corner of St. Lucie. This is going to be a loss again.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty clear.
We haven't seen anything yet from St. Peter and Mr. Jordan, but we'll see. Let's just go back through St. Andrew.
Jordan's your guy.
I wouldn't say he's my guy. What you guys say he's my guy. I simply said to you that I actually warmed to this guy, and that's it. Because once upon a time, I was like, well, he's really do though, But I actually warmed to him. St. John Thorne has taken 2 divisions, JC1 and JC2, which we looked at previously. Very close. And stretched his legs a little bit in JC2. So we're waiting for.
Well, Andre Ward won that before. But no, this is interesting, right? Because this is actually a pickup. because these guys did not vote for Charles Griffiths. He reduced his thing, but it's just that's a complete swing in that box.
Yeah. He turned that one around based on how Worrell performed in the last election.
Yeah, I mean, Worrell won the box, but it's still a swing considering he increased it.
He took some votes out of Griffith and he increased the share. Absolutely.
So we'll see what happens in St. John. You got to
see. It is interesting. Then we've had these two in St. Philip West. We haven't had anything further. Just jump around again. So David Eswick performed pretty much the same as he did in PGA 2. Even though his number of votes dropped off. And K won PGA 1. So, but yeah, I think as you mentioned, the presence of both Friends of Democracy and the PCP in St. Philip West is going to be a contributing factor. If we go to St. George South, which we haven't looked at yet, this is Dwight and Felicia Dujon for the Democratic Labour Party. So let's go around St. George. St. George, this is one of the biggest constituencies, St. George South.
Well, Dwight can win that hand.
There's enough votes here, and he is getting enough votes, Dwight. So, look, he dropped tremendously there, though. Got all up 223 to 465 the last time around.
Nice turnout, though.
152. 162 last time around. Dropped there too. Felicia's not picking up any votes here at all. But she got the same vote as Dawn Marie. But so far in every one of these, Dwight has lost share. Except this one.
Not there though.
Not this one. It's in quiet. So still got the northern ones of the district to come. 22.
All right, that's a done deal. I think we can predict that one.
Dwight will bring home St. George. Gosh, not even looking close. So here. Okay, 3D4. Okay. And then in and around Christchurch. So Christchurch, nothing has changed in Christchurch South. We still only got 3 divisions, and that is Chantal Monroe Knight and Corey Greenwich. Chantal is running away with this at the moment. VA1.
Yeah, that's a done deal. I think they could call that.
VA2. VA3. So just not seeing the votes coming in for the Dems. Christchurch West. This is William Duguid and Andrew Cave. Yeah, 2 boxes so far. ZC3 and ZC2. That's where we are with those 2. Then we've got, that's still Christchurch West. We've had a little bit of St. Michael's South. This is Kurt Humphrey. Oh, I think we would expect that he's probably going to. I actually think he's one of the stronger ministers in government.
Yeah, Kurt is a good fella.
Kurt is word. That what he songs. I think he got one of them songs. I think that's his song.
He's Kurt is word.
Kurt is word. It's true.
I think a couple of Chantal Monroe boxes get called there just now. So.
Okay, so we can see how Kurt is performing in terms of his vote and compared to the last time around as well. Oh.
Hey, this can be a wash off here. I tell you so, but you.
Wow. So that is Kurt. We've had some boxes declared in the city. Michael Ashley. So BA1 and BA2. BA1. Ashley. BA2. 175. Yeah, he's increased the vote share in both of those cases. But Michael Lashley is he's an election machine, so he expect that he will bring that home quite easily.
So on huh?
Nothing in Northwest. Wait, hang on. I think we got a bit of St. James North here actually. Oh, St. Peter. Okay.
St. Peter.
Yeah. So we got a bit of St. Peter. The first three boxes, EB1, and
is you man.
Man, he's not my man. Talking. So, wow. So, 400 votes, and he's increased his vote. As the one thing he did say is that St. Peter sends serious people to the House Assembly. He is right. I agree with him.
That might be true.
Lost a bit of share there, and down in EB1 ready to go. He lost a bit of vote share there compared to last time out too. Be interesting to see who in the Democratic Labour Party gets, the most votes by the end of the evening.
Well,
so that's where we are. Sorry, what were you saying?
Let me answer this question. How they select a leading opposition if the government win all seats? Simple. There is none. Your opposition, then perhaps there will be people that might sit in the Senate. Now I can't remember how they chose those the last time. That's when Adley crossed the floor. But no, there's no opposition sitting in the House. No, you Lashley, I didn't touch on he yet. After this election, I don't want to hear no more about lost decade. I don't want to hear no more about corruption between 2008 and 2018. I don't want to hear nothing like that.
Hang on, we got a declaration
of a whole
constituency.
What's
that? Carry on, listen. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't want to hear nobody tell me nothing about that. Why? In 2017 and 2018, leading up to the 2018 election, the entire prosecution in the Democratic Labour Party was all about the fact that how corrupt the Democratic Labour Party was. And the face of that corruption was Michael Lashley and Chris Sinclair. Now, basically, if you go back and listen to the language that was used about how it was criminal, how, if you remember even the integrity legislation, it was because of them that they said it was bringing in. No, that never come about, and that should tell you. Anyway, but if you're telling me that my suffering, the hardships, the degradation of the country is because of the the downgrades, the 10 downgrades, is because of these two people. And because of these two people is why you are suffering the way you are suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And then for political expedience, you turn around and you bring the same people then into your party. That tell me all I need to do about you and integrity and what's not. You have none. You'll do anything for political expedience. And then people just turn around and just vote for them. And people would say, oh, but Ralph do the same thing Ralph crossed the floor. No, Ralph did not do the same thing. Ralph was sitting in Parliament and Ralph crossed the floor in Parliament. And the Democratic Labour Party, then, he went and joined Democratic Labour Party. Yes. But either way, those people were not there. These guys you were told that your suffering is because of these two people. And then on top of that, you let him in. Well, like not Chris, because Chris was behind the scenes, so fair name. Then Lashley, no explanation. But then then a lot of people are running about talking about the fact that the Democratic Labour Party need to say sorry. No, they don't, because he is so sorry and he running for y'all know. So what's the deal?
I look at this and think that we have lost our ability to be objective and to properly argue with reason, because all of the people who I see on this particular issue across social media during the campaign. What I was saying, like, it felt as though you should not be able to criticize Sinclair or Lashley for the stance that they took. The most sensible person I heard commenting on this was Donville Innes, and he get blows.
Views.
I mean, I got a piece here by Michael Ashley that about his response to Donville, which I thought was very, very funny, but that's our politics. But the point is, what Donville was saying was right. These were people who were at the heart of the last decade, you know. All kind of nastiness was said about them, but you shoveled them up now and put them in positions of high office, and it is okay. How could that be reasonable in Barbados? It can't be. And people should be able to have a critique of
about
it.
that.
Absolutely.
I ain't even bothered about what she said about them. The real thing is what she said them do to the people. That is that. Because she could say whatever she want about them is politics. That's how things just work in politics.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about what she said to the people. It's what she said them do to the people and do to the country. And then with no explanation, nothing at all, you turn around and now you got Michael Ashley running for your party. And it ain't even about if he the one run for your party or not. It's about you laying. No explanation to the people of Barbados. That is a beer joke. And nobody ain't saying nothing about that.
Nope.
And the only jokers that you're saying about it, jokers meeting with, well, Ralph ain't do the same thing too. I'm like, what foolish?
I know people gotta be more objective and reasonable.
It seemed not. Well, at least not when it comes to the Barbados Day party. Apparently, objectivity and anything or reasoning only accounts for the Democratic Party, it would seem. The BLP do it? It's right. It's good. That's what I say. I fully expect there to be an attempted recruitment of some of the people from the Democratic Labour Party over into the Barbados Day party and even from Friends and Democracy. I expect that to happen.
There will be
not immediately after, but
handpicked into the House of Red.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Well,
which is also interesting and telling about the Barbados Day party, yeah, because you would have had, and by the way, in that conversation, I don't put the young lady Tyra because she was young, she was not elected, and she could change and go where she want to go. Although in doing that, you still gotta be careful some of the things you say, because I heard her say on the platform just the other day, if you don't vote the Democrat Labour Party, then people do this and do that and do next and third. You were actually arguing that case a year or so ago, so be careful what you say, because you also then give a reason or say sorry or whatever. So be careful what you say. But I don't put her in the same light as I put Michael Ashley, not Chris Sinclair, because he working in the background, he ain't running for the seat. But I do know he was working in the background with your red shirt on, standing up there, sort of thing. So crazy.
Well, look, let's hear what Dawn Marie, because I think she spoke to something similar at Gar Hill, right? Let me put it what she said, and I think this is interesting for our audience. We get back to the map in a moment.
But you see this door to sports? You see this door to sports? I am the key and I belong to the Democratic Labour Party. I repeat, do not call my phone 3 weeks before a general election telling me to consider my future because the Democratic Labour Party will not win the next general election, and they ask me if I have something to say. Do not ever call my phone again telling me that I have a future in this country but not a future with the Democratic Labour Party, and then ask me what I have to say. And when I said and I replied, oh also the Democratic Labour Party will not win the next general election, will God's will be done. Put down my phone. Well, Marie, I just want you to know, I hope you understand the spirit within which I was coming to you. Yes, I understand. A spirit of confusion. A spirit of insecurity. A spirit of unseriousness, because if you know me, y'all could keep me in the wilderness for how long y'all want, telling me that I need to put on a red shirt to get something in this country, and the Democratic Labour Party will be the oasis, and eventually I will find my stream of living water with my party.
Interesting. Interesting. But I think she speaks to a real interesting dilemma that young politicians have in, not just in Barbados, but let's speak Barbados specifically, from the point of view that, you know, we've come to this place now. If you want to be in politics, well, you got to join the BLP.
Yes.
Right?
That is actually where we are right now.
Yeah. If you want to be in politics, it's the BLP.
No, look, time is politics. In time, that may change. It might take some time, but it will change.
Yeah.
Look, Gonzalez just gone out of power. You know, I mean, although one can argue that thing. You're on mute, Mark.
I'm talking to the producer here.
Oh, you don't remember. Oh,
yeah.
You know, Gonzalez just gone out of power, so you never know. You know, that's just how things just go sometimes. So in time, something would change and it would probably go back wrong, and the DLP or somebody else would take power. The reins of power. That's just how it goes. So Santi has declared, sir, she's won her seat.
Yes, she has. But they haven't given, I don't think they've given all of her boxes. So let me see if we can. Let me see if
already the whole thing, and we can update.
I gotta see if I can find she is at Michael Selfies, I think. Declared. That's her there.
Yep. So a lot's happening. I can see some stuff being declared now.
Yeah. They gotta give us the poll individuals, man. Otherwise, we can get all the data.
They're not gonna do that. You're not gonna see all that any night. You know how that is go.
All right, we still got a couple of things being inputted over here, so bear with us, folks.
No worries. So you declare her whole constituency now?
I declare her, but I only got 1 of 9 from her.
Okay, no worries.
So she ain't going completely fill up. We got a couple more coming through shortly. Right, what's going on with people in the chat? People getting ready for bed now?
It seems so. It seems so.
Okay.
Yeah, here messaging a few Dems.
A few Dems just to keep the spirit up. Tell the go on to bed.
Spirit up. Look, I I was never under any illusion. And then when I look at the campaign, I was always like, they're just in the energy. And then miss a lot of things to it. It's like when I saw the final thing they had at Haggett Hall there the other day, I was like, is this really a last rally campaign? Because it ain't sound to me like, you know what I mean? It was just too many missteps, man.
It was poor. Let's call it what it was. It should have been a lot better than it was, and sadly, that is what we see in playing out here now. But there can be some conversations now to have about where they're going next.
Well, I don't know where they're going next, to be honest with you, because once again, they're going to be a bunch of people.
There is St. Michael Southeast declared.
Yeah.
So that's the first one that we've got. There's some data to come on that, but we'll keep the declaration as it is there within the St. Michael constituencies.
Cool.
So that's the first. Anthony Bradshaw.
Yeah, where the party goes from here is going to be quite interesting. Let me get comfortable and sit back here, though.
Bradshaw's on our way back.
Yeah, that was kind of a given. Where the party goes from here now is unbelievable. I have no clue.
Yeah, this is going to be you can almost argue that this is probably going to be a more defining moment for the Dems than the Ralph Thorne crossing, actually. Because whatever happens from here now, let's assume that Ralph loses in St. John. I think that's probably the end of his political career.
That's the end of his political career.
Yeah.
He done.
So you're going into another election cycle now, trying to start again.
And so 3 elections, 3 new leaders.
You're starting over with every cycle that you've gone through in the last 15 years. And, that is demoralizing for any political party's base. Far less the politicians.
Good morning, Joy. We're in the UK as well. And I think Alicia
Alicia Alice?
Alicia wants to know what's happening in St. Michael.
You should call in and let
actually,
me have a word.
We haven't even done that. Actually, how we want to do that?
Anybody want to give us a call?
Anybody want to join and give us a chat?
Talk
and how things are going. Let us know in the chat, and we'll figure out
how to get to you. Tell us. Yeah, man.
Go there to St. Michael North. Anything coming in?
St. Michael Northwest. She said St. Michael North. She said St. Michael Northwest.
Northwest.
We ain't got nothing there yet. No, St. Michael Northwest. No. That's that here, look. Right here.
Nothing coming in there yet.
Still as you see it. Are we getting the results?
That look like the man that's been on that bottle of gin.
Got some money back.
Yeah, the man caught.
So nothing playing there yet. I thought the St. Lucie race was going to be a little closer, man. But even though they like it running there.
Man, everything running away, man.
We haven't had anything from St. Philip North yet, but St. Philip North is late.
Yes, it was there.
These 3 St. Philip constituencies.
DT7 in 2018 said they'd be out to 2035. Out of power, out of parliament. How is it going so far for Miss Motley? Well, Dwight, it looked like Miss Motley would more than likely.
She's St. Michael. She's St. Michael North. East.
Oh, you mean the constituency, or he mean the whole thing? If you mean the whole thing, I don't think in either one Miss Motley has an issue.
She's got no problem, man.
Let's be honest.
She's coming back with some fervor. New mandate.
New mandate.
We got any Dems supporters in the chat?
DT 23 downgrades.
I don't suppose not anybody who's a Dems supporter might not necessarily want to raise their hand at this point.
Man, like, then supporters wouldn't even go to the meetings. They wouldn't even come out and vote.
Wow. It's a tough all evening for the Dems. It really is. But let's hear what Michael Ashley had to say in response to Donville. You want me to put his response, man?
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
You hear what he had to say.
And in fact, the council is made up of people from the NGOs, the union. We had people who came into contact with the criminal justice system locally. And we invited Ralph Thorne to come to a meeting. But he didn't turn up. But I said to the Prime Minister, I think we must look at how, in terms of prison reform, we must look overseas and see how we can tease out some of those issues, look for the best, modify it, and so that rehabilitation and reformation could be easily teased out and touch those who came into contact with the criminal justice system. In fact, I'm going to recommend tonight that when the Barbados Labour Party win, we can send a letter to Don Valinis so he could come on the committee and tell us about the ins and outs of an international prison. I tell you, don't interfere with me. I tell you, do not interfere with me. I tell him, before he decide, look, I got convicted. And before he decide to go into the schools and speak to the little children and do some community work and tell them, look, they can't break the law. They can't do this. Go and do some work in the community and stop being mischievous.
Listen, he was very uncomfortable, I thought, in the early parts of the campaign, you know. But when he get in sections till Sunday night, he found his voice. He was in fine form, man.
He did. I see some St. Michael North getting called.
Motley, we on it here. All right. We get it in it.
So, St. Michael North, sorry, St. Philip North. Sorry, St. Philip North.
St. Philip North?
St. Philip North. Yo, man, go bring on put CBC up there, man, for a little bit. Oh, let me see if I get it. We are going for 5 hours and 23 minutes now.
$39, total $229. JE2 A to Z, Charles Griffith 57, Kemar Stewart 9, Ralph Thorne 123, total 189.
Ooh.
JC 3 A to Z, Charles Griffith 118, Kemar Stewart 3, Ralph Thorne 40, total 161. JE3 A to Z, Charles Griffith 105, Kemar Stewart 17, Ralph Thorne 140, total 162.
St. John looking at me close here.
The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. John is as follows. Mr. Charles Griffith, 2,327 votes. Mr. Kemar Stewart, 236 votes. Mr. Ralph Thorne, 1,876 votes. The total number of votes polled for all candidates was 4,439 with 18 spoils. I therefore declare Mr. Charles Griffith to be elected and be duly chosen representative for the constituency of St. John to serve in the House of Assembly of this island. Thank you.
And Pearson, I do have Mr. Griffith here. I'm going to ask him if he can just come over here and have a word with us. Mr. Griffith, he's greeting some of his supporters. Just one moment. Sure. Mr. Griffith. We have a moment here. Mr. Griffith is being congratulated by Kemar Stewart, the PCP's candidate in this St. John riding. Good night, sir, and congratulations.
Good night. Thank you.
Your reflections. Has this been a tougher one than usual?
I would say that it was tough. I was always confident because I think I put in the work in St. John in relation to my stewardship as the rep, and the end results is revealing that people are still going with me, still believe that there's something that I can do to continue moving St. John forward.
Okay, and so you just congratulating your one of your competitors, Mr. Stewart. What any words about his performance in this election?
Yeah, well, sure. It is the voice. Yeah, Kemar came into the race. You don't take anything for granted in politics, so you respect your opponents, and I respected him coming into the game. I guess he believed he had something to offer in terms of serving the people of St. John. So there's nothing wrong at all in congratulating him for entering the race.
Finally, your message to the people of St. John, both those who have voted you, both those who haven't voted for you, your final message.
Yeah, look, as far as my candidacy, as far as me being a rep for St. John, I have always been apolitical. So I don't see red or blue when it comes to representing my constituency. There's a lot of work to be done in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of sports and developing my young people. So I will continue to do what is necessary. I am happy to be and humbled to be part of a party that is really, really proactive in terms of how we treat to the development of the country as a whole. And hence that is going to read down to my constituency.
Thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Well, Pearson, there you have it. We spoke with Mr. Charles Griffith, now re-elected as the MP for St. John. And the celebrations are already starting outside the door as I speak. But that's it from me here, from Ryan Broom from the Lodge School in St. John. You can hear the noise with the background. Barbados decides 2026 from St. John.
You got happy enough, man.
Those are the cries of victory there at the Lodge School in St. John as Charles Griffith has returned as Member of Parliament. No doubt that action will make its way downtown to be joining the posse there in Roebuck Street. Another set of information coming into us, this time from Lynette Taylor, who's at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. She's monitoring the race there at Christchurch East Central. Lynette, good morning to you.
Hi, Pearson. Good morning.
What can you tell us?
Well, returning officer Michael Field has recently declared the incumbent candidate Ryan Strawn as the winner in the Christchurch East Central constituency. He won a total of 3,003 votes. And Quincy Jones for the Democratic Labour Party, his total was 1,412 votes. And we had a total number of votes cast in the constituency, 4,555 votes. Of that total, Dominic York of Friends of Democracy amassed 81 votes, and Natalie Parrish for the People's Coalition for Progress got a total of 49 votes. We had a total of 10 for the votes in the constituency. Here with me now is Ryan Strong, who was greeted by a jubilant number of
Adrian, if you dare, wait till you.
waiting to escort him down to the headquarters at Robert Street. Mr. Strong, what can you tell us about your lead up to this victory, and how are you feeling early this morning?
Thank you very much. I'm really humbled by the result that we saw today. The team really worked hard to try to reach as many people in the last few weeks, but really and truly that was just a combination of the work that we'd already started 7.5 years ago when it was elected to member of parliament. We've gone through a whole lot, both at the national level as well as the constituency level, and therefore, as I said to constituents last year, the best is yet to come. We are working to resolve a number of key issues in relation to not just infrastructure in the constituency, but focusing more on the opportunities that we can provide for young people, not so young, as well as being able to bring relief to the entire constituency. So I am happy.
I agree with that.
Very excited at what we have in place moving forward. And I think this result just demonstrates that once you stay connected with people and they can see what it is you're offering, then they will continue to create their confidence in you. I'm really thankful to the people of Christ Church for giving me another opportunity to work on their behalf and to have that work also extended across the length and breadth of Barbados. So thank you very much.
Can't find the date anywhere, man.
There you have it, Pearson.
Some of this stuff get called for
Newly elected
North, West,
representative for Christchurch East Central, Mr. Ryan Strong.
Lynette Taylor, you as well, so much for joining us for your coverage as well. Thank you, Lynette, reporting there from the Garfield Service Gymnasium on the results of the polling in Christchurch East Central. So far, we're into the first half hour.
St. John is red.
February, we have 3 declared seats.
St. John is red. That was one of the battlegrounds.
Wow, that in the man, look, man, I'm even a battle.
Wait, that you don't listen to me, man. You just get caught up.
Yeah, hold on.
No doubt you could well imagine
Well, it's jubilation here in Robert Street, as you can imagine, especially when the declaration was made for Charles Griffith to return as the member of parliament for St. John, defeating the opposition leader Ralph Thorne. The entire street went into an eruption. We missed the party atmosphere because we're looking at the other constituencies being counted. But if you would have felt the energy that went through the crowd here when that declaration was made, to know that Charles Griffith was returned to St. John. St. John usually one of the DLP strongholds,
Ishmael
but Charles
declared.
was able to hold his own, and Mr. Griffith was able to come through again to ensure that he would have beaten the incumbent, the opposition person from the Democratic Labour Party, even more important, the opposition leader. It was a sea of red. There was jumping, there was screaming, there was partying. It was an atmosphere like no more. So I'm sure that Barbados Party right now and their supporters are at this point feeling an entire victory. They already have about 3 constituencies definitely that they can be assured that they've won, and more are coming in. As the numbers come in, you also really can tell that the Barbados Party candidates are leading in the various constituencies. So as the night goes by, I'm sure the celebrations will even be amped up even more. I look forward to the candidates that would have already been declared making their way down here now to Robert Street for the celebrations to continue with the entire Barbados Party family. But of course, it is an atmosphere like no more, and the crowd has now grown to just about hundreds of persons. The street is lined, they actually blocked off the street So it's a sea of red here at Robert Street. Back over to you guys as we continue to follow the count for this general election 2026.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I think there's going to be a celebration. If we can have a split screen, I'd love to have that split screen because we're about to have an announcement from the city of Bridgetown. And Admiral Nelson will take it away.
That's right, Pearson. Final count from the city. The returning officer, Gloria Medford, joins us.
Corey Beckles, Michael Lashley, 150. Dale Raw, 25. There were no spoiled ballots. 184 in total. BF3, A to G, Corey Beckles, 4. Michael Lashley, 109. Dale Raw, 9. There were no spoiled ballots. Total of 142. BF3, H to Z. Corey Beckles, 5. Michael Lashley, 139. Dale Raw, 37. There were no spoiled ballots. A total of 187. BG1, Corey Beckles, 6. Michael Lashley, 74. Dale Raw, 8. There were no spoiled ballots. Total of 88. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of the city of Bridgetown is as follows. Corey Beckles, 92. Michael Lashley, 2,312.
You might get 92. What are you going to start on?
425. There were 7 spoiled ballots.
I bet you could go and beg 92 people to vote for me now.
Poll for all the candidates were 2,829.
Wow.
I therefore declare Mr. Michael Lashley to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the city of Bridgetown to serve in the House of Assembly on this island. Thank you.
There you go. You heard from the city of Bridgetown. We congratulate Michael Lashley. Mr. Michael Lashley, let me see if we can get Michael over here. Michael, come over, Michael. Michael has gone to we want to get a
come over as if he owned him, man.
Michael Lashley is coming over to our microphone. First of all, congratulations, Michael. What do you have to say to your constituents?
Let me say I want to thank the of Bridgetown constituents for support during this period. We recognize that short period of time of the canvas, but during the canvas, too, I recognize to this on my work, this the national profile. It made it a lot easier for me to canvas the constituency. And I think the strength too of the Prime Minister, that too assisted me in Bridgetown. I want to thank the Prime Minister Party for endorsing me and their support. I want to thank the officers, my campaign manager, everyone who walked through the sun and the rain, who went to me. They want to thank them so much. And of course, I want to tell that I'm here to give them a strong representative, as I'm accustomed to. Is it too early to tell us what's your first order of business? My first order of business. Get down on the ground again.
Look, let's get back to our audience, man.
Get back to them, man. Get rid of CBC.
Particularly those living in the person. I want them.
So, guys in the chat, how y'all feeling? We got 4 declared: St. John, City of Bridgetown, St. Michael North, and St. Lucie. Wow. No, not St. Lucie. Not St. Lucie yet. Sorry, not St. Lucie.
We got St. Michael Northeast, St. Michael Southeast, yes, St. Michael South, and St. John Griffith. Yeah. So look, this is interesting. So we got to talk first of all. What now for Ralph Thorne? First of all, what are your thoughts?
Ralph is done.
That's the end of his political career.
Done. D-U-N. Done. Or if I from tongue, done. D-A-U-N. Done. He gone. He gone. You gotta see if he live up to Motley's characterization and he goes and don't say goodbye.
Don't say he just finished off now.
You might not. You might not see a speech from him. He gone home and sleep.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he's done.
I suppose the follow on to that then is as the map continues to bleed, what kind of direction can we see the Democratic Labour Party going in now? Post what is looking like another traumatic night at the polls in Barbados.
Well, I think where does the DLP go? Well, I guess there's only one hope they're holding out for now, and that is if Ryan Walters could win.
St. Michael Northwest.
St. Michael Northwest. I mean, come on, achievements was always one of the most things he could get. So you got to see if he could win that.
If you can't bring home achievements,
you got to see. You got to see if he could do that. If he could bring that home, maybe. If not, well,
there's an interesting battle brewing up here, St. Mike and St. Philip North. Actually, I don't know if you've seen this one. This is Sonia Brown and Simon Clark. So, if you look at what's been declared so far,
let's see. Let's look at it and see.
So PB won 240 votes. So she matched back exactly the number of votes she got in 2022 against Michael Lashley.
You share your screen?
Oh, am I not?
Oh no.
Oh, my apologies, man. Sorry, CBC distracted me with their their declaration. All right. So here we go. You got me there?
I got you.
So this is where we got three of the 9. Brown has got 2 and Simon Clark has got 1. But when you look at it, this is PB1. So she matched her vote from the last time out. Clark got 200 votes, which I think is really, really good compared to what Michael Lashley would have fielded. So that's actually quite some going. And then, of course, Friends of Democracy and the Independent.
That's the split.
Took away the rest. Then the figure the PC won. Brown got 311 votes in the last election, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at how that fell down. 133 in this election. Now, Clark, again, 127. He got close, but a lot of people didn't vote in this particular polling division.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't vote.
And then PA won. This had big registration in 2022. 1,100 people were registered in this particular polling division.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Lashley won it with 206. So there's the DLP. This is the DLP division, right? Mm-hmm. 260. He got home with 237, less than Lashley, but that's to be expected.
She pick up a few seats.
She pick up a few seats, but again, Lord and Beckles split in the vote. So St. Philip North is close. And remember, she only won it by 235 the last time out.
Well, we gotta see.
So
it's interesting because the young fella Clark seemed to be sustaining.
He is holding the numbers.
He's holding, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. So let's see what else is coming through.
But I am pretty clear that your man is done.
Darn is finished.
That's
the end of him.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna listen, Mark, the man is not a leader of a party. I telling
Mm.
you, whatever happens, and we can see what happening. The Democratic Labour Party will forever rule. We see some yellow appear in St. Lucie there, man.
Well, but they're going east.
Yeah, this is the East. I tell you.
Mhm.
Now, can he actually flip,
Let's
and
have a look.
win the seat,
Which
the
one is
things?
that? LD3. Let's see how he did.
Like he win too. Whoa.
Whoa. Ooh. LD3.
Whoa.
All right. There might be a story that brought here, you know. And he
But
got LE1.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
He lost a lot of votes compared to Farrell, but he won. He won the division.
Even.
Jeez. I mean, gosh, these people have not turned out. Look at the vote share in this division as well.
I see.
Jeez.
People ain't bothering with that this year, man.
Okay, but what that does is, it is, you know, looking like the got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. How many polling divisions there are in St. Lucie?
Yeah, it's 6 left.
12. So this is where we are in St. Lucie.
5, yeah. That enclave there in the east is clearly a Democratic.
Democratic Labour Party, yeah, man.
There are votes to be had. I mean, the vote share is a lot less, but there are votes to be had there.
Yeah, they don't think you have the vote again.
People ain't inspired by them, man.
No.
And the balloting ain't working. You can't bring a 1975 manifesto to a 2026 election, or not even manifesto, a 1975 campaign to a thing. I mean, honestly, I don't know if you listened to Ralph Torrance speech at the end last night. It was horrible.
I get to the end. I was watching today, but I didn't get to the end.
It was horrible.
What you had to say?
At the nothing. At the end, it was so bad that at the end of the day, the man just finished and was done. The crowd didn't rally. I don't even think the crowd knew that he was coming to the end. Just obviously, like, and then he focused a lot on Mia too. He made that mistake that I think they make it in 2018. And focused very heavily on Mia Motley. And it's like, my man, will you bring it to the table? Cause right now, this in it. I think he would give up though, because I noticed in the last 3 days of this election, Ralph just looked tired. Ralph looked done. Either looked tired. Either just looked tired.
Well, I guess another question now is who's going to conduct the postmortem of the Democratic Labour Party election performance.
Who can conduct it? Like who?
Right. Well, but there's one to be had. Are we going to?
Then the postmortem here, you throw that body in ground. And postmortem. This is one of them ones that you don't have to ask how this body died. This body is sick, and this body died. It just died. Pick up and come again.
Look, Didi saying that you can put your application in because there's a vacancy for a new leader of the Democratic Labour Party. There you go.
Listen to me. I can run that party, you know. I can easily.
Now you run what party, what?
I can run that party. I can run CBC. Listen, you understand? I can run everything.
You want problems?
I see Michael say Ralph committee suicide, political suicide. When he left the party. There's a yes there, but I'll be honest with you. Say what you want about Ralph, and obviously you can hear me. I say a lot today. But you can respect a man who lives based on his own principles, whatever those are.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, he may have committed political suicide, but I don't think anybody knew that more than he himself. But he still left. I can respect somebody if, based on their principles, they have decided, no, I am leaving.
Hmm.
I don't think anybody knew more than Ralph that he was dead. Ralph knew he was dead. He was still ill body, but he still left. So I don't worry about committing political suicide when he left because he left for his reasons, and he would have known the implications of that, and he left. As he said himself, when he left, it wasn't to leave to go to the Democratic Labour Party. He left, and that there presented itself, and he decided to go. He may have thought he could help the party, but I think he always knew, just as Adderley knew, he was never going to get back in once he left the party. So I could still respect somebody who leave based on their principles. Whatever those principles. I see, did he ask what principles? It's not for me to answer that question, and it's not for me to almost even, it's not for me to judge what those principles are. Those were his.
Absolutely.
Whatever it is, they were his. And nobody can sit down honest and say what you like. There's a lot of truth in some of the stuff that Ralph was saying. Mass murder the DLP, but as I said earlier as well, the DLP did that to themselves also. The party did that to themselves. Because he couldn't do anything to the party that the party didn't want them to do. The party did that to themselves. Because they're not a serious party. And they don't attract serious politicians.
Sure. Not anymore.
Of which I would say he is one.
Not anymore.
I know it's a rhetorical question, but still, I still want to answer it. Yeah, my girl Tyra get him.
She would get him, man. She would get him.
I am telling you, a Democratic Labour Party in this election that had Ronnie, Trisha,
Kimar,
Ryan Walters, even the guy in St. Lucie, this young girl Tyra,
Dawn Marie,
Corey,
yeah, different ticket
and stuff. A cohesive unit with those 8 at the core. Not saying all 8 would have win seats, but part of politics is that you got to create momentum. You got to create and let people can imagine you leading the party. But some of that takes the personnel, and then some of that takes who is the team, and then the strategy and the togetherness and cohesiveness of the platform that's coming up. If they had that, again, not saying that all 8 of those would have won seats, but you would have presented an image to the country that this party is ready for something. And you would have not ready to lead, for something.
You'll be on the way back.
He said Dre, but didn't he lock out the people? I hear you, Didi, but there's a yes and a no. The party lock out the people. I think people are giving too much credit to Ralph Torn. Imagine if he'd have going to the Barbados Day party under Mia Motley and other people. Could they have done that? No. You see what Santia tell Michael Ashley?
You better behave yourself in here.
When he went across there, straight to your face. To me, it was uncalled for. But you know what? So as she sits on the platform, you can imagine what the tell he behind closed doors. Listen, my man. We don't really want you here, but the general said you here for a reason. Don't come in here and play on a tail. You come in here and you behave yourself. Or you can get put out. Oh, you said we started by says you have attention. You always asking me questions, lady. Yeah, you got my attention. They read the comments here now. Maybe winding down because obviously we know what's happening here. You never know. Keep an eye out. I agree with you, Ches, and a lot of discussion was had, and a lot of a lot of good discussion was had regarding that. So not a problem with that. Whatever and I think that goes back to his principles on what he thought it was. Yes, I agree.
Man, I should be able to find this data so easily.
It's not on the website, right?
I can't find it.
Right, Chantel run it like she wash off Corey, so that'll get done too.
Strategy was wrong there. And I thought he came across as a really strong candidate.
Yeah, but he ain't got no profile, right? And it's the first time. Philip good, man. Philip must be sleeping. Politics ain't really Philip thing.
But what I don't understand is why there couldn't be some place that all of this data as it was being reported can just be published. I just don't.
You don't see people come out there and read off the results for off the notepad. I telling you, man, foundationally, we just wrong.
We like enough talk.
We talk, but
enough talk, man.
I telling you, man. Barbados is disappointing. Yeah, Corey, man, you man, Corey. Look, at least Corey, man, and meet the press if you go on CBC. At least Corey, man, and talk to the press. I see you, man, Ralph, talk to the press. That must be gone already, actually, because yours fat. I looking on the internet, YouTube, whereas you going off the website. So, we gone already.
Man, God, I don't want many bad man. We're going to talk what press one.
Man, no, man. These people think, but
I want to see what can happen in this for that North seat, man. That's the last.
Well, there's only three possibilities. You got anything with St. Michael Northwest? You from the same Rand Water seat?
I seen that from there.
Cause they said that 4 of them boxes get called already.
We're about 15 minutes behind here. We got a bit of a lag.
Okay. Oh, you waiting on it being called at where CBC?
I'm sure which website you on, you said? Sorry? Which website you on over there? Give me a sec. Try not to disturb you too much because he just inputting the data. We'll get there, man. The Nation. Yeah, Nation. Oh, Nation News.
Oh, okay.
So what they got over there?
I know what they got. Let me see what they're presenting there for people to look at.
Tarn defeated in St. John, man. Yeah, wash off, man. And defeated. End of his political career right there. I just don't understand how we just do these things, you know. I just don't understand it.
I don't know about you.
Who's that? Lost the deposit?
Hmm?
Who's that? Did he say lost the deposit?
I know who.
The boy in the yard. It's no truth for Michael. Thanks, Daz. No worries, man. Thanks for dropping by.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much for spending election time with us. I think people like to get sleepy now.
Yeah. Exactly.
Come on, people. We in England. We here up now. It's now 5 o'clock in the
6 o'clock.
morning. I want to get up. I want to go and sleep. Like this, man. Like this.
Here again, cool.
Yeah. Let's chill there. So I think the
Ralph Darn lost his deposit.
how is lost? Where is lost your deposit? Was the threshold?
That's a good question.
Yeah, he saying getting called here now.
St. Lucie calling on CBC.
Defeated and defeated. We just analyzing.
Who's that? That who defeated?
Did you wanna when we sound defeated? We ain't defeated, man.
Tired, man.
Do you understand? According to we doing this for 6 hours straight, you know.
I see you bring the food.
Yeah, understand. You know, offer a cup of tea.
See, Philip North sticky.
I off tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Well, today, not tomorrow.
You okay? Again, make a tea myself, boy. So I came back.
Yeah, make a tea, no problem. I talk to the people, man.
Came back, hey, no.
What is this? If you should be what? By now, I should be going to polling and voting at a terminal. You mean the electronic terminal? Again, not necessarily. Not necessarily. As I say, I think sometimes we look at these things as somehow development or showing that things getting better. But no, because when you go in a vert or the terminal, there's a lot of infrastructural systems to secure that, to make it work, and what's not, and it costs a lot of money. Barbados just ain't got that, and we don't have the infrastructure to do that. So I wouldn't necessarily say that by now you should be going and vote at terminals. No, if you don't have the infrastructure and what's not to secure that, I would say no. And as from immediate future recently, with the amount of data leaks and stuff that we've had across different areas in government, I would say no. We just don't have that stuff as yet. So I wouldn't say that is a natural thing. As I say, in England, I still go in my polling station here and vote by putting in a piece of paper and dropping it in a box. It's pretty normal. Well, yes, of course, that is true. That is always a thing there. But you don't necessarily have to do that. You can have where we miss a trick is that you can easily have secure computers going into a server and people tabulating the votes and then inputting them into the system. You could easily have that. I don't know why we don't have that at all. The issue sometimes is that we don't have integrated computer systems in certain areas. And it's crazy that we don't. It's really easy. Oh my God, I don't know. Just reading comments and keeping company here, so no. Don't worry, you can still say Nicole, connect bread and change DD. Yeah, exactly. Smart. I think sometimes we look at this technology as the this thing that gonna fix everything, and it doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be. Everything is not technology. Don't solve everything. Systems and processes do. And sometimes I think that's something that we don't understand. Me in my space where I work in legal and legal operations and stuff, I always say technology comes second, systems and process. And by systems I mean workflows and stuff that you put in place, and and processes. That's what make things more efficient. That's what make things better. And then where necessary, you might overlay some technology on top of that. You run for technology first without processes and what's not, it's all gonna fall down anyway. It's similar to the whole bus system, or similar to what happens at City QEH. You're gonna spend a whole heap of money on equipment. Now, that's not to say we don't need certain specialist equipment, right? You do. But does it do anything to the service? No. Why? Because service is people and systems and process. And you gotta fix that first. And that's something that we seem unable to focus on in the Caribbean, not just Barbados, but in the Caribbean, and we got to focus on it a little bit more.
One of them just going now. Michael Central.
People getting sleepy. This is the first time we did below 100 people for the night. Don't worry, we here, man.
Was it City of Bridgetown? I can't remember.
City of Bridgetown gone already.
It was in St. Michael.
Okay. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
what,
okay.
what did I miss?
No, not necessarily.
No need for advanced technology for a small amount of overhead.
No, one of the guys was saying we should got terminals, but I was saying you got terminals and they got the security. All of a sudden, people in Afghanistan voting in Barbados election.
Oh man, get one vote in the city. I want to see this St. Lucie and this St. Philip North.
Look at people, you be helping people out.
Not in Robert Street.
One conversation I was thinking of having that we didn't have, and I hope Beijing's in. What is that? Why do you have such a strange? I think I posted about this recently. Why do you have such a strange relationship with our flag? Honestly, if you was looking at this election and you don't know what country it's in, you actually wouldn't know which country it's in, because there's nothing at all that shows the Barbados flag. I find it so strange. Even when you got on main platforms that you're addressing Barbadians and Barbados, and you vying, St. Lucie, like it get called. St. Lucie get called for
Phillips.
Yeah, for thing. I didn't see it, but I just looked there and see it. But they really got to do better with this, though.
They do, and the frustrating thing is that there are people beyond the shores of Barbados who have an interest. And for how many years I've been watching this stuff? For how many years we've been watching other people present this stuff? You want to tell me we can't do no better?
Even that we can't do no better. You want to tell me nobody at CBC, the Nation News, or Barbados Today? But let me pick on CBC. Nobody at CBC is look and say, we gotta do this better, people. Next time we can be ready. Nobody ever says that.
This thing is so easy to fix, right? Because I would sit down here now and I would think, you know what? Let's give some secondary school children or some primary school children in Barbados an opportunity to be part of how we present a fresh approach to the elections in Barbados, okay? Because you need people, you need runners, you need people to tabulate this stuff and push it onto websites and all that kind of stuff. That's hands, that's just hands and effort you need, right? But for goodness sake, man, build the platforms, get the people, push the information out. We don't just want to sit down here, people talking. This is what it was doing in the 80s. It may be still here.
Hold on, Rand Waters ain't going on here. Oh, this.
Let's look at the factors in play in that St. outcome, Dr. Ronnie Irwin.
Well,
really, what we're seeing is clearly that the Barbados Labour Party vote has held. Democratic Labour Party vote has not been motivated to come out to support the party. We would have to account for the events of August 2 years ago, for the effect that they're having on this election. You cannot discount what happened after the annual conference 2 years ago to think that would not happen.
So let's deal with that. How significant, if at all?
Yeah, but Ronnie, you had a play that, man. I don't think I've ever been so disappointed in a politician as I was with Ronnie.
I ain't a politician.
Honestly, and it's hard to say because he's an Alexandra boy.
That doesn't make no step, though.
He's
a
a decent fella, but the man ain't built for this, man.
Like that, man.
The man ain't built for this.
That.
He might be tall and thing. He didn't know on TV with his hair prickle up and thing. He was good with that. That's you. Go prickle up your hair, man, and talk and be an academic. This thing ain't for you.
No,
this thing ain't for you. No, he might decide to come back. I don't know. In some capacity, I don't know. But I don't feel like thing for him, man. He remind me of Keir Starmer.
The boy soft, man.
Really, maybe all of that Eastern Part there. So my man flip everything there so that we should near come close in. So there's a huge enclave over there that vote DLP.
Don't bring the BLP over here. I
wonder if any roads out there get fixed.
The water still brown.
Man, yeah, I honestly, Ronnie, he remind me of Keir Starmer. You know, Keir Starmer, he's one play politician, and somehow he end up as prime minister.
Well, hang on, we got a couple here for Ryan Walters and St. Michael Northwest.
Man, he can barely flirt with that, man. He ain't gonna be in there. But click in there, let me see what they votes are like.
1 and 2. No.
Close. Let me see the other one up there. You got, I think the one above that get called too. Interesting. The one below that. Oh, not that. There's small constituency, you know, but we'll see.
It'll be interesting to see what position Ronnie takes now. I mean, I know what position he can take in regards to this question.
Well, I think Ronnie can be waiting for him to beg you back, but he ain't got his stomach, man. He fall out with Mia. He run for the DLP. From the BLP, he run to DLP. He end up being leader. He fall out with them. You could argue get kicked out. He lost his space there. He gone again too. Hey, like
the runner, man. Pick up athletics.
You understand? So it's no a matter if he's a sprinter or a long distance runner. So you gotta see who you can go to next. No.
You know where else to go? There's only one party in Barbados.
So might he end back up with the Barbados Day party at some point? Maybe. Will he stay in academia? I feel that's reached his time.
Comment on things, man.
Yeah,
to come here and
comment and do you lawyering thing and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
this honestly, I just disappointed because he gone and literally take the wrong advice, in my opinion, from jokers. Blackett was never a serious politician. Oh, this here.
The nation hasn't announced 3 of the boxes in St. Lucie.
That what?
The nation, they haven't announced 3 of the boxes in St. Lucie.
22, Amoy Gildenborn, 63, Stephen Prescott, 4. And we're just turning the page at this time. In XC 2 I to Z, Wilfred Abrams, 204, Ingrid Betts, 17, Amoy Gildenborn, 56, Stephen Prescott, 5. In box XC388.
Yeah, these people.
Did I eating cereal, man? Some dry cereal.
Eating hard, man.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, so you got eat so hard?
Man, cereal hard.
Yeah. Eating hard.
So this is the problem we have here, guys. So once there's a number of the seats that have been announced, we really want every polling division information. And just like what's just happening in St. Lucie, so they've declared St. Lucie, they've announced it, but they haven't given the information for trading boxes. So
just turn it right, man.
It leaves just with a bit of a gap.
You can't turn the whole thing right.
I can turn it red, but you got the data for it. You got the data for St. Lucie?
You just gotta go back. But
you got the data for St. Lucie?
So they have announced like 9.
Man, yeah. His sun coming up, yeah. Right, folks. I was saying something before. So that's Christchurch East that just get called. So Wilfred Abrams back in the house. So this is a full on wash off, yes or no? Full on wash off. I have no clue what that is. Interesting. So have anybody join in?
This is a 19L.
It looks so.
Well, I can tell you the turnout, the percentage for the turnout for this election is going to be very interesting to look at.
Yeah.
And
turn St. Lucie red, man, and then come back and fill in the gap.
I can't turn it red because at the moment in the back end it's showing as the LP because of the number of votes that are already in there. So if I toggle it, it can go yellow.
Oh, okay.
Because he obviously Griffith probably would have won those remaining 3 boxes there. We'll fix it, man. All right. It's slow progress, but we're getting there.
How, Barbados is a funny place because it'd be interesting to hear the postmortem from some of this stuff that's happening here in this election, because so much, like, a lot has not been said about that whole issue regarding the leak from Digicel.
Well, nothing. That gets swept away. Something else.
nothing has ever really come of it. Nothing has been said of it. It was thinking, no, how could you have a minister of government
He would have been gone through the others, man.
who's supposed is a senior executive at Digicel?
A big
There's a
time data breach in the
data
middle of the
breach
election.
not only a data breach, but then allegedly, according to some people, a whole bunch of phone calls and things start happening from those same things.
We just be too tolerant with these things, man. We too lightweight. Too tolerant.
Ain't only that we too lightweight. The thing that you realize about this is that CEO, yes, Chaz. The thing that I realize about DBAgen, let me phrase it like DBAgen, of which I am one, so I included myself in this too. I think we like to think that we too logical. We is very much of the case of, well, what you can do about that? Or either way, what I gonna mean? That mean nothing anyhow. You might as well let 'em go along. We just ain't got no. We don't say nothing about nothing.
We don't fight, man.
We seem not to have a thing in our body where we question, where we probe, where we demand better. It's actually quite frustrating to watch and listen when you talk to people, you know. It's like, huh? So nobody we like to, the only other way I could put it is that we like to explain away things.
Yeah.
And even more so if it's something or someone that we support or something, we explain away things. So ain't a big deal. Oh, what I gonna do? You know? Well, I remember when Mark Carney recently made that speech that everybody was all about middle powers and he was saying, and that was one of the people that was like, huh? We want to applaud him, Mark Carney for? Mark Carney literally just get it and say at a speech, there was a time when we sat at the table and exploit everybody else, and Canada reaped the benefits from it. But now all of a sudden somebody wants skin at the table and they want we reap none of the benefits. I know talking about, so let me go and build something else. That's really the crux of what Mark Carney said.
Let me go and build on the table now.
To continue to exploit the people that we could, you know, that we was exploiting before. That is basically, if you listen to Mark Carney's speech, that is basically what he said. Right? But nowhere in that speech did Mark Carney apologize to the rest of the world that was applauding he for exploiting them. So I remember saying, well, I remember posting about it as well. Somebody said, oh, well, at least he acknowledged it. And I was like, but was acknowledging it without an apology? And debating, say, oh, well, what apology you gonna do, really?
Yeah.
So my view is, so were you accepting that he acknowledged it? Are you okay with that? But you don't see the need to demand an apology? Are you okay with not having it? What I can do?
That is just who we are, boy.
I like, huh? But we just don't. So that whole thing just gone. Yeah, just like tomorrow, everybody gonna forget about EBC fiasco.
Exactly.
Back to work tomorrow
Yep.
for Mia. Nobody thinks about it again.
Yep.
Nobody cares.
But
Carry
these are the
on.
things that the politicians is exploit. Because
Exactly.
they know that people may blow up for a moment, but they know they could get away with it. That's why they just keep doing it.
We just got this thing. I just don't understand it. I think we too educated for we own good. And we the most logical people in the world. Nobody else ain't got logic like we.
Nobody.
We just logical. We too smart. We smart. We just smart people. So that's why them things don't bother me. Man, I like, man, y'all can't be serious, man. It's fascinating to watch and frustrating to watch at the same time. Fascinating and frustrating at the same time. It's actually unbelievable.
I see Chelsea is saying in the chat that this is BIM in 2026. No accountability in public life.
But that in 2026, that's been BIM throughout history. One can argue. It's even more damning that in 2026 you've been exposed to even more, and you see how things could be done or should be done, and you go like, yeah, no problem. So that's why everybody could complain about what project and all that kind of stuff, but still going to vote in the man with a sweeping white name there again, like, yeah, but he with me, so
he all right.
Don't worry about that.
Give you a pass. Give you a pass.
Made sense fighting yourself about that. What are you gonna do? I'd be like, God, man. And don't get me wrong, it's good both ways, because in 2013, there's no way that we should have been that election neither. Frooms. Because you could have seen the direction of travel. But everybody just went, yeah. But it's Frooms and David just dead, so you vote back Frooms. And they're like, oh, yeah. And look at what you get.
We talk a lot about the post-mortem of the Democratic Labour Party. But what we haven't really given too much thought to is Miss Motley and a third term in Barbados. And what does this now mean for Barbados as we, another red dawn, third red dawn? What is this likely to mean?
That's a good question. I don't know. Unfortunately, this is one that you gotta wait and see. For me, she said she wasn't coming back doing 2 terms, but I think it's clear that she looked around the party and realized that there's nobody who could take this over.
Man, DC already, man.
These men still pappy.
That Motley, with this race, we'll be looking at a different map tonight. That's
well, not necessarily. Well, you might text you the race, but
these teams are closer.
Well, she'll still be around, so she's still influential, right? So she will still be that. I mean, she would gotta be like not in the race and not around neither.
Do you think Asante Bradshaw was leading the Barbados Labour Party into this election, that we would be seeing a similar contest?
I don't know. I don't really rate Santia, so I don't want to be too harsh, but I guess that was harsh already. City quiet part out loud. I don't really rate Santia, so I don't know. But it is clear. And it is clear because the amount of people that have to come in from outside to run key ministries. Yes. I mean, you got Chantal Monroe in now, and you got Chad in now too. But all of them started from the outside. You went and bring Tyra.
Mm-hmm.
There had to be Barbados. There were party people waiting in the wings to run for a seat. You bring in Tyra straight away and usurp that. You bring in Michael straight away and usurp that too. Again. So it's like,
no, there will be some people that will be missing out on some cabinet jobs in this government now. That's going to be very interesting too.
Well, they'll probably get promised going to Senate or something, so but it is clear that she doesn't believe she has the talent.
Mm-hmm.
But we keep telling she does.
Because the map shows that she does.
Right? We keep telling she does. She said, no, I don't. And we saying, yes, you do. No, I don't. Yes, you do. But it's clear that she doesn't think she has the talent. I mean, how could Tyrell, who was pretty much a young dem, never run for election yet, gone cross and wasn't asked to sit out a cycle?
Nope.
I mean, even if you had put her in the Senate and stuff and let her cut her teeth and make a minister of state, a junior minister of state or something, let her cut her teeth or what have you, you could have done that. But clearly, you're saying we don't have the talent, so we need this young girl to come from the Democrat Labour Party and be part of the party. We need Michael to come across. You can't argue with Michael's experience, because Michael got good experience, but we need Michael to come across and to take the party. and to run here in this part. So is to be fair, if you really analyze the Barbados, they're a party, they're quite damn into themselves as to the talent that they have and the lack of talent that they have. I mean, I think we got a slide there of people that you don't really hear from, just by carriers, man. There's just a lot of dead weight, a lot of passengers, a lot of passengers getting carried, and you know a lot of passengers getting carried too.
No, let's well, as you mentioned them, we might as well go back to them because we spoke about it before, and well, if you were seriously looking at the performance of this cabinet in the last government, right? Well, look, we call them the non-talkatives because in truth, you ever hear Christopher Gibbs open him up and say anything about
man, there's bike carriers, man. All of them.
You
bike carriers.
You ever hear Medic Ford give a speech in your house? For some of these people,
all I see Medic Ford turn up for is to take pictures and be in a shot whenever somebody walking wrong and the camera's walking wrong. He bout there too. I'd be like, bike carriers, man. All these here so is dead weight. All of these here so is bare with things, man. No, let me be quick. I hold my hand up and say, who knows? They might just be fantastic in the constituencies.
You reckon?
I don't know, but I gotta hold my hand up and say, 'cause I don't live in the constituencies, right? So I gotta at least give a possibility that is the case. So who knows? They might, you man, Jordan, you might be fantastic up in St. Peter.
Jordan is a St. Peter man.
he might be just fantastic up there. I don't know. Griffith, when me and put Griffith up on the stage, the other day, when he read out the manifesto, honestly, the man didn't even look like he didn't know half the things that was in there.
Oh, we bringing in things for the gym? Oh, I didn't even know.
Oh, when they got next month? Oh no, I can get a tree. Oh, okay, yeah, tree. Phillips, Gibbs, bike carriers.
Yes.
Bike carriers
and the truth
passengers.
Is, yeah. This is partly why, you know, when Miss Motley looks around, I think, and leading this party, it's like, man, these people, these jokers.
But half of them they're supposed to get in.
Yeah.
But it's just the DLP can't get itself together to say the thing, man. But half of these people ain't supposed to be there.
They don't talk. And you would think that for politicians who've been around for as long as some of these have been, they should really be making much more meaningful contributions to the life of the citizens of our country. And in reality, you just think like, well, I don't know what them is doing. What them is really doing.
I sure some people come in there and cuss me and tell me all the great, fantastic things them is doing.
No, I'm sure they probably would, but at the same time, it does not seem to reflect that way over the course of the campaign that we've just witnessed, because it seems as though a lot of them need a lot of support.
Somebody tell me I might not be able to go in the park if I don't rate Santia.
She on the park now?
I don't know.
Missing ball syndrome, apparently.
I don't know. Who's this? Somebody said, well, some people are wired differently. Tyra and Michael are two such people. I don't know what I mean.
Wired differently? How? Explain, Michael.
Explain that there to me, Michael. I don't know what I mean.
And why you won't be able to go in the park? What going on there?
Somebody asked what will be the state of democracy for the next 5 years.
Well, I think, as we discussed earlier, the past two parliaments have not necessarily been the best for Barbados' democracy. For multiple reasons. I mean, we talked about the opposition and cutting your teeth and being able to do the work. But the extension of this one party state feels like, you know, Barbados is really on a path that is going to be really difficult to see how the future, what the future will look like.
Was it Grenada on the Mitchell that had? I think he won a few full set of seats before, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I mean, you just gotta hope that the power is used properly and people do what they're supposed to do and done the people. But they not guarantee that that's gonna happen. I hear some people will say, "Oh, you don't need a opposition. As long as you got people talking." Of course, you do need an opposition because as an opposition sitting in the house, you get privy to certain information so that you can actually properly scrutinize the government. If you're sitting outside the house, you don't get that information. So of course, you need someone sitting inside the house to be able to get that information to properly scrutinize the government. However, at the same time, I say Democratic Party has done themselves no favors.
And,
They're a
and, and,
bunch of jokers.
and imagine if you are a young politician now in a party like Friends and Democracy, you got your little record now to look back on because you've gone through a campaign. But when you look at what you are up against, it does not. You gotta be made of really special stuff to stick into politics in Barbados right now, and see an alternative pathway away from the DLP, and we gotta be quite strong.
Well, all I keep saying is the party, they can't get with the own way, man. They can't get with the own way. I'll be honest. The only hope for this party, if you could call it that, is that we're gonna pray that Ryan Waters get his seat and that he's got somebody in Parliament. I don't even know how possible that is at the moment. But also, it is a case where they might gotta go back and get Ronnie.
That'd be interesting.
Or Trisha. I actually think the person that they need to get back into the party is actually Trisha. That is what I actually think. Because Ronnie left, but then Ronnie kind of stopped. Trisha has continued. Her profile has actually risen. And I meant what I said. I believe if Trisha was running as an independent, say against Nero, she would have been. Even if Trisha was running even in the same St. John. No, Trisha is somebody who are running St. John. If Trisha was running the same St. John, she would have been. Even as an independent. I'm telling you. These jokers in the DLP always calling on Barra's name, without understanding what I mean. You could call the name if you're perceived to be the embodiment of the ideals, ideas, and philosophies of Barra. Calling the name don't make you that. But I think someone like Patricia would have been seen as that if that's what you was gonna use. And I think she would have walked in there under the DLP ticket. That's what I tell you. Just said forget Ronnie. Now St. Joseph called too. I think you gotta switch from the nation and go to CBC. Yeah, St. Joseph here again. Call here now. Rondo Roast, man. You might get 881 votes to 2662. I think you gotta tell Carl switch from the nation and go to CBC. So that's that. So St. Joseph call. Chesapeake at Mia campaign in St. John. Yeah, I heard so. But it was clear that she knew that he was the potentially the one to go. Because I tell you, the man had no real, despite being anything for St. John, he had no real profile. So it was so she did what she had to do. She didn't need to campaign in her own constituency, so she made St. John hers. Hell, he out. Because he's a bike carrier too. So you need your bike carriers. If you got a personal right cat, what you gonna do? You can keep you wrong. Yeah, with this joker Ronnie talking on TV.
If you don't look like you are, like you're part of it. You know, how influential were the influencers in Britain? I think the influencers were. I mean, I want to say a couple of things about this whole party finance issue. I have some strong views on it. I do identify with what Ken is saying regarding the extent to which we observe a lot of the rules in breach more than anything else. And I mean, the t-shirt thing has been a problem for me for a long time. And we all find paraphernalia. I also realize that paraphernalia, whether I like it or not, is a part of our reality. And the regulation that we had saying that you couldn't wear branded t-shirts and whatnot, it was foolishness. I mean, let's face it, I came into an environment where it was being observed, where you had the PLP, you had heard of in person. You know, and ultimately it made the same. So my thing is, we can as well review the legislation quite frankly.
Mm. Yeah, watching these fellas say, who going on here now? St. James North.
Which one?
St. James. You mean me or Cole?
Oh Lord, St. James up.
St. James North. My look.
Yeah, St. George South. That's going red.
Oh, that's what she name? We name?
That's Dwight with Felicia.
Domry?
No.
Oh, Felicia. Pff, come on, Felicia.
Now they look bloodbath.
Yeah, I mean, I respect Felicia and stuff, but she's not a, you know. I listened to her speak a few times, and though she speaks with passion, that the though she speaks with passion.
I think Democrat. You know, Democrat. They're probably the Democrat. They're probably need a red man. I go put myself forward, man.
It need a red man.
Need a
The
red man.
last red man I had was David Thompson.
I'm like telling you. They need a red man lead that
red
party, man.
What red man gonna do? Attract you with me?
Bro, it votes. This is a very simple problem to solve right here, right now. This is a problem that we just need to get the vote out.
If you could bring us in Philip North, go use a church for this man.
Nah, St. Philip too big, man. St. Philip is a big, big constituency.
You need a red man.
I hear that about St. Philip so far all night though.
I haven't actually.
Now there's a lot of places that you still haven't heard from yet, but
don't worry, it's not gonna.
The trend has been set.
I was gonna say it's not gonna change the direction of travel.
Well, look at St. Michael. You know, the urban seats have pretty much gone. St. Michael Northwest may come. You never know. St. Lucie was closed for a period. St. Philip North is closed for a period. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Support is cake.
Support.
No, support is flour.
Is flour.
Votes. This is the
Votes
cake here now.
is cake. You cannot eat
flour.
Flour. Plain and simple. You can't eat flour, boy. That's just how it is.
One of the other things that is quite interesting that we would have looked at over the course of the preparing for this show was the people that actually comprise our candidate list and inevitably will, comprise Parliament. If you look at the number of attorneys, the 20 candidates, there were 20 candidates vying for seats in this. Why do you think it is that we just tend to attract so much lawyers into politics in Barbados?
It's historical.
All of these here that you can see on screen right now, look.
Is historical, right? It's historical that we do that. It's also historical that we elevate lawyers above all other professions in Barbados, probably besides doctors. But when it comes to politics, you think you need somebody that understands constitutional law and this and that and next and the third. And that thing they can't get in do.
But I think that's and I think it's an overstated position.
Well, it is.
Bogged down themselves in process and can't get anything delivered. But we don't seem to learn from it, because as soon as we're looking for somebody to represent us, and I suppose the affiliation is in the representation maybe, but as soon as we're looking for somebody to represent us, in our constituencies and so forth, lawyers is just bubble to the top. And I don't know I don't think the track record is that great in Barbados for the number of attorneys who there's some horrible stories and there have been some terrible policies in places, and I don't understand it. Why we continue to progress down this path of we need to get a lawyer if we want somebody to represent us in Parliament. Man.
Well, yeah. And one can argue that when you look at, and the book I was telling you about that we started to read, I finished it already. It's called Breakneck. I would tell anybody to read it. It's called China's Quest to Engineer the Future. It's a book called Breakneck. So I tell anybody to have a read of that. But it talks about the difference between a lawyering society versus an engineering society, for which both there are pros and cons regarding. But it was basically saying, and I think this is true in the Caribbean when I analyzed the book, actually, because at some stage, and this is why things are crumbling, at some stage we stop building, and we stop engineering. And I've always said that we just got too much lawyers,
too many, man,
in politics, man, too many. But there's this whole thing about we love a lawyer. We love a lawyer for whatever reason. Somebody look at you too hard, I can get my lawyer.
I can get my lawyer.
I get my lawyer write you a letter. What are your letter supposed to do? Stop staring at so and so, or I would take court.
No. Cease and desist.
Cease and desist from staring. And I like St. James South just get calls, you say. And I'd be like, but we love a lawyer. And my area is, as I say, in legal and legal operations and stuff, and lawyers are great, don't get me wrong. But outside that technical aspect of the law, and doing things around that, getting other things done as far as systems and process and technology and creativity and imagination and vision and stuff, that's where you need people to come alongside and help flesh that out. Because when you're trained to mitigate risks and take very little risks, you're trained to question, you're trained to, that kind of stuff. It means that you don't look at things like that, and you slow things down, and you don't move things forward, because of that. um Not saying it's bad, but it's just a natural fact. So you need people to get alongside you to do that. And I just don't think, but along with all that is also um a healthy dose of it's Sandra husband and St. Jane self just get called. Kyle watching CBC?
Sure. Were you watching, Kyle? He ain't putting some more data there.
He doing CBC or he
Coming
doing
through
Nation?
slowly, man.
Yeah. But along with that is a high dose of confidence, which is good. High dose of confidence, right? And I think we in the Caribbean suffer from it a lot. And I don't want to just pick on the Caribbean, because the book also explores of America really suffer from this as well. As well. And where America stopped building, which is why today you don't even have a proper rail network to get you across, to take you
US.
across the United States of America. You don't have you just don't. They start building, they start investing, they start manufacturing, they send it all, and again, that's capitalism, but they send it all. So there's a lot of deficiencies. Whereas China, uh, never stop building or engineering. Now, let's be honest, because of China's engineering state, you also got to a point of the one China policy, and how crazy that period was. I think in the book it said in that period of the one China policy that they must have sterilized like 50 or 60 million men, and another 40 or so million women. They aborted like 200 and something million babies. Oh, crazy. That's because the engineering, just looking at outcomes.
Yep.
So there's risks in everything. But it's saying if you can strike the balance, and where China has struck the balance is in technology, is in construction, is in obviously space engineering, in engineering of itself, in computing, robotics, and that kind of stuff, because they just went, they think of a goal. How do we get here? Or we need to do this, da 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 da. Engineer, is the way how they compartmentalize the country. Okay, over here you guys are the farmers, but we need 2 million of y'all to move to the city. So we gotta build 5 million homes, this million this, you know what I mean? So they went, and then they just did it. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's also the other end of that, where there's not much thought that goes into it, and obviously they're not a democracy. So the thing there, so they would argue that democracies become too lawyery because there's too many people having a say, which I wouldn't say, of course. But I think we see the deficiencies of it, which is why we gotta catch our tails now, as to where Barbados is, and so many things are just crumbling. Because if we be honest, the colonizers do a lot of building, for not for the right reasons, but just part that side of the reasoning, and just go what happened. They did a lot of building, but then they left it.
Yep.
And we had to take some time to catch up, because obviously we weren't necessarily involved in that, other than providing labor. But then once we caught it, we just never carried it on. You know me, I'm one to say we need to let loose our engineers and stuff across Barbados, because we just too restricted in the way how we do things. And again, it's also, we just need to find a way that works for us. And
Absolutely.
you don't necessarily need to be chasing after something else. You know what I mean? And it's just silly a classic thing that I know people always talk about is, oh, why we ain't got jet bridges at the airport? We need jet bridges so that when you come down the stairs, you don't get wet and this and that and next and the third. Man, you always come downstairs and I went to Prague there the other day. My come downstairs, snows are falling so hard. And I did like, according to we backward because we ain't got these things. I like, no, we're not. But even if that's what we wanted, you don't need to necessarily go. We can only start engineer to come up for the solution
Yep.
to fit us.
Do it our way.
Now we do it our way. You know what I mean? But we seem afraid to do that kind of stuff. Um, we just too afraid, man. We too afraid.
It's a real shame. It really, really is.
No, yeah.
I saw see there in the chat, person from Belize saying that they got the same problem. Small country bit.
We have $7 in us in a small cabinet in Belize. Yeah, it's just a feeling that you need lawyers to. You don't need lawyers.
Well, that's where we've got to. You know, that's the conclusion that we've kind of drawn, and we've been kind of fed that narrative, and it's like
we got to put some stuff in because we did saying that it's like 27 out of the 30 has been called already. I think we just need to.
Yeah, we can populate the map after we finish, but part of the problem is that they're not calling the individual polling divisions, so we can't get the data. They're calling it the full seat. But we'll go back through it, listen back, make sure the map gets populated, and put it up on the site. I mean, as you said before we started, you know, if people want to see what the map potentially could look like, where is it? Let me see if we can find it. Because there's a 2022 map here that looks pretty much the same that this one like it can look like by the time it finished, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the trend is going to hold, well, like we'll be seeing pretty much red everywhere. I am genuinely surprised that we have actually done this again in this way. I am genuinely. Do some shading. Yeah, let's put it down for a moment.
Mm-hmm. No problem. You got results from St. Philip. Not really. You man Jordan in again. Well, interesting times.
We're getting there, man. We're getting there.
Yeah, I sent you a couple of WhatsApp messages.
Okay.
Yes, do that. Who's this young fella here? I don't know who's he.
Do we know which seats have been called? Which ones have been called already?
Yeah, pretty much all of them.
The ones that I know I voted ticks off.
But I ain't hearing that from St. Philip South off. I hear they remade at St. Philip West.
Yeah,
One of the last to receive their box.
yeah, you don't gonna really hear them like that. They don't, they don't call out everything. So
All right, so Lucy gone. So we start that one up now. Let's see which box is missing from St. Lucie.
but that gone. But interesting, guys. Most of y'all stay with us for nearly how much hours now?
All night.
7 hours. I didn't even know I could talk so much.
What?
Yeah, watching CBC as well, DD. Yeah, that is my little vex. She turned very funny people talking.
Who's that?
Lynette Eastman. Unless she watching somebody. But she look like she ready to sit
I
and
can
get
put
her
a
in.
little bit of. I'm gonna put some data into the last two remaining boxes in St. Lucie just to have some data in them.
Yeah. Just put in.
But we'll change it later on.
Yeah. Because a lot of stuff call.
That's sort of the BLP.
Let me tell you, I don't want to hear nobody
and the people went out and do it again.
I don't want to hear nobody in Barbados complain about Turkey now. Don't talk to me.
You done with it?
I don't want to hear nobody talk to me, man. Because I think one of the things too is that at the moment it becoming a bit, hey Melville, at the moment it's becoming a bit of a joke. It's almost like a little hee, yeah, let me go and Turkey nail them again. And you got people that
people ain't taking this thing serious.
In many cases, I don't think so, actually. In many cases, I don't think so. Again, having said that, the Democratic Labour Party got to do their part. They didn't do their part. Sorry. The party is... The candidate level was poor. I mean, the only boy that could have get some of these men elected was Mia Motley.
This is it. And she has.
Mia Motley could have get all them Joaquin Mendez and Democratic Labour Party elected.
Shame. Real shame. St. Andrew call?
St. Andrew.
Ramel Springer.
Yeah, I think so, you know.
Okay. St. James. St. James Central.
It's interesting about Ryan Waters. St. Michael, St. Philip North here. Let me see.
And there have been 7 rejected votes so far. We have 7 more boxes to be counted here at the North. We started, perhaps, I think we were probably the last constituent to start counting They had a bit of a challenge with one of the boxes that were one of the important stations. And so we got home the way quite even here this evening. And so we have another 7 boxes remaining. So I think.
See, Philip Northman, I get called tonight, yeah.
Don't all like it.
2x2 island. What problem you could got with your boxes?
Ridiculous nonsense, man, honestly.
I stand a long night ahead of you. What?
St. Peter College, Jordan.
St. Peter. Hold on, let me see.
No, I hear Gregory Nichols yet in St. Thomas either.
So St. James North, Blackman.
Eco?
Yep. Christchurch South for Monroe Night.
Yeah, we got you.
St. James South, Sandra Husbands.
So St. James North, and St. James South.
Yeah, Sandra Husbands.
Okay, St. James North and South. Which ones you inputting now, Cal? Which ones you doing?
I'm currently on St. George, I think.
Okay. All right. I can put a little bit of dummy data in here just to trigger off some of these here. St. James North.
And St. James South. St. Joseph, I think you got that already. St. Philip South.
D'accord.
Yeah, in that area.
Lord have mercy.
Get 3,600 and he get 3,600 and 3,063 votes.
Okay.
In St. Joseph, one man get 2,662, and the DLP man get 881.
We catching up.
St. Michael's South Central, Marshall Cattle. Irena. Then St. Michael's South.
All right. Did you say St. Peter for Colin Jordan?
I didn't call St. Peter. I didn't see St. Peter call yet.
And St. Thomas?
Yeah, Christchurch, West Central, Medic.
Yeah, we got that.
St. Lucie, obviously.
Yeah, we got that.
Christchurch, West Central.
Yeah, got that. Christchurch West.
Christchurch East.
Wilfred.
Yeah, Christchurch South.
Christchurch East. Yep. What about Christchurch?
St. Michael West Central.
St. Michael West Central.
Yeah, Jill.
Yeah, got that. St. Michael Central as well.
St.
Michael West.
St. Michael East, hold on. Prescott.
St. Michael East.
Mm-hmm.
All right, give me 1 second.
Yeah, St. Peter call too.
St. Peter call?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jordan.
You man.
He said so. Let me do St. Philip South with Indar.
Well, you could well color your whole thing.
Again there, man. Again there. St. Philip South.
Reporters all across the country, and the quality of the broadcast was very good. That happens.
Nothing for St. Philip North, right?
There was just calling St. Philip North there on CBC. Or some of it, I should say. St. Michael's Central, which is your girl Tyra. Christchurch West.
That's Dugid.
Dugid. That call too.
Christchurch West, yeah, that's him. St. Michael Central.
Yeah, that is Tyra.
Yeah, we got that in.
St. Michael Northeast.
That's Mia Motley.
Mia Motley. Yeah. St. Michael West Central.
We got that in as well.
I just gave you that just now.
Oh, St. Michael West.
I didn't see that. So hold on. St. Michael North.
Yeah, got that.
Who's St. Michael West? This here Bridgetown. St. Andrew.
St. Andrew. Yeah, we got that in.
Christchurch East Central.
Christchurch East Central.
Wait, hold on.
PM2 8I, Eastman 12, Eswick 85, Goodrich 18, Makoni 173. PM2 J to Z, Eastman 9, Eswick 57, Goodrich 17, Makoni 159. PM3 A to G, Eastman 5, Eswick 143, Goodrich 2, Makoni 68, 1 spoiled. PM3 H to Z, Eastman 4, Eswick 140, Goodrich 7, Makoni 76. The result of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. Philip West is as follows. Miss Eastman, 173 votes. Mr. Eswick, 2,187. Miss Goodrich, 323. Miss Makoni, 2,740.
Makoni in. Eswick out.
15. The total number of votes polled for all the candidates was 5,438.
St. Philip North call.
I therefore declare Miss Gail Makoni to be elected and to be duly chosen.
Man, that woman's so happy. I don't know how to keep thinking she, man.
Did he say look a mark turn over the pit camp on your own map? How does someone keep getting elected, man?
I have no clue.
Well, this is what it's looking like, folks. Red velvet.
I have absolutely no clue, but she keep getting elected.
St. Michael Northwest is still to come in.
I think he ain't get beat too, man.
Strawn is in already. That's Christchurch East Central.
Who you missing?
Christchurch East Central. He's in, I'm sure.
Yeah, Strong ain't already.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me just fix him in.
Yo, please get cool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to put on a coat. You are, yeah. Temperature dropped earlier on.
For those who are already in, if you haven't already, give you a little like, give you a heart, give you something if you enjoy the content tonight. If nothing else, let me feel good on the video.
Because it's been a long night.
It's been a long night. So give you a heart, give you a like.
Well, boy, like it looks like you've called it.
But I did that political analyst in Barbados.
That is how I introduce you. You said St. Philip North was called?
Yeah. Oh no, what you got there?
I ain't got St. Philip North call yet. Sonia Brown and Simon Clark.
Oh, I ain't got that call yet. No, it's St. Michael West is what.
And St. Thomas with Gregory.
I ain't seen that from St. Thomas, you know. Who else you missing from there?
So I got put in Sandra Husbands in St. James South.
Mm-hmm. If Gregory Walters pull this off, it can be by a year.
I can't believe that people in Barbados going back and do this thing. All right. Where?
We got some people that are gonna be happy.
Kerry Simmons, you hear he? St. James Central?
No, you know, I ain't seen them from here yet.
I hear them from St. Thomas either. Who we got in St. Michael East? Trevor Prescott. He back?
Mm-hmm.
St. Michael East.
Yeah, Gregory St. Thomas. Yeah. Gregory in.
We finished. If you wanna close down, you can. I'll start it out. Yeah, you got enough data tied in to do.
You must be gonna sleep till 10 o'clock tonight.
We gotta get him to the hospital, yeah. 12:30. I got appointment at midday.
Yeah, so Gregory in.
St. Michael East, Gregory in, and St. Thomas. He was never in doubt.
No. Chad Blackman in, Sandra in.
St. Thomas.
St. Michael Northwest, Alicia, we still waiting on.
St. Michael South Central.
Who's there?
I want to say that is Kurt Humphreys, you know.
I haven't seen. Yes. Kurt Humphreys in.
No, it's Marsha Cattle. Marsha.
He's a Michael South. Yeah, Marsha in. South Central.
Marsha in?
Yeah. 1,859 votes.
South Central is in. St. Michael West. St. Michael West. Christopher Gibbs. Sneak back in?
St. Michael West?
Non-talkative.
Let me see who you look like. I didn't see he yet, you know.
St. George North. Tony Moore.
I haven't seen her neither.
I got that minute outstanding now. That better there for now for you, DD? Huh? That's better?
Well, Barbados did it again, but
people do it to themselves. We gotta wait for the data, but we will update this map and put this out on the
this
website.
is gonna be I suspect this is gonna be an even lower turnout than
this is gonna be abysmal for some of them early numbers that we saw coming through. Especially in St. Philip North or Sonia Brown. It's like wow.
This is gonna be an absolutely poor turnout. They ain't even a 2 years voted.
Nope. So it was CBC that you were picking up some of your thing from your...
I just on their Facebook page.
Do that over the next. We'll do over the next couple of days. Just go back through, wash through the data, and then just open up the site and let people have a look around. It's probably the best thing to
do. So it is that. So folks, there you go. At least a 29. The only thing that close here, because the rest of them gonna come in right. The only thing is St. Michael Northwest.
Whether Ryan Waters is going to be the last man standing. Madam didn't even close.
It was not even close.
Shame, really. Well, we'll get on and do something now. They got government again, so.
Well, get ready for the next election in 2 years.
Asking for another mandate.
Yeah, we are not finished.
You told us.
We have not finished our work, Barbados.
This should be well, you would have thought the Democratic Labour Party would have learned from the first Dirty Love. This is a sow now.
This is more than a sow.
This is a sow now, man. Tony Morgan? Yeah, somebody in the chat just said that Tony Morgan. That's in George North.
Yeah, I didn't see it on the website. Maybe I missed it.
All right. St. George North.
The thing about CBC, Liz loves to go on CBC. Liz is pump a set on them people, man. And let me tell you, that boy can't pump a set like this dance.
Not like this dance. So even on the back of a garbage truck, boy, she can pump a set.
Well, yeah, that's Philip. Hey, Philip. People asking for you. They did up Philip there. Look.
Yes, in chat?
In chat.
No. Yeah, very early.
You know he can't sleep too.
Yeah, Phil, no worries. Yeah, why just turn on St. George? I thought you just put St. George. You know what happened there? St. George North, come.
I still feel like for me don't already know what Sandra husbands is do.
Win seats.
Come on, man.
That is it. She does win seats.
Clearly.
So we win my St. Michael West with Christopher Gibbs and Neil Rowe. And then the last one is that's St. James South there. St. James Central. St. James Central is a very funny shape constituency, you know. Kerry Simmons. You heard that? Where he at?
I ain't know he yet, but I would expect that he can win, but I just haven't heard anything yet.
Red is a code.
Apparently.
Not yellow.
No yellow boy.
Come give me some results for these last two, man. Come on. Stop talking so much.
They can't help it.
Final polling results. Looking at CBC. Griffith. Clean bowl turn, man. Clean bowl.
He can go home and let he owns, man. You man met it. You man met it before I get in again.
People like the pharmacist, man. Gosh, it seems none of these candidates ain't even getting nowhere near.
Nope.
We get 772 votes. Only get 88% the vote. Kurt Humphrey 79%. Gatto 64%. Santia 79%. 3,000 votes. Gibbs, yeah, Gibbs is in St. Michael West. Switch you on.
Mm-hmm.
Not to run a year with. This is not where we want to be.
Me there talking?
This is not where we want to be.
He know gonna pump a set, right? Cause they thought he like this, but he the waiting for.
Mm-hmm. Come on, CBC, man. This studio is too dark, man. I'm not playing that. You going in front of her?
I tell you, I can run CBC, but you doubting me.
Yeah, you got these tables and black covers, and that's not too marble. I might be burying it dead. I don't know.
I tell you, I can run CBC and use live. But
Man, right Sanka. There is 2 seats standing.
I can hear garbage making, don't you?
The decks are cleared now, so they can start a rebuilding process according to Peter Wickham. Like if he said that in 2 elections.
Well, I don't know what he talking about.
Ralph has to resign.
That be said?
Mm-hmm. His preference for leadership would include persons in this room. A person in this room.
Well, he like Ronnie. Ronnie's
He's looking for work, man. That's what I want.
No, he like Ronnie. He always like Ronnie.
The boy is not a politician.
But Ronnie want the people come back to he, right?
Mm-hmm.
He want to come back on the knees. But that's what it is.
That's what it is.
Of course, that's what it is.
Just St. Philip not finished? Oh, sorry. I
St. Philip North. You do St. Philip North. St. Philip North didn't finish yet.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Das.
The the party, honestly, at this point, no, all you could do is laugh.
Huh?
At this point, all you could do is laugh at the Barbados Day Party, Democratic Day
Man,
Party, sorry.
man, you call it, man. You call it.
But you don't listen to me, man.
Man, I was living in hope.
I don't know. Well, what you living in?
I was hoping that my country would see that the folly of progressing down the one party state is not good for the future of our country. But they don't listen, so.
Yeah. If the country is happy,
If this is what the people want,
exactly. If
rock
the
on.
country is happy, what are you gonna do?
More of the same.
This is what the country says they want.
I'm feeling the medicine might be quite different this time around.
I think so too. You call election just before the
What our song was that Crew had
the
years ago?
estimates.
Relax.
Burger down brats. Guru back again.
Yeah. Relax. Watch it.
Well, we gotta wait and see what will
Well,
happen.
they have a very ambitious manifesto.
Hey,
full of promises.
That is just words.
Put that point in chair this morning.
All right. When I really think that they should put in a page limit for manifestos. The reason being is the Barbados Party manifesto. If you read it, you're gonna ooh. It's not realistic.
No.
It's not realistic. But all they've done is, as the Trumpians would say, all they have done was flood the zone so that anybody and try to come up with every possible idea you could think about.
I'm in trouble, yeah.
And then anybody bring up that idea. Oh, but we got that already. So we doing that. So the copy we. We doing that. So the copy we.
We in trouble.
But anyway, it is currently, for those who are watching, Barbados Labour Party on course for another 30-0. I
wonder what will be made of those people who weren't able to cast their vote.
I tell you, tomorrow about thinking about that. Ralph gonna keep a little saber rattling about that tomorrow and say he going to court as he always does, and then
he go home,
and then you can never hear from him again.
Well.
And then you can never hear from me again. That is just how that gonna go.
Listen, Chez is saying that me, you, well, him, me, you, Andre, can run CBC, EBC, and some others.
This thing ain't hard, you know.
No, it's not. It just got to put in work. Do the work. That's what I got to do.
This is the issue.
I'll do EBC. I'll do EBC one, man. You can go up at CBC.
I going up at CBC, man. I telling you, I could easily go up at CBC and already know what to do already.
Wait, so Michael Northwest Cork?
I look in here now. I didn't see it.
That's here saying that it's just St. James now.
I see so, but I didn't see St. Michael Northwest Cork unless I missed something. I could be behind though, because on the TV is behind.
Anybody see St. Michael Northwest in chat?
But if it's just St. James, I mean they done them.
St. Philip North can take a while to come in, because that was late.
People get what they want. If this is what people want, this is what they want.
And I love it, man.
So tomorrow, you can hear all kind of people. I can't believe that Barbados do this again. You can hear all of them there. So no gonna be thinking, hey, like, did you go vote?
20 to 25 minutes was reported time given to the press. We have to wait. Okay. That's for St. James or St. Michael Northwest.
I ain't hear St. Michael Northwest call. You can hear tomorrow. No, everybody online. Wanna do this again? Who's winner? You gotta stay V.
Yeah. And then the people that don't want own it.
Yeah, of course not. So they want to put it on somebody else. No. It is we. We did it again.
And there's a sadness that I feel about this whole thing, actually.
Well, I feel sad, not the result. I wouldn't say that not the result, but
there's a sadness that I feel about it, man. I just feel that we should do better.
Well,
should do better.
When you say do better, what do you mean?
I don't think that this is a healthy state for a country. And
I agree.
A healthy state for a small country.
I agree.
I think looking at how people were disenfranchised from this process and the whole issue around the list. No, the list is not going to win the Democratic Labour Party seats in Parliament. So don't get me wrong. But I do feel that there is a negligence to the electorate that has kind of come along, and they're being treated like, they don't matter. I don't think that that's a good place for our country to be. So it makes me sad from that point of view.
No, I with you. I agree. As I say, I think it's just becoming a joke. No.
Yeah.
And so is the he factor of he we do it again. Right? We do it to them again. Is becoming that a little bit, even just when you watch the so-called influencers and stuff talk, and you can see that it's almost as if it's serious. Is a I don't know.
Sad, man.
It's a weird one actually, because is a very weird one. I don't know how you get out of it. I don't know how the Democratic Labour Party get people out to vote. I don't know. I don't know. Is Miss Motley so impressive that folks just don't see the need? Like, it's okay if I don't feel like voting because she good. We got Mia.
Well, the truth is, the Barbados Labour Party is in a better place in terms of its succession plan. But that said, the Barbados Labour Party will also have a challenge on its hands when there is no longer Miss Motley to lead the party, because, as we said earlier, I can't say who will step in when Miss Motley goes. There is no natural successor to her that I can see in this group. Now, yes, Santia is the Deputy Prime Minister, but is she the next leader of Barbados?
No.
I don't think so.
Santia failed the test when Mia was ill during COVID.
Motley had to get up off she bed and come
back. Okay, you come. Give me that mic. Give me that mic.
Give me this here you want.
Give me back that microphone. Come. You can on there sit down. You know, so
But it's true.
that's
And
just what it is.
when you look at the full picture of where they're going, yes, they're more structured, they're better planned, and they're better prepared, but they still have that challenge to face. And then you have the Democratic Labour Party, who now will be for, we talk about the legacy of El Barra, but the truth is these three defeats may very well do for the legacy of the Democratic Labour Party. This potentially is a lot of what they are also known for alongside the legacy of Barra. The party got shackled out at three elections.
Shakalope.
Whatever you gonna call it, but they get shackled out.
The party get shakalope.
Yeah, shackled out, man. There's no other way to put it, really. And they have,
Party
have
get
themselves
shakalope.
they have themselves to blame.
Well,
There will be no public accounts committee. There is currently no auditor general. This situation scares me.
well,
We haven't heard Northwest and we haven't heard St. James Central yet. Unless somebody else in the chat can tell us otherwise.
No, looking at it, It does, but Bajans are happy with it. Look, the thing that the current election climate globally has shown you that as long as you support somebody, they can do no wrong. And as long as you support somebody, bar to go down the road and shoot somebody, well, in the case of Trump in America, even that, they will support. And they will show support. And there's nothing you can do to knock them off the string. As I said, there's been so many things that on a normal election cycle would be enough that there be some opposition to what the government is doing. But I keep coming back to put the Democrat their party and do themselves no favors.
No.
The party and the people that the party does attract is beer junk. The party and the party just in there.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for somebody to get there and reshape it, rebrand it, relaunch and go again.
But the party gotta learn to behave. If the party can't behave, it ain't gonna happen.
That's discipline.
The party ain't got no discipline at all.
Yeah,
None.
Yeah.
It's funny because it seems as if the party. Yeah, let me see something here.
And that final box that we do have right now is the HA4, which is over, HA3, I to Z, my bad, 121, Neil Rowe, Barbados Labour Party candidate, and Ryan Walters, 104, and Friends of Democracy, 5. That is resulting in the Democratic Labour Party at this time leading by 26 votes. But these are just the first 4 boxes, and we hope to have the other 10 boxes within the next 20 minutes be able to give you those final results. And the key areas, HB2, Deacons Primary School, HB3, key boxes that will determine these results.
Look, and go over to St. Michael Northwest.
St. Michael Northwest?
Oh, wait, Prime Minister speaking.
Who are trying to get through, I suspect, the density of traffic and audience. I speak of Kerry Simmons. Kerry isn't here yet, right? Sutherland, but I'm reliably informed that all four of them will be the members of Parliament for St. James Central, the members of Parliament for St. George South, the member of Parliament for St. Philip North, and the member of Parliament for St. Philip West. We have one more result to come. And on my last count, he is ahead by 186 votes.
Far behind, man.
Yeah, far behind.
Hmm.
Again, when you look at this party, serious people, even though they might not come across as politicians in the grand, a lot of passengers. When you look at the potential scandal that Marsha Cannon had and the potential white name, she's still there standing behind the prime minister.
Mhm.
You know, the issues that they used to say Dugate had and Jerome Walker had and all that kind of stuff, they're still there. But the Barbarians, the Democratic their party, I mean, they're gonna look back at the Ralph saga and holler for what the hell? What the hell is what they're gonna look back and holler for? Really, all in know. I think Nero get skin up. Change that whole thing right, man. Not Nero, sorry. I think you mind Walters. So as much as you see he ran a good campaign, he skin up too. I kinda glad he lost him though. Cause he was one of the engineers and architects that let a Grant Weenie and Ralph Tarn come in and skin up everything. All because they didn't really like Ronnie. Bear jokes. All of this junk, man. That's why I glad he lost his seat. To be honest, Ryan Waters. I lost his seat because he never had one. I'm glad he lost his race. I would have been vexed if he was the only one that get him.
Mm.
Look at all the idiots get on there. Gonna take off on the red shirts tomorrow now.
All in?
I think so. I think he was Nero, like he was, well, based on this year, which is obviously behind, we always see. Nero was leading by 100 and something votes. So man, let me tell you, if you could get Nero elect, man, you could put a goat in that there so on the month. Yeah, anything he get elect, man. You could put the whole jungle book here so no and Martin is the prime minister and all they will get elect.
This team.
I'm telling you.
There goes the non-talkatives again.
I don't want to hear nobody telling me about tax. I don't want to hear nobody telling me about nothing so. That is the honest truth. If I hear tomorrow anybody tell me about tax or anybody tell me about anything so, I can just be like, hey, hey, you're talking wrong, buddy.
The Titan who is taking down the pit bull. Take him down, man.
If man like Espic and Richard Seeley and then man just don't disappear now.
I think that's the end for them.
Yeah, but I thought last time was the year for them, but I suppose not really, because I might have thought, let me go one last time and see if I could get it back. But I trust now it is showing that.
Unknown to love. Oh, this is no laughing matter, boy.
I hear the woman say she can take care of democracy as a newborn child.
Mhm.
So, folks,
The Prime Minister is giving her speech, man. So
well, I guess on my side it's still showing. I guess I behind by about 45 seconds.
let's thank people and wrap up, man.
Man, yeah, man. Look, folks, I hope you all enjoy what we present. Look, color over the whole thing just so people can see it. Color over, man. Just, but you want to take a snapshot.
1 second.
Well, this is where we are for the next 5 years or so, peoples. As I
Sorry,
said,
let me get Molly with my ear. Sorry.
yeah. Do me a favor and um, hit a like button, hit a heart, hit a thumbs up, or you can hit a surprise button if that's where you want to hit. Depending on where you want to watch it, hit wherever you want to hit here.
It's a shame we don't have a cat sprattle button, but you know.
Are you sure? We didn't speak at all though. I guess he must be around here now, cause according to
Who's that?
Motley, you're a man.
Darn?
Darn.
Man, darn many hosts wrap up.
Sound like he gone home and sleep.
Hard.
Darn can even get daughter to do a TikTok free. You know she's doing no TikToks and thing. But oh Lord, she wouldn't even do a TikTok free. Oh, unless I miss it because I'm on TikTok, so it's very well that she could do it. But who knows?
St. Michael Northwest, Culloden.
Yeah.
Then St. James Central.
Why St. James is such a funny shit? Wait there.
I don't know. Gotta get the rich people rapping somewhere.
I suppose so. It's just a funny shit that they're going on course rapping them people. Mia, half and then people there so let's scare for tomorrow.
There we go. Close
There
it
we
off.
go, folks. That's what it looks like. Everything is in. Barbados is red. 2026 election.
I'm ready.
But ready for what? That is the question. Well, guys, thank you everybody for joining us. It's been a pleasure. It's been 7 hours, 54 minutes, and 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 seconds. It has been. Hope you all enjoyed sharing election day with us, election night in Barbados. Tell me, should we do this again next election? You never know. It might only be in 3 years if current farm continues.
Absolutely.
But we would do it again. We'd turn up. Whether or not we return as a normal living room show on Sundays, who knows? But check us out on Facebook. Check us out on YouTube as well. And you'll find us there, and you can see a whole host of content that we had a few years back. There, if this is the first time that you're seeing us, but it's been great. Final words, Mark.
Great. enjoyed the company, enjoyed sharing in the evening as it unfolded. Thought we might have had a slightly different result, but the people have voted, and this is what they want. So, who am I to wish for anything different? But it's been great being with you guys in the chat. Great being with you, Dre, having good conversations. It was good to have Rhoda and Trisha pass through
It has been.
as our guests, just to drop in for a little bit. And good help from Kyle in the background and getting some of the numbers in as they started to come through. So
he going to sleep now.
Yeah. We can go and get some rest.
Man, it's been good. It's been good fun. We still got 78 people watching. I don't know if them people sleeping or if it's really 78. I don't know what they're doing.
So if you're there and you want to say a goodbye to us, come on, let's see if you're still up.
Yeah, well, I think these days, people probably watch this stuff now on TV now with all these smart TVs and stuff.
People fall asleep in front of the TV, man.
Yeah, so they ain't got their phone on and that kind of stuff. So people probably go on sleep or whatever in the TV on.
Yeah.
But anyway, you can watch it back later. Oh, well, not watch it back because we ain't really tell you anything other than
it read
30 again.
30 again.
90-0. And we still haven't heard from Ralph Thorne yet, but who knows?
We're here from here on the 12:30 edition of the latest later on today.
We probably will.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks for staying with us.
Everybody.
Next time.
Out.